Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 481. There are only 2 shifts today. I have to go out in the afternoon, buy something, and set my image. Because I'm going to Shanghai at the end of the month, it's shameful for my otaku to not take care of it, so please bear with me. Little son, Yingju's concerned voice came from behind. It's okay. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, and a deep sense of powerlessness appeared on his face. From the point of view of Yang Wei and Meng Shanyi, just now, he was very beautiful. With the strength of one person and one secret treasure, he resisted the onslaught of more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Realm Masters. In fact, only Yang Kai himself knew the suffering. Zon-level secret treasure, no matter how good it is impossible for a true essence martial artist to exert such a strong power. Secret treasures and martial arts are essentially the same, and they are the icing on the cake. The foundation of a martial artist is its own strength. The bone shield is indeed extraordinary. With it, even Dong Qinghan and the others don't have to worry about their own safety in the face of masters below the 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. But using this thing is too shocking to waste real dollars. At that moment, Yang Kai poured more than a dozen drops of true essence stored in Yang liquid into the bone shield, which allowed the bone shield to devour the attacks of those masters. If it is used by other warriors of the same level, even if it consumes a whole body of true essence, don't even think about blocking the blow of the 8th level master of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The defense strength and swallowing limit of the bone shield are completely linked to the amount of real energy that the warrior pours into it. The more real essence poured into the bone shield, the more attacks it can swallow, and the stronger the defense. Such a large consumption also makes Yang Kai feel a little distressed. But anyway, it can be regarded as persuading Yang Wei, and it will not be fruitless. His strength is still a little low. If he reaches the Immortal Ascension realm, the consumption of the situation just now will be much less. Yang Kai couldn't wait to improve his strength. His eyes gradually firmed, and an impulse and desire to go back to retreat and practice immediately surged in his heart, burning like a flame. The subtle change in expression did not conceal Yingju's observation. This shadow-like blood servant seemed to sense Yang Kai's thoughts and couldn't help but look weird. It seems that the little boy belongs to the kind of person who gets more and more brave. Ordinary warriors, after seeing the means displayed by powerful masters, will definitely leave some shadows in their hearts. When the time comes, let alone fighting, even in cultivation, there may be some inevitable ties and the inner demon, affected by the shadow, can't get rid of it for a lifetime. However, the young master has a firm heart, and his pursuit of martial arts is as firm as a rock. Not only is he unaffected, but he also inspires a monstrous fighting spirit. With such a heart, as long as the chance and talent can keep up, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Thinking like this, Yingju asked casually, "Are we going back now?" She guessed in her heart that Chu Yimeng might not be able to rest well tonight. During the day, she tried her best to prevent Yang Kai from acting alone, but she couldn't do anything. She must be worried about Yang Kai now, right? Go back early so that Miss Chu can breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Yimeng was so busy during this period that she was dizzy and turned white. She worked hard without complaining. Although Yingju didn't mention it in front of Yang Kai, she could see it in her eyes. Naturally, she couldn't bear to make a young lady from a big family sleepless all night. "I have to go to another place." Yang Kai had a helpless look on his face as he stepped forward. Yingju nodded slightly, said nothing, and followed behind Yang Kai. After walking in the war city for a long time, the two came to a huge palace. At the huge gate of the palace, no one was on duty, and the gate was tightly closed. Appears to be an abandoned palace. But when he looked up, Yingju was moved. This huge palace is no other place, it is actually the sacred place in the center of the battle city, Fengshan Temple. The palace where the 8 gods of the 8 great families of the central capital sit on the throne. What is the little boy doing here? Yingju was suspicious. Looking at the plaque of the Function Temple, Yang Kai was also extremely helpless. When he left Yang Wei's mansion just now, an old voice suddenly came from his ear, asking him to come to the Function Temple. This is the call from the Supreme Elder of the Yang family. Yang Kai can't help but come. It seems that his every move is still under the surveillance of the 8 people, and even a little trick can't hide their perception. This feeling makes Yang Kai quite uncomfortable, and there is always a taste of being controlled by others. Unhappy in my heart, and my face is naturally not very good. When he walked to the front of the temple, Yang Kai didn't even have time to report to his home, and the closed door slowly opened. Yang Kai couldn't help but rolled his eyes and led Yingju in. After the two walked in, the door slowly closed. He didn't see a single figure in the whole process, and Yang Kai didn't even feel a surge of energy. In my heart, I could not help but have a new understanding of the means of the masters above the gods. The hall of function was covered with a red blanket, and the surrounding walls were dotted with bright gems. Even in the dark, the hall was illuminated by bright lights, as dazzling as day. There are many stone pillars, and many patterns of birds and beasts are carved on the stone pillars, which are lifelike. But when Yang Kai looked at those gems and patterns, he couldn't help but look a little dazed. He vaguely felt that these things were not arranged randomly, but contained some inexplicable mysteries. When I actually looked at it, it was nothing. I couldn't help but shook my head and moved on. But speaking of it, the energy of heaven and earth in this Function Temple is simple and natural. It is obviously just a palace, but you can feel like you are in 100,000 mountains when you are in it. There are small bridges and flowing water, and the ding-dong sound of mountain streams and clear springs can be heard. There is an air of mystery everywhere. Different from Yang Kai's curious wait-and-see, Yingju seemed a little restrained when he entered this place, his body was tense, and his expression was even more relaxed. There is no one to guide, and no one to lead the way, but Yang Kai still has a feeling that there is a voice telling him where to go. My heart suddenly became awe-inspiring. After walking for a long time, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. This bright light appeared suddenly and without warning. When Yang Kai and Yingju reacted, they realized that they were already there. This is a hall in the Function Temple. On a round platform in front of it, there are 8 white-haired old people, and in the middle of them, there is a huge glowing sphere, which is suspended in the air. The arrival of Yang Kai and Yingju did not disturb these 8 people. Their 8 hands were holding magical and mysterious magic formulas, sometimes frowning and contemplating, sometimes smiling, and hit the glowing ball in the middle. Dao energy. After these energies are injected, the glowing sphere is also producing some extremely subtle changes, which are unclear. Yang Kai and Yingju unconsciously held their breaths and looked at the glowing sphere, comprehending the deep meaning of the movements of these 8 people. Time flies by. I don't know how long it took. Yang Kai suddenly felt a flower in front of him, and when he returned to his senses, he found that his position had changed. Originally, he was in the distance of the round platform, watching from a distance, but now he is stepping on his feet. There is a land of lush green grass, blue sky and white clouds overhead, and the scent of birds and flowers between the nose and mouth. There was a battle in the sky, and the violent energy fluctuations almost made Yang Kai unsteady. Looking up, Yang Kai's breathing stagnated. The people who are fighting in the sky are actually sitting cross-legged on the 8 immortals on the round platform. The moves they display have no trace, and they can hardly be described in terms of moves. It is easy to come by, but it is like an antelope with its horns hanging on its horns, which is in line with the way of heaven. The 8 people were fighting each other, and they were all enemies. The fight was indistinguishable, the sky was torn apart, and the sky was constantly bursting with huge rays of light, and the gust of wind blew the grass. "Huh," someone exclaimed, exited the Warring States period and glanced down, and was surprised to find that Yang Kai was standing there. His face was confused and thoughtful, and he was immediately surprised. His movements also attracted the attention of others. After discovering that there was another Yang Kai in this small world, they all stopped and showed strange expressions. "Brother Yang, is this your junior?" a slightly fat old man asked. Yang Liting took the lead slightly and glanced at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai greets the 8 seniors. Yang Kai also quickly restrained his expression and saluted respectfully. "That's right, you can actually break into our consciousness, Brother Yang, you have someone in your old Yang family." Another shorter old man laughed loudly. "The reason is that these people have not asked about the world, and their hearts are weak." At this moment, they can't help showing an envious look. It seems that because Yang Kai broke into this place, their eyes are bright. Yang Liting didn't say anything, and he didn't make any moves. Yang Kai only felt that his eyes flashed, and he appeared in front of him. "Meet the elders." Well, your name is Yang Kai, right? Yang Liting carried his hands on his back, and his body was tall and straight. Although he had white hair, he had a childish face and nodded lightly. Yes, Yang Kai nodded, neither humble nor arrogant. The Yang Liting in front of him was one of the 5 supernatural beings of the Yang family. If we really want to count it, I don't know what ancestor he was, at least 200 years old. There have been several generations in the middle, and the Yang family itself is weak, so Yang Kai has not seen the intimacy of his relatives at this moment. Do you know why I asked you to come here? Yang Liting seemed to be interested in taking Yang Kai's exam and asked again. Guess some. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's been a while since the Battle of the Inheritance Conquer began. Yang Liting didn't summon him early or late, but at this time, Yang Kai could naturally guess the reason. It was simply because Old Demon appeared in War City, and the demonic aura on his body made these 8 immortal wanderers a little alert. The 8 of them did not intervene in the battle for the inheritance. They were sitting here just to protect the younger generation of warriors from being taken advantage of by the evil land of the clouds. Suddenly, a demon with such profound strength appeared. It was hard for them not to pay attention. I ask you, where did that person come from? Yang Liting didn't talk nonsense, and asked straight to the point. When he asked this, his eyes were deep, as if he wanted to look into the depths of Yang Kai's soul. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Shocking the Clouds and Breaking Dawn, a new round of new admissions for the Breaking Dawn Update team. Chapter 482, A Blessing in Disguise. I didn't say anything, I burst into tears. The environment for coding here is really bad. Ask for a monthly ticket for comfort, it's the end of the month. Yang Kai frowned, aware of his spying, but didn't say anything, just said, I don't know his origin. I don't know. Yang Liting frowned and was immediately displeased. Although he felt that Yang Kai was deliberately concealing it, he observed his words and found no signs of lying. Yang Kai really didn't know the origin of Old Demon. When he was subdued in Inheritance Cave Heaven, Old Demon was just a spirit body, his memory was chaotic and vague, and he couldn't even remember his own name. After getting along with him, Yang Kai didn't go asking more about his past. Yang Kai naturally doesn't know his details. Although it's not clear, the disciple can be sure that he is not from the evil land of Kangyun. Yang Kai also knew what Yang Liting was worried about, and quickly said sternly. Yang Liting didn't say anything, just frowned and said after a long while, the battle for the heirloom, logically speaking, everyone in the world can participate. As long as you are friends with young people, you can participate. After all, this is the A battle that tests your personal connections. He is your personal connections. If the old man says to drive him out of the battle city, or kill him directly, you may not be convinced. This is also a disguised attack to oppress you and sit on the battlefield with us. It didn't match the original intention. Yang Kai was cold in his heart, but he didn't show the slightest expression on his face. It's not for anything else to call you here this time, so, he can participate in the battle for succession, and he can also stay in the war city, but it's limited to that. If the old man finds out that he has done something superfluous, you will definitely not be merciful, and you will make it clear to him after you go back. Yang Liting commanded indifferently. In addition, after the battle for the succession is over, he must leave immediately, otherwise, don't blame the old man for not showing you mercy. I wrote it down. Yang Kai responded with a blank expression. Although he is still young and has a bright future, maybe one day he will be able to stun the sky and split the sky with one hand, but now he is just a small character. Although Yang Liting is the elder of the Yang family, Yang Kai is also his disciple and grandson by name, but this time the contact is like a stranger, and Yang Liting's warning is even more irrefutable. Go ahead. After speaking, Yang Liting waved his hand, turned around and flew into the sky again to fight the 7 people. Inexplicably, Yang Kai felt a little stuck in his heart. He wanted to leave, but he didn't know how to leave. He didn't even know how he got in. After being stunned for a long time, he couldn't find a way out. He was about to ask, when a thunderous sound came into his ears, aren't you going yet? As soon as the sound came, there was a huge thrust pushing Yang Kai's body. Under that huge thrust, all Yang Kai's resistance was in vain. Pass. There was a flower in front of him, and he returned to the hall again. In front of him was still the round platform. The 8 immortals were sitting on the top. The huge luminous ball in the middle still existed, and the 8 people were still pouring energy into it. Discuss your own understanding of martial arts in that magical way. Kick, kick, kick. Yang Kai fell back involuntarily. Yingju turned pale in shock and exclaimed to support him. After standing firm, the real essence in the body roll kept rolling for a while, and the consciousness in the mind was even more chaotic, stinging like a needle. A mouthful of blood spurted out, which made me feel better. Yingju's complexion changed. He didn't know what happened to Yang Kai, but he actually suffered some minor injuries. Since coming here, Yang Kai has stood there without saying a word. Yingju is not easy to speak, just waits silently. Suddenly such a change occurs, Yingju is naturally at a loss. Let's go. Yang Kai wiped the corner of his mouth, glanced at the high platform, and led Yingju away quickly. In that magical little world, the melee of the 8 people suddenly stopped. The other 7 people shook their heads slightly and glanced at Yang Liting. The slightly fat old man who spoke earlier said, "Brother Yang, is it too much to treat a junior like this?" Yeah, although his eyes are a little more domineering and sharp, but young man, who is not full of blood. Besides, he didn't lose his temper in front of you. If you do it like this, maybe it will make him slumped. This kid is quite good. In the future, your Yang family may have to rely on him. If you really lose it, don't you feel bad? The 7 old men shouted in vain, not understanding why Yang Liting dealt with a younger generation just now. Yang Liting snorted coldly. It will be abolished. Is my Yang family afraid that there will be no successor? The old man spoke to him just now, and he clearly meant that he would not listen. It was just a warning, presumably what he said to the old man now. A lot of attention. It's still too much. You're too old. What do you care about with children? Brother Yang, you really went too far this time. He can use his own ability to break into the consciousness of the 8 of us. This qualification alone is unique. Are there other people in your Yang family who can do it? I don't believe it. Don't. Speaking of your Yang family, none of our 7 young people can do it. The speaker kept shaking his head. Okay, this old man has his own way of doing things. It's not up to you guys to intervene. Are you still fighting? Yang Liting looked unhappy, and the 7 accused him of one. Of course he was not happy. Wait until one day this kid is really useless. I'll wait to see how you regret it, ha ha ha. Hey, it doesn't seem to be right. The Chu family's grand old Taoist Chu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, and his face became strange. The other 7 also looked surprised and glanced at each other. It looks like this kid is a blessing in disguise. The slightly fat old man laughed and gave Yang Liting an interesting look. It really was a blessing in disguise. Brother Yang, isn't this your real purpose? Someone looked at Yang Liting suspiciously. Yang Liting shook his head slowly, sensed it slightly, and his expression changed slightly. He dealt with Yang Kai like that just now, and didn't care about the difference in strength and seniority. But he didn't think that, under his huge pressure, this kid actually showed signs of breaking through. Weird. Yang Liting frowned. He really didn't know what kind of temperament he had as a young man of his disciples and grandchildren. After being beaten, he was able to quickly clear the obstacles in his heart and seek the opportunity to make a breakthrough. In the function temple, Yang Kai's pace suddenly stopped, and his face became difficult and uncomfortable. Yingju didn't know why, thought he was injured, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You go back first and tell Chu Yimeng that tomorrow night's actions will be the same, everything will be arranged by her, and she will arrange it well. Young master, I still have something to do." After speaking, Yang Kai turned to look around, and found a room to get in. Yingju was stunned for a while, and without any hesitation, left the function temple directly. The function temple is actually very big, and there are only 8 people in it. There are no such people as maids and servants. The 8 gods above do not need anyone to serve. The room that Yang Kai was looking for was naturally an ownerless house. After entering the room, he immediately sat down with his knees crossed. The air in his body is floating, and he is indeed on the verge of breaking through, but it has not yet reached the limit. When a breakthrough occurs, if it comes naturally, the process will be easy and smooth. However, Yang Kai's current situation is a bit special. There was no sign of breaking through, but under the huge pressure of Yang Liting, his body's true energy and his heart's desire for powerful emotions rebounded. This time, the rebound of oppression directly made him touch the threshold of the 9th floor of the real Yuan realm. Just a little bit. Tomorrow night's battle is imminent. Yang Kai also hopes to be able to deal with that battle with a higher cultivation base. Ning Xin calmed down, running the true Yang art. Yang Kai closed his eyes, recalling the scene he saw in that small world just now, and letting the energy in his body float. Yang Kai didn't see much just now, but each of the movements of the 8 immortals is in line with the heavenly way, and to spy on the deep meaning of these actions is also to understand their martial arts. This is of great help to anyone. With the passage of time, Yang Kai's emotions gradually calmed down, replaying what he saw over and over again, and the mysterious sound resounded in his ears again. The clear springs of the mountain stream ding-dong and the fragrance of birds and flowers blows to the face, like being in a fairyland, making people linger and relax, and the whole body is relaxed. Yang Kai's house. The bean-like candle flames danced, and Chu Yimeng had a deep worry on her face. She sat at the table with her hands on her cheeks, holding her breath and listening to the movements from the mansion. Her not-so-powerful consciousness was always checking. Probe. Whenever the sound of someone walking came, Chu Yimeng couldn't help but her beautiful eyes lit up and secretly paid attention, but every time, she ended in disappointment. During the day, Yang Kai talked to her about his actions and plans at night, and he held him back regardless of etiquette. How could he know that this stinky man didn't show any respect and got rid of his own entanglement? At night, he really ran away quietly, which made him nervous and worried. I can't help but secretly hate, I wish Yang Kai didn't come back tonight. With her current appearance and demeanor, she must be no different from a deep-dwelling resentful woman who has been married before, but her husband spends days and nights away from home. Thinking of this, Chu Yimeng's face turned red, and she couldn't help but have some signs of fever. She hurriedly shook her head and threw these wild thoughts out. There was a sudden knock on the door. Chu Yimeng frowned and said coldly, "Who?" "Sister Chu Xiaolu." Ying Ju's voice came from outside. Chu Yimeng looked overjoyed, and quickly got up and opened the door, only to see a pair of eyes that belonged to Ying Ju glittering in the dark, looked suspiciously behind him, and asked seriously, "That bastard is back?" Ying Ju slowly shook his head. "What happened?" Sister Chu Xiaolu couldn't help but change color. Ying Ju has always stayed by Yang Kai's side, but now he has come back alone. Yang Kai has disappeared, could it be? Chu Yimeng didn't dare to think about it any longer. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 483. Is he crazy? Young master has something to do, so stay in the Temple of Conferring for the time being. Ying Ju told the truth. Function Temple. Chu Yimeng couldn't help opening Xiao Yinhong's small mouth. Her tone was incredulous. She is not unfamiliar with the Function Temple. There are 8 immortal ascension leaders in it, and everyone in the entire War City knows about this. But without the call of the 8, no one can enter it. Why did Yang Kai go to Function Temple? Could it be that the 8 people deliberately pointed him? Chu Yimeng couldn't help but think more. A look of joy appeared on his face, secretly happy for Yang Kai, and nodded lightly, "I see." Since he stayed in the Function Temple, his own safety is absolutely no problem. After pondering for a while, he asked again, "Then tomorrow night?" Young master said that everything is up to you. Chu Yimeng clenched her teeth lightly and cursed, "Stinky man, you have to be the handshaker again." The word has been passed. Ying Ju retire. After Ying Ju finished speaking, she disappeared. Back in the room, Chu Yimeng was completely sleepless, and quickly took out the pen and paper, listed the help of his own side and the enemy, and the number of masters one by one, and thoughtfully considered all possible situations. In the early morning, many warriors walked out of their retreats with a refreshing feeling, testing the power of their newly refined secret treasures. The secret treasures that were snatched from Pojing Lake last time have all been distributed by Chu Yimeng. These days, everyone is basically refining the secret treasures, and it was not until today that they basically left the customs. Chu Yimeng, who had not slept all night, hurriedly summoned the leaders of the major forces to discuss the war. She didn't go into too much detail, just let the person named prepare for it, there will be action at night. Hearing this news, everyone was gearing up and looking excited. The 2 sisters who also go together. Chu Yimeng looked at Hu Jiaer and Hu Mei with a smile. Hu Jiaer nodded. Okay. He knew in his heart that there were not many people coming from the Blood War gang, and there were not many experts. Chu Yimeng's arrangement clearly wanted to give the Blood War gang some credit. Lang Shan was a little embarrassed and said, "I'm afraid we won't be able to participate in the Ghost King Valley this time. All of us have a martial skill that we can't use for the time being." "Then it's up to you to stay in the mansion." Chu Yimeng arranged it properly. "Thank you." Lang Shan showed gratitude. After a long while, all the forces were properly arranged, either staying or dispatched. Chu Yimeng fully considered the mood of each family, so that everyone was convinced. After dispersing, Everyone went back to the house to rest and recharge, just waiting for the night to come. Time flies, and the night is shrouded in darkness. It has only been a few days since the Pojing Lake treasure hunt, and no one thought that there would be a large-scale dispatch tonight. In Yang Wei's mansion, Meng Xiaoyi came to Yang Wei's room and knocked on the door softly. "Young master, there has been action over there." The door opened, and Yang Wei stepped out from inside, his eyes shining brightly, and nodded slightly. "We also move." "Young master, I suddenly feel that something is not right." "What? The 9th sun is going to attack the 5th sun. We are responsible for containing the 2nd sun, but what about the 6th sun and the 7th sun? If they heard the news, wouldn't they take advantage of it? As long as they are not stupid, they will definitely do it." Yang Wei nodded lightly. "Then the 9th sun," Meng Xiaoyi said, his expression suddenly cheered up. "If this is the case, even if the 9th sun can defeat the 5th sun, there will be a fire in the backyard." Yang Wei glanced at Meng Xiaoyi with a strange expression, and smiled. "Xiaoyi, you seem to be eager to see this scene, are you afraid of Lao Ju?" Meng Xiaoyi looked confused, nodded solemnly, and asked in a deep voice, "You are not worried at all, young master." "What's the use of worrying? I've done everything I need to do. If it's really not as good as others, I have nothing to say." Yang Wei shook his head slowly, his face indifferent. "Tonight, if the old 9 moves fast enough, to prevent the 6th and 7th from reacting, and to ensure that their rear is safe, if it is slow, there will definitely be losses." Meng Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, savoring Yang Wei's words carefully, and found that he was saying that even if Yang Kai's movements were slow, it was only a loss to the rear, and he would not be completely defeated. Young master's evaluation of 9th young master is so high. But after thinking about it, Yu Yingju and the Bone Shield are 2 killers, and it is not impossible to quickly capture Yang Kong. In the quiet and peaceful night, there seems to be a kind of tense atmosphere creeping quietly. Yang Kang's house. Yang Kong is concentrating on refining his newly acquired mysterious grade secret treasure. In the past few days, the infusion of true essence has been quite effective. As long as he is given another 5 or 6 days, he will be able to refine this mysterious grade low-grade secret treasure. Entering the body, by then, his overall strength will rise by a notch. With a mysterious treasure by his side, even in the face of a master of the Immortal Ascension boundary, he dares to give it a shot. It can be said that the result of the battle for the treasure at Pojing Lake has made the strength of several young masters of the Yang family leap in essence, promote. While trying to refine the room, the closed door suddenly opened wide. Yang Kang's expression was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on, when he saw a slender shadow in the darkness flashing in his eyes a few times. It seemed that there were 2 daggers shining with cold light, dancing a sword light and sword shadow, covering him. "Come over." As soon as the skin tightened, a sense of crisis came instinctively. 5 young masters, be careful." Tang Yuxian's coquettish voice rang in her ears, and the fluctuations of her exquisite soul skills burst out in the darkness. The slender figure did not attack Yang Kong, but quickly retreated to the door. Under the moonlight, Yang Kong could clearly see the face of the person who came, and suddenly a chill ran across his spine and his scalp went numb. Shadow 9. Yingju grinned, her figure gradually faded and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Tang Yushan appeared beside Yang Kong and asked in a condensed voice, "Young Master 5th, are you all right?" Yang Kong stayed for a while, before gradually dispelling the throbbing and fear in his heart, and slowly shook his head. "It's okay, thank you Yushan, you noticed it in time." If it wasn't for the blocking of Tang Yuxian's divine soul skill just now, with Yingju's strength, Yang Kong would have been captured long ago. This elusive, invisible and invisible blood servant sneaks in to assassinate this kind of thing. It is too terrifying, it is hard to prevent. However, Yingju could have tried again just now. Why did he give up? And the smile before his departure is also intriguing. Startled for a moment, Yang Kong suddenly understood, slapped his thigh and said, "It's too much to deceive people. Blood servants are involved in the battle for succession, they cannot take the initiative to attack, they are only responsible for passive defense." This means that even if he walked in front of Yingju just now, he couldn't do anything to himself. And his attack was obviously just a show, and he wouldn't really attack him. On the contrary, it was his own reaction, a bit of a smile. How can Yingju be safe? Tang Yushan frowned, but was thinking about another question. During the Baojinghu treasure hunt, Tu Feng, whom Yang Kong brought over, was also hit with the primordial sealing curse. Up to this moment, Tu Feng was also in retreat to attack the ban on the primordial sealing curse. On the contrary, Yingju, who was also hit with the origin sealing curse, unexpectedly current here. Old 9, Yang Kong looked gloomy, and instead of thinking about Yingju, he hated Yang Kai deeply. At this moment, Tang Yuxian's complexion suddenly changed, and her pretty face paled. 5 young masters, many people are here. What? Yang Kong said in shock, who is here? I can feel Xiao Shun's breath. There are other masters, all of whom belong to the young master's house. It looks like, the little son is going to attack this place. He's crazy. Yang Kong couldn't sit still anymore, got up quickly, and hurriedly walked out. What is the nerve of Lao Ju at this time? Everyone hasn't recovered from the loss in the Pojing Lake treasure battle, and he has to refine the secret treasure. Why don't he stay in the house and do such a detrimental thing? Starting a war at this time not only delays his time to refine the treasure, but also delays the process of refining his own treasure. What is the benefit to him? Even if the brothers don't like to see each other, there's no need to target them like this, right? When other people refine the secret treasure into the body, those people will undoubtedly have the advantage. When he was hurriedly walking out, the sound of shouting and killing immediately came from his ears, or strong or weak energy fluctuations hit, and Yang Kong suddenly realized that Yang Kai was here for real this time. It's not that I'm trying to make mysteries, so I am suspicious. Those people, as soon as they came to the mansion, I am afraid they would attack without saying a word of kindness. In the sky outside the mansion, a large group of people stood in the sky, with Chu Yimeng as the center, nearly 200 people. With the help of Yang Kai's mansion, except for the 2 special forces of Medicine King Valley and Treasure Artifact Sect, there are now a total of 14. And this time, in addition to the Chu family and the Huo family, there are also the Bloody Battle Gang, the Dong family, the Zui Valley, the Wenxin Palace, the Tianyuan City, and the Duanmu family, a total of 8. The Chu family's strength is not really strong. After all, the people in Chu Yutang are not masters. And the Huo family has only 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5 layers, and there are not many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in the Blood War Gang. In addition, most of the remaining families have 4 or 5 Immortal Ascension Boundaries. The overall strength and quantity are simply not comparable to the masters in Yang Kang's residence. But, Chu Yimeng is still full of confidence. Because she brought 2 blood servants this time, and there is also a mysterious master, Old Demon. Chu Yimeng didn't know how powerful Old Demon was, but she was sure that this person was stronger than Blood Servant. With 3 people like this, it was only a matter of time before Yang Kang's mansion was taken over. So when he came here, Chu Yimeng didn't even say hello, and let people attack directly. The warriors in Yang Kang's residence were immediately caught off guard. In the radiance of martial skills and secret treasures, they all turned their backs on their horses, and they lost more than a dozen hands in just one encounter. After reacting, they hurriedly defended and counterattacked, but everyone seemed a little panicked and didn't know why. Yang Kong didn't show up. These people were like they had no backbone, only relying on the Gao family to make the wind. They couldn't take charge of the overall situation at all. Sister Chu Xiaolu, the 5 old masters are invited to fight. A master of the Duanmu family said with murderous intent flashing on his face. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AAA Dang. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 484. The Duanmu family was originally an ally of Yang Tai, the 3rd eldest member of the Yang family, but on the first night of the battle for succession, Yang Tai was eliminated. In that battle, the Duanmu family suffered countless casualties, leaving only 5 masters. The initiators were the warriors in Yang Kang's house. At this time, the enemy met, and he was naturally jealous, and he couldn't wait to go down and avenge the dead clan. No hurry. Chu Yimeng looked calm and shook her head slowly. We'll talk about it when the situation is cleared up. Although Yang Kang's Manor's warriors were caught off guard, they were defenders after all, and they had an absolute advantage, and they only dispatched more than half of their troops. If they act rashly without opening the situation, they may suffer heavy losses. Chu Yimeng's thoughts turned sharply, and while waiting for Yang Kai's arrival, he directed many warriors to bomb Yang Kang's mansion from a distance. Flowers were blooming everywhere, and the people brought by Chu Yimeng did not have direct contact with the martial artists of Yang Kang's residence, but stood in the sky extremely vulgarly, unleashing the power of various martial skills and secret treasures, and did not hesitate to sway their true essence. In just a short period of time, Yang Kang's mansion was shattered into pieces, large swaths of houses collapsed, and the warriors below were scurrying around like headless flies while defending and dodging. Although the loss is not much, the situation is extremely humiliating. Immediately, some people couldn't bear it anymore and jumped up into the sky in an attempt to find their way back. Gao Rangfeng didn't even have time to stop him, and the few warriors who had jumped into the sky were devoured by Chu Yimeng's command. The situation was very good, and many warriors were very excited, and they could not wait to swarm up immediately, capture Yongkong or capture the flag, and win the victory. Huo Xingchen muttered to the side, Chu Yimeng. If you let Yingju sneak in, wouldn't it violate the rules of the Battle of the Yang Family's Inheritance War? Chu Yimeng shook her head. Yingju knows what to do. If it's a violation of the rules just by shaking in front of Yongkong, how can the blood servants bring them out? But he sneaked in. He couldn't take the initiative to attack or grab the flag. What's the point of you doing that? Huo Xingchen couldn't understand. Scare him. Chu Yimeng smiled slightly. Huo Xingchen pouted. Obviously do not believe this statement. Chu Yimeng wasn't bored to this level yet. Rolling his eyes, Huo Xingchen guessed that Chu Yimeng's move was just to cast doubts. So that Yongkong mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was here. Speaking of which, he doesn't know where Yang Kai ran to tonight. It seems that he hasn't seen him since yesterday. However, Yingju and Yang Kai have always been inseparable. When Yingju appeared, Yang Kai would definitely hide to the side, trying to make a fool of himself. Huo Xingchen nodded secretly, confirming the guess in his heart. Where's the fifth son? Below, Gao Rangfeng shouted anxiously. Gao Rangfeng was also the successor of the Gao family. He was young and not weak, but in the battle for succession, he was just a foil. Now that people are hitting the door, Gao Rangfeng can only make people temporarily defend, waiting for Yongkong to come out and preside over the situation. I'm here. With a gloomy expression on Yongkang's face, he walked out of the broken walls accompanied by Tang Yushan, his gloomy eyes looking upwards. Cannot help but snorted. Fifth young master. Seeing him appear, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, hurried to his side, and hurriedly said, Chu Yimeng brought people to commit the crime, the mansion was unprepared, and he had already died 20 years ago. Lots of people. I see. Yongkong nodded lightly. He raised his head and shouted, Old Jew, get out and talk. Fifth young master. Chu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled softly, and greeted her lightly. She stood tall in the air, her curves were moving, her delicate body was long, and the night wind blew her trousers, revealing a touch of snow at her ankles, under the moonlight. Under the glittering jade-like luster, touching the heart. Even in such a battlefield filled with gunpowder smoke, there are many male warriors with strong blood and vigor greedily staring at the white snow, secretly tempted. In addition, Lan Chudi and Luo Xiaoman, two wealthy women, were on the sidelines, their chests were trembling, and the Hu family sisters had stunning looks, which immediately made many people feast their eyes, and they were very envious of the men in Yang Kai's house. They suddenly discovered that there are many stunning women in Yang Kai's house. This point, Yang Kang's mansion did not have it. Miss Chu had a genial look on her face as she greeted Yang Kong, but her subordinates were not idle. The warriors around them were still using the power of their martial skills and secret treasures to attack downwards. Where's Lao Ju? Yang Kong frowned and looked unhappy, apparently thinking that it was time for Yang Kai to talk to him. Although Chu Yimeng's identity was not low, he was not qualified to speak on this occasion. Back to fifth young master, Yang Kai has something important to do and can't take action for the time being. I will be responsible for the war here. Fifth young master, please be merciful. We will stop as soon as we click, and don't hurt the peace. Laughing, a burst of flowers trembled. Yang Kang's face turned dark, and he laughed a few times. Okay, Lao Ju really doesn't take fifth brother in his eyes. Since that's the case, then fifth brother doesn't show mercy anymore, come here, then don't want to go. Yang Kong was really angry. The battle for succession is to win the inheritance of the future Yang family patriarch. The brothers compete for connections and personality charm. Now the old ninth people come to fight him, but he himself does not appear. This cannot help but make Yang Kong a feeling of being looked down upon. He is also a proud and arrogant person, how can he bear such contempt? With a rage in his heart, he even issued an order for people to rush up against the attack to disrupt the enemy's formation. Gao Rangfeng was taken aback. Although the number and overall level of the warriors attacked by Yang Kai were incomparable to them, in this situation, defense is undoubtedly more dominant. A wave of counterattacks, and the final call will be made at that time. Moreover, the warriors in Yang Kai's mansion attacked so fiercely, if other young masters heard the news, they would definitely take action, and they were unwilling to be lonely. As long as it is dragged to Yang Kai's backyard to catch fire, the warriors on his side will have to go back to defend. At that time, his own people will follow him and attack with other young masters. Are they afraid that they will not be able to destroy a Yongkai? But Yongkong was better, his anger was rising, he didn't think about it at all, he just wanted to get his face back quickly, if he did, it would only make it easier for the enemy to attack and kill. He hurriedly stopped. Fifth young master, I think we are better on defense, don't be with them for the time being. Before he could finish speaking, Yongkong interrupted impatiently, I have to endure when people are standing on top of my head, pooping and peeing. If it is you, can you bear it? Gao Rengfeng was stunned for a moment, feeling that Yongkang's words made sense, but he quickly realized, these are two different things. Before he could finish speaking, Yongkong had already given the order to attack. A large number of warriors rushed out from below, facing the attack from above, the brilliance of martial arts and secret treasures bloomed, and they quickly got closer to Chu Yimeng and others. Huo Xingchen burst out laughing, Yongkong is really upright. Chu Yimeng shook her head slightly, he is relying on his own strength. None of the Yang family's children is an idiot, even if Yongkong is a little worse than the others, it is impossible for him to be so stupid that he will throw himself into the trap. This is his mansion, and all his help and manpower are here, so he naturally feels that there is no need to be afraid of these people brought by Chu Yimeng. While speaking, Chu Yimeng conveyed several more orders. The warriors in Yongkang's mansion were aggressive, bringing their anger and charging forward with the attack of true essence flying in the sky. Just as they approached less than 10 feet, the people around Chu Yimeng suddenly dispersed. This sudden change made those rushing warriors look stunned, looking at the scattered enemies, some didn't know which side to chase. Yongkong was still watching from below, unable to convey the order in time. After staying for a while, these rushing people also chased each other randomly. Encircle, Chu Yimeng snorted coldly, and everyone turned around immediately, grinning and displaying their martial skills. The light in the sky was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes for a while. In the chaos, someone screamed, and blood dripped like raindrops. Yongkong suddenly realized that something was wrong. He only saw the group of people Chu Yimeng brought blooming like flowers and shrinking again, and the warriors who went up in his camp disappeared in an instant. Bump bump, the corpses kept falling from the sky and smashed to the ground, bloody and bloody. In less than half a cup of tea, the first round of confrontation was over. Yongkang's mansion suffered heavy losses. Miss Chu, you don't need to be so troublesome. Old Demon stood beside Chu Yimeng and shook his head, as long as you catch that kid below, you will actually win, right? That's right, Chu Yimeng nodded lightly, then the old man can do it. Although the woman next to him is good, she shouldn't be able to stop the old man. Chu Yimeng chuckled, Senior Earth, this junior doesn't mean to look down on you, but that's the blood servant of the Yang family. After performing the tyrannical blood mad technique, you can fight against the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary, beat. Well, that's a bit difficult. Old Demon was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Tang Yushan to be so powerful. He is now at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. If he really fights, Tang Yushan is definitely not his opponent, but he can always delay it. Yang Kai was not there, Xiaoshun and Yingju were at the scene, but they could not be dispatched. Even if Tang Yushan was restrained, with the remaining manpower, they would have to waste some strength to take down Yongkong. Why didn't that bastard show up yet? Chu Yimeng was angry in her heart, but she couldn't show it. As long as Yang Kai is here, leading Xiaoshun and Yingju to attack Yongkong, there is no need to be so troublesome. But now I really have to trouble the seniors to take action. Chu Yimeng changed the conversation, since Yang Kai was not there, the old demon had to move. She originally planned to hide the old demon for a while and then take it out to deal with other people. Youngsters of the Yang family, it now seems that this plan has been in vain. Yongkang's manor had already suffered a loss, and it would be unrealistic to want them to rush up again. In this case, they could only attack head-on. No problem, Miss Chu, who do you want to beat? Old Demon laughed wickedly. There is no fixed person. I hope the seniors can make the scene as chaotic as possible. At least kill a few high-strength people, such as the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, hee. This is easy to handle. Old Demon laughed, reaching out and shooting a mysterious light downward. RQ. The fastest update, please favorite. Chapter 485. The mysterious light that Old Demon shot out was dark red, like thick blood. The profound light shot out sharply, carrying a bloody, sinister and brutal aura, and the warriors in Yongkang's residence couldn't help but change their expressions, and they all took action to resist. But no matter what, it couldn't stop the attack of this mysterious light. With a bang, the profound light hit the ground and smashed a deep hole into the ground. Roar. A roar like a trapped beast came, and the violent aura spread suddenly, and everyone was shocked. Looking around, the warriors in Yongkang's residence looked astonished. I saw a person standing in the deep pit. This man's face was blurred, his nose and face could not be clearly seen, and his whole body exuded a monstrous bloody aura, and the beads in his eyes were also red, which was extremely terrifying. Along with his roar, huge blood bubbles suddenly appeared on the ground. Sloppy. The blood bubbles burst open, dyeing the ground red, and soon, the ground became thick and slippery, as if there was a blood spring deep in the ground, which was constantly spewing blood on the ground. What the hell? Everyone thought it was not good, but no one recognized what it was, saying that he was a human being, but it didn't look like him. There was no emotion that a human being should have in his eyes, and some were just infinite. Kill. Say that he is not a human being, but he has all the characteristics of a human being, except that there is a huge bulge on his forehead, which is extremely weird. Senior, what is this? Chu Yimeng was also slightly discolored. Even though he intuitively knew that old demon was not a good person, after seeing the scene in front of him, he found that he had underestimated old demon's morality. Looking at the weird person below, Chu Yimeng felt a little chill in her heart. Jia, this is the puppet Gorfiend refined by this old man. Old demon replied proudly, somewhat proud of his own work. Chu Yimeng stroked her forehead and said no more. The thing called Gorfiend has already started to kill. The ground is full of thick blood and water, which has strong absorption properties. All the warriors who were contaminated by blood and water found that they could not escape and were pinned to the spot. In the roar, the Gorfiend rushed in front of a martial artist, split the sky with one hand, and exploded him into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist was directly absorbed by the Gorfiend into his body, making his strength seem to increase by a point. The red figure flashed, and in less than 10 breaths, the warrior who was entangled in blood and water died. The Gorfiend still hasn't stopped killing and slaughtering. Wherever he goes, the blood will spread to wherever. Once it is stained with blood, the warriors below the 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary will not try to break free after exhausting their whole body. Death on the way. Kill him. Yongkang also discovered the Gorfiend's astonishing destructive power, and hurriedly ordered the masters under him. Several masters on the 6th and 7th floors of the Immortal Ascension boundary did not dare to get too close to the Gorfiend. Although the Gorfiend was very fast and avoided several attacks, the enemy was numerous and he was hit by a series of attacks. These people were merciless when they attacked, directly smashing the Gorfiend's legs, and fell headlong into the sea of AA blood. Unbearable. Seeing this scene, Yongkang couldn't help snorting coldly. He also let go of his slightly worried heart and let such monsters wreak havoc among the people. Not to mention his combat power, he would not be able to deal with lower strength warriors. It's all a deterrent. Senior. Chu Yimeng was also stunned. She didn't expect old demon's puppet to be terrifying, but it didn't seem to be that great. However, old demon smiled strangely. Wait and see. As soon as the words fell, the Gorfiend whose legs were shattered actually supported his half-body with his hands and straightened up, and at the severed limbs of his lower body, he was madly devouring the blood in the sea of AA blood. As the blood was devoured, the severed limb was even more wriggling, like bamboo shoots after a rain, something came out from there. In less than a moment, 2 intact legs were born. How is that possible? A cry of exclamation sounded. Not only the warriors in Yongkang's house were shocked, but Chu Yimeng and the others also felt incredible. The broken legs can still regenerate. Is this still a human? This bizarre scene completely exceeded everyone's knowledge. Old man, go and play too. Earth Demon grinned, turning into a rainbow light, shooting chalk down below. The soul-breaking cone, which had not appeared in a long time, was spinning on his shoulders, and if it was spiritual, it exuded amazing energy fluctuations. The broken soul cone seems to have recovered to the level of a mysterious treasure. Feeling the strange aura and enormous pressure coming from old demon, all the warriors in Yongkang's house were shocked, and Tang Yuxian's expression was even more solemn. 5 young masters, don't leave my side. Yongkang's lips were chapped, he nodded unconsciously, and suddenly a feeling of a dead end came into his heart. Of the 2 blood servants, Tu Feng couldn't use it, and there was no master at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. How could he resist this gloomy master? Tang Yushan alone can probably delay it for a while, but Yushan is restrained, who is responsible for his own safety. After being stared at by the man, Yongkang even had a terrifying feeling that his soul was about to be sucked away. During the shock, the old demon had already started, and all kinds of eerie martial arts were deployed, and the soul-shattering cones shuttled constantly, as if entering a realm of no one, and single-handedly the camp of the martial artists in Yang Yuan's mansion was turned upside down. Coupled with the fact that the Gorefiend was making waves on the side, Yang Kang's mansion was instantly panicked and unable to resist. Why do I think we can't actually use it? Huo Xingqian's scalp was numb, and when he saw the movements of the old demon and the Gorefiend below, he suddenly felt an unreal feeling. These two guys are more tyrannical than the other. Needless to say, the Gorefiend is almost an undead body. In a short period of time, the body has been shattered several times, and each time it can be regenerated intact. And that earth demon with super strength, no one can stand up to its edge, rampage among people, kill people like numbness, and use cruel and bloody methods. Chu Yimeng watched for a while, then slowly shook her head. It's not enough to rely on the two of them alone. They are indeed powerful, but their fists are hard to beat with 4 hands, and the tigers can't stand the wolf, and Yang Kang's mansion is not without masters. Gorefiend's weakness seems to have been discovered by them. The reason why he can regenerate quickly is all because of that sea of AA blood. The warriors who have practiced ice and fire skills are fiercely freezing and baking the sea of AA blood. As the area of the sea of AA blood decreased, the actions of the Gorefiend seemed a little weak. Old Demon also found this and couldn't help snorting coldly, raised his hand and summoned the Gorefiend back. It's our turn. Chu Yimeng took a deep breath and said solemnly. The camp of Yang Kang's mansion was completely in chaos, the situation had opened up, and it was time to gradually erode Yang Kang's power. It's been a long wait. Huo Xingqian grinned and rushed straight down. No one was looking for him, he went straight to Gao Rangfeng. Brother Gao, let's learn from each other. Quote. Gao Rangfeng's face sank. Brother Huo, do you think you are my opponent? Although they had never fought each other, Gao Rangfeng still felt that a playboy like Huo Xingqian was definitely not his opponent. Whether it's an opponent, you won't know until you hit it. Huo Xingqian smiled slightly, inserted the folding fan in his hand into the collar behind his head, and his expression turned cold. As you wish. Gao Rangfeng snorted coldly. The two young masters of Zhongdu instantly confronted each other, and the 4 5th layer Immortal Ascension boundary experts they brought with them also found each other as if they were pointed at maiming. On the other side, Lu Song, who was dodging the Earth Demon's attack range, was also targeted by Dong Qinghan. The last time he scrambled for the secret treasure by the Pojing Lake, Lu Song was in a dilemma with Dong Qinghan everywhere, and he almost lost a top-grade Divine Soul secret treasure, which made Dong Qinghan grit his teeth with hatred. But at that time, with the overall situation as the top priority, Fatty Dong didn't want to continue to entangle with him. It was different now. At this time, it was time for his own attack. Dong Qinghan naturally had the will to settle old and new grievances together. So that this unsightly young master of the Lu family will get out of the battle city. The Hu family sisters, Guan Chili and others also rushed down on the delicate body of the twin sister Hua, and a faint halo suddenly bloomed. This halo seemed to connect their lives with their true essence. Originally, only the 8th level cultivation of the true essence realm can bloom with a demeanor that is not inferior to the immortal ascension realm. This made Chu Yimeng, who was secretly observing them, see her eyes brightly, knowing that these sisters were really not mediocre. Fan Hong of Zui Valley asked the left side of Shin Palace, and each led his men and horses to find the enemy to fight. The 5 masters of the Duanmu family have long been unable to hold back their astonishing aura, and their strength is full. Wherever there are more people, they will kill them. This battle is their revenge battle. Miss Choe, stay here and take care of your safety. Lu Feixiang said softly with a tender expression on his face. During the time in Yang Kai's residence, Lu Feixiang almost became Chu Yimeng's personal bodyguard, following him every step of the way. Everyone could see his obsession with Chu Yimeng. Although Miss Chu Dai had hinted to him many times, Lu Feixiang still did not retreat in spite of difficulties. He reached out his hand and did not hit the smiling person. This person was even more of Yang Kai's help. However, when you can avoid being alone with him, try to avoid it. No, Xiaoman can stay with me. Chu Yimeng smiled slightly and declined Lu Feixiang's kindness. Also, Lu Feixiang hesitated for a while, then agreed, and led the troops from Tianyuan City to join the battle. In the air, only Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were left, as well as a blood servant Xiao Shun who could only stare blankly. If Yang Kai didn't come, Xiao Shun and Ying Ju were completely powerless. Even if someone came to attack Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman at this time, they could only watch. After all, Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman are not the people they follow, Yang Kai is. Because of the turmoil between the old demon and the Gorogor, the warriors in Yang Kang's residence can be said to be in an extremely chaotic state. This is exactly what Chu Yimeng wanted to see. The opponents are numerous and powerful. If they don't disrupt their rhythm, it is really difficult to launch an attack. If they fight each other, Chu Yimeng is confident that the people on his side are no worse than any forces. The Zondan produced every day in the pill room is not for nothing. Even Chu Yimeng felt that her cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds during this period of time. She still had to busy herself and didn't have much time to cultivate, let alone other people. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at 91A registered. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 486 Little Sun, this day has finally come. Standing in the air and overlooking the whole situation, Chu Yimeng's heart is settled. In this battle, it seems that Yang Kai is no longer needed. However, if Yang Kai doesn't come, his own losses will definitely be much greater. What the hell did that bastard do? At such a critical time, the chain actually fell off. In the midst of hatred, Xiao Shun who was beside him suddenly moved his ears and grinned, "Miss Chu, the young master is here." Chu Yimeng was overjoyed when she heard the words. She turned her head and saw that a figure was rapidly approaching not far away, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai appeared in front of him. Stopping next to Chu Yimeng, Yang Kai glanced down casually, his expression flat. The situation of the battle was almost as he expected. "I thought you weren't coming." Chu Yimeng pouted. "I have something to delay." Yang Kai responded lightly. "What's so important?" Chu Yimeng didn't hesitate and said one more sentence, but just after she finished speaking, she circled Yin Hong's small mouth, stared at Yang Kai stupidly, and said in shock, "You have broken through again. Miss Chu is now on the first floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary and already has divine consciousness. As long as Yang Kai doesn't deliberately hide his aura, she will definitely see through it at a glance." Only then did I understand why Yang Kai came late. The breakthrough was imminent, and he naturally had no time to clone himself. His face looked a lot better now, and he even felt a little happy for Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly, clenched his fist lightly. The 9th floor of the True Yuan boundary, only one step away, can reach the Immortal Ascension boundary. At this moment, the power flowing in the body is undoubtedly much stronger than before. What to do next depends on what you mean. Chu Yimeng's expression turned serious, and she shifted the topic to the battle situation in front of her. Before Yang Kai could answer, she threw out her own thoughts and said, "I'm afraid it is somewhat unrealistic. I think we can just accept it. You lead Xiao Shun and Ying Ju to arrest Yang Kong. You can win the victory. You can also try to subdue those warriors who are still alive, and enrich our strength." Quote. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "It can't be subdued. I know it's difficult, but how can you be so sure if you don't try?" Chu Yimeng frowned. Yang Kai is good at everything, but he is a bit arbitrary, and it's useless for others to talk about what he believes. Conquer the warriors who are still alive. It's really difficult. After all, the two sides were beaten to death just now, and their hands were covered with each other's blood. I said that if you can't conquer it, you can't conquer it. Yang Kai obviously didn't want to discuss this topic. Chu Yimeng stopped talking, and glared at him angrily. The surface didn't change, but he actually agreed with Yang Kai's opinion. Just like the 5 masters of the Duanmu family, the Duanmu family suffered heavy casualties that night. If Yang Kong and Yang Ying wanted to subdue them, would they submit? Certainly not. This is a bloody feud, a fight tonight. The major forces in Yang Kang's residence have suffered huge losses, so how could they come to join Yang Kai? Take 10,000 steps back, even if they take refuge. In the future, how can I live in peace with the original allies in Yang Kai's house? Everyone's enemies are very jealous when they meet each other, and if they stay together every day, there will definitely be trouble. Even if Yang Kai has a charismatic personality, it is impossible for them to let go of each other's blood feud. Since you can't conquer it, let's fight quickly. Chu Yimeng took a deep breath, a little helpless on his face. Yang Kai is here, he can now take Ying Ju and Xiao Shun to defeat and capture Yang Kong. With the current protective power around Yang Kong, he can't resist the harassment of the 2 blood servants. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai smiled gloomily, and the corner of his mouth rose. "Quick fight. I just came here. What do you want?" Miss Chu was startled. "I want to make them despair." Yang Kai's face turned cold and turned to look at Chu Yimeng. "Don't forget, if you don't let these people despair and fear me, they will turn to other people and become my enemies. And the person they will take refuge with must be Yang Zhao. This is beyond doubt. After all, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong are brothers. Looking at Yang Kai's smile, Chu Yimeng suddenly felt a little cold, and there seemed to be a scene of broken walls, corpses piled up into mountains, and blood splattered. She never expected that Yang Kai's appetite would be so great. Yang Kai's appearance naturally did not hide from Yang Kang's observation. At this moment, Yang Kang's eyes were looking up like fire, his face was full of anger, and he shouted angrily, "Old Nine." Yang Kai smiled slightly and greeted with a spring breeze, "Fifth brother, good evening." Indescribably proud and unrestrained, Yang Kong was so angry that he vomited blood and nodded again and again. "Okay, Old Nine, you are indeed ruthless, fifth brother has learned from you." Yang Kai's smile slowly faded, and he said lightly, "Xiao Shun, Ying Ju, come with me." Xiao Shun nodded with a grim smile. Ying Ju was silent in the darkness. Glancing down, Yang Kai randomly found a battlefield and rushed straight down. The martial artist in Yang Kang's mansion, who had already completely fallen into decline, turned sharply after Yang Kai led the two blood servants to join. Faced with Yang Kai's attack and harassment, these warriors have a lot of headaches. Let's fight back. They just made an action, and they were immediately killed by the two blood servants. If they don't fight back, Yang Kai's own combat power must not be underestimated. Even the masters couldn't bear his blow. Wherever Yang Kai went, it can almost be said to be destroyed, and the situation is clear. He is like a sharp spear, with imposing aura like a rainbow, in and out of the enemy line as he pleases, unstoppable. The Yang family's rules for blood servants to participate in the war were used by him, and they were almost cheating, making people powerless, rogue and rogue. People turned on their backs, screaming and screaming in despair. Yang Kang's expression changed from anger to depression. He really didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. He already had an absolute advantage, but he did not care about himself and Ling Qi, and only went in and out of the crowd, leading the two blood servants to throw away their armor. In the chaos, a warrior suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kong. Feeling helpless, Yang Kang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Where's my second brother?" When he knew that the mansion was attacked tonight, Yang Kong had already sent someone to send a letter to Yang Zhao to bring someone to help. Until this moment, the messenger was long overdue. The warrior said quickly, "The fifth son, the second son cannot be dispatched." "What?" Yang Kong was startled, gritted his teeth and roared, "What's going on?" "The eldest son has brought some people and is harassing the second son's house, so he can't send people over." Yang Kang's expression instantly became desperate. He staggered back a step, and murmured, "How could this happen? It makes no sense that as soon as my side is attacked, the eldest brother is restraining the second brother. If you think so, is the old nine teaming up with the eldest brother? The fifth son, the second son asked me to bring you a sentence." The warrior opened his lips, and he hesitated, his eyes flickering. "What?" The last glimmer of hope flashed in Yang Kang's eyes. Second young master said. The martial artist looked hard and said, "Say, admit defeat, Lao Ju won't kill you anyway." After a pause, he added, "This is the second son's original words." "Admit defeat," Yang Kong repeated, and suddenly burst into laughter. "I would admit defeat. How could I, Yang Kong, admit defeat?" The look of despair suddenly became fierce and excited, became a little hysterical, and roared, "Old Nine." This roar spread almost all over the war city, and everyone who heard this sentence couldn't help but tremble. This was an unwilling but full of fighting spirit. Hearing the words, Yang Kai, who was in the enemy's lineup, rushed up into the air and looked down at Yang Kong condescendingly, his expression indifferent. "Old Jew, everyone underestimates you, so does the fifth brother. The fifth brother is not wronged, but if you want to win me, defeat me head-on. Do you dare?" Yang Kang's eyes were burning like flames. There is no look of a dead end. It seems that he is the winner now. "Okay." Yang Kai smiled slightly and agreed to Yang Kang's request, then changed the subject and said, "But I have a request." "Speak." Yang Kong took a deep breath, his mood seemed to calm down. "After tonight, all those warriors who survived in your house, get out of the war city." Yang Kong was stunned for a moment, then he understood what he meant, and said with a sneer, "Are you afraid that they will go to the second brother?" "What do you think?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. "He is not afraid. He now has an absolute advantage, and he can completely kill all these people and eradicate the roots." Yang Kong believed that if he did not agree to this request, Yang Kai would really do such a thing. Fighting a snake will not kill you and stick to the stick, but letting the tiger return to the mountain will end up in trouble. Knowing that letting these people die, they will fight against themselves in the future, and no one will be merciful. The reason for making such a request, Yang Kai obviously does not want to do too much. Okay, Yang Kong nodded, and he took Tang Yushan up into the sky. Since you are destined to lose, you should lose more heroically. It is not the style of the Yang family to be squeamish. Tang Yushan took a half step and stood in front of Yang Kong, with a plump and boneless body of peerless elegance, with a bitter smile on his face, looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little young master, this day has finally come. If it wasn't for the accident of Ku Gaoyi and Yingju, the current Tang Yushan and Tu Feng would have followed Yang Kai's side, laughing at the gains and victories over and over again. But, good luck makes people, no matter how unwilling Tang Yushan is, she has no choice but to fight against Yang Kai. Yushan, you don't need to intervene this time, this is a matter between me and Lao Ju." Yang Kong also knew the relationship between Tang Yushan and Yang Kai, and shook his head slightly. 5 sons. Tang Yushan pursed his lips and smiled, a small dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth. Blood servants, there are rules for blood servants, and protecting the young masters is the reason why our blood servants participated in the battle for succession. This battle, even if you don't allow it, I will participate. Yang Kong couldn't help but move slightly. He chose Tu Feng and Tang Yushan as his followers. Yang Kang's original intention was just to disgust Yang Kai. In the past few months, he has been suspicious of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's loyalty, especially when he was with Yang Kai. When Kai was an enemy, I was afraid that the two of them would not distinguish between public and private. But now it seems that I think too much. At this last moment, Tang Yushan was still fulfilling his responsibilities as a blood servant. I'm here to accompany Yushan. Yingju suddenly appeared. RQ. The fastest update, please favorite. Chapter 487 The Collision of Mysterious Treasures. Let me tell you, I will be going to Shanghai tomorrow, and I will not be back until the evening of the 31st, so the updates of these days cannot be kept in 3 updates and they should not be interrupted. Please rest assured. The two blood servants looked at each other calmly. Suddenly, the true essence in their bodies surged together, and they gradually became violent. Soon, whether it was Tang Yushan or Yingju, the power of qi and blood in the body continued to rise, and both momentum and true essence broke through layer after layer of shackles and reached a new realm. Blood madness. The two of them now have the cultivation base of the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Ooh, the figures of the two disappeared at the same time, only in the night sky, they saw 2 red lights, constantly clashing and colliding. The earth demon who was raging in the crowd felt these fluctuations, and couldn't help but look up. His expression was also slightly solemn. Sure enough, there is some ability. With the blood tyrant, old demon paid for the two to fight alone, and they were still not his opponents, but if he wanted to praise them, it would definitely take a long time. Tang Yushan was restrained by Yingju, and Tu Feng was unable to contribute due to the Feng Yuan spell, and there was no one around to guard Yang Kong. "Fifth brother, please." Yang Kai stared at him with a dull expression. Yang Kang's expression was solemn, and he gently drew a breath. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and the aura on his body was gradually dangerous, but his expression became more and more calm. Not bad, Yang is happy to think about it. He suddenly discovered that his 5th brother was actually not that naive in his temperament. Among the younger generation of the same cultivation, he should be considered a high-end type of person. In battle, the more angry you are, the easier it is to fall into passive. Fighting warriors is more important than aura, a cultivation base, a means, an experience, and a heart. Once the Xinxing is affected by external factors during the fight, it will be difficult to exert all of the strength, and there may even be some fatal flaws. A martial artist who is angry and rushing, it is difficult to make a rational move in battle and gradually control the rhythm of the battle, losing his life. As soon as Yang Kong was ready to fight, he immediately calmed down. Obviously, he already possessed the demeanor of a master. Give him another 20 years, and he will definitely grow to the level of a tyrannical leader, but he is still too young now. Yang Kai is younger than him, but the things they are in contact with and their experiences are different, which naturally leads to different perspectives on the problem. Old Jew, if you can compete with Lu Qingyao, it means that 5th brother, I'm definitely not your opponent. Yang Kong looked calm, and said these words. He didn't feel any shame at all, but if you want to win me, you have to pay the price. Quote. While speaking, a compass-like thing suddenly appeared on the wrist. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, he glanced at Yang Kong in amazement, and frowned. Why? I'm the Yang family, you know the temper of the Yang family. Yang Kong sneered, but his expression was very indifferent. A trace of electric arc suddenly emerged from the compass, and the space around Yang Kong suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura that was about to collapse. Yang Kai moved leisurely, like a flash of lightning, quickly and decisively, with a fierce palm towards Yang Kong. The palm of his hand was crimson red, and his true essence Yang energy was unsteady like the core of a spiritual snake. Yang Kong just looked at the incoming palm print calmly, not even trying to avoid it. Bumpa A. Yang Kong snorted and flew out on his back, but he was looking up to the sky with a long smile. Old 9, try the power of Fifth Brother's mysterious treasure. The compass in his hand seemed to devour the real essence of his whole body in an instant. The light was shining brightly, and an uneasy energy wave suddenly came out of the air. Click! Lightning bolts as thick as human legs suddenly shot out from the compass. These lightning bolts were like flood dragons going out to sea. They were flamboyant in shape, with double horns on their heads. Pun Dako fiercely bit towards Yang Kai, who was chasing after him. Yang Kai abruptly stopped his pace, his figure flashed a few times, and he directly escaped 100 feet. The electric dragon-like attack was hidden in the night sky and disappeared, but Yang Kai had a feeling of cold wind whizzing along his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, Qian Rui Shui Haidang burst out, and 1,000 petals flew beside him, forming a dense patch. An airtight defensive net. Without warning, the electric dragons that disappeared just now suddenly appeared in all directions of Yang Kai, and attacked again fiercely. The petals fluttered, the electric dragon swayed, the two collided, and a violent explosion came out. Looking at Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the electric dragon, Yang Kong grinned miserably. He didn't have any tentative attacks at all, and he didn't hesitate at all. The first shot was the most powerful blow, because he knew that with the cultivation of the old 9, he only had a chance to make a move. It's just a pity, I only refined half of this secret treasure. That compass was exactly the mysterious treasure that was snatched from the Pojing Lake treasure hunt. It contained the mystery and power of lightning. Lightning was fast and sharp, and it was invincible. Once the refining was complete, Yang Kong could use this treasure to compete with the gods. The fifth-floor masters of the realm made a move. But Yang Kai didn't give him this time at all. I had no choice but to use this semi-finished product as the final blow. And the price paid is huge. Without a fully refined secret treasure, Yang Kong couldn't control it at all. The moment the electric dragon shot out, he himself received a huge counterattack, and the electric dragon could not be released. After one blow, the compass would be completely useless, unless let the refining master re-repair, and then collect the power of lightning, in order to restore the original. This kind of practice has huge damage to people and secret treasures, so before the secret treasures are completely refined, no martial artist dares to use them easily. This is different from Lu Qingyao's sacrifice of the Shuiyu wave armor. When he sacrificed the Shuiyu blue wave armor, this mysterious treasure has completely disappeared, and there is no chance to repair it, but it will not be given to Lu Qingyao. What harm? But Yang Kong was satisfied. No matter how strong Lao Ju is, he can't stop the attack of the mysterious treasure, right? As long as he can be injured, then Yang Kong will be able to achieve his goal. He will lose, and you don't even think about retreating. Chu Yimeng also looked at Yang Kai, who was wrapped by the electric dragon, with worry. Her palms were full of sweat. She naturally noticed the tyranny of those electric dragons. She wondered if Yang Kai could stop them. But when he saw Xiao Shun still standing beside him, his expression unmoved, Chu Yimeng couldn't help but feel relieved. If Yang Kai is in danger of life, Xiao Shun can't ignore it. Since he doesn't move, it means that Yang Kai's life is safe. Wow! Suddenly, a piece of bright red petals floated in the sky. These petals fluttered and sprinkled down, bringing a tangy aroma. Qinrui Shui Haitang's defense. Broken. Chu Yimeng couldn't help exclaiming, and before she had time to catch her breath, a ferocious suction suddenly came from where Yang Kai was standing. There seems to be a vortex that is pulling those electric dragons fiercely. No matter how they struggle and resist, they can't resist the swallowing of the vortex. Soon, the swaying and flickering electric dragon disappeared, and Yang Kai appeared in everyone's field of vision unscathed. At this moment, he was holding a table-sized bone shield in his hand. There is an open animal mouth on the front, which is ferocious and terrifying. In the mouth of the beast, it seems that the flickering electric light can still be vaguely seen. Mysterious level secret treasure, it's really powerful. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Qinrui Shui Haitang couldn't resist the attack of the Zan level compass, so he had to sacrifice his bone shield to swallow those electric dragons. Grass. Seeing this scene, Yang Kong couldn't help but scolded, and immediately, his body swayed, and he fell down from the air. The compass sucked all his true essence, and he was unable to fight anymore. He also hoped that his strongest blow would cause some trouble for Yang Kai, and it was best to hurt him. As for killing Yang Kai, Yang Kong didn't think so, not to mention Yang Kai's superb cultivation, Yang Kong didn't have the ability to kill him, even if he did, Yang Kong wouldn't dare to have this idea. The two are still brothers after all. But he didn't want him to be able to use that bone shield. Suddenly it was difficult to accept, and the mood was complicated. Xiao Shun glanced at Yang Kai and saw that he was nodding at him, only then did he dodge out, catch Yang Kong who was planted from the air on his head and feet, and put it on the ground. He said with a smile, "Fifth young master, let it go. You're so proud of yourself." Yang Kong snorted coldly, with an ugly expression, "It's not that you beat me." His face was dark and dirty, and his anger was burning. When he released the electric dragon just now, he was also a little desolately electrocuted. The physical injury and the gap in his heart's expectations made it strange that his face could be good-looking. Xiao Shun suppressed his smile, nodded and said, "Young Master Fifth, don't get angry, it's more important to hurry back to the center to recover from your injuries. It's none of your business." Yang Kong was obviously not in a good mood, and Xiao Shun stopped paying attention to him and returned quickly. The battle between the two disciples of the Yang family was decided in a single move, and the warriors below gradually calmed down and stopped resisting. After all, Yang Kong had already been captured. In the battle for the heirloom, he was out, and there was no point in resisting. On the other side, Gao Rengfeng looked at Huo Xingchen with a bit of disbelief, and shook his head with a wry smile. "Young Master Huo, that's it, the fifth young master is out, we don't need to fight anymore. It hasn't been decided yet, what are you anxious about? They are them, we are us, come and come, continue to fight." Huo Xingchen's face was full of enthusiasm with a wretched smile. Gao Rengfeng said helplessly, "Gao admits that Mr. Huo is superior, I'm not the best." He was also quite speechless. He never thought that this dude who was doing nothing would actually be able to surpass himself in terms of his own cultivation. This is impossible. When did Huo Xingchen become so powerful? Isn't it okay to say that earlier? Huo Xingchen laughed and heard that Gao Reng's wind was softened, and he was in a good mood. "Brother Gao, let's fight, we still have friendship, right?" Yes. Gao Rengfeng didn't like seeing Huo Xingchen, and was a little ashamed to be in the company of this person. "Another day, I'll invite you to whoring," Huo Xingchen said without any taboos, and his words were astonishing. Gao Rengfeng's face darkened, and he was so terrified that he didn't dare to answer. "It's all men, you know." Mr. Huo's brows twitched slyly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 488. I did it on purpose. When the dust settled, Yang Kong had already lost. But in a certain corner of the battlefield, Fatty Dong was ravaging the young master of the Lu family. Lu Song's strength was not bad. He even played against Dong Qinghan at Pojing Lake a few days ago, and they were both familiar with each other's details. Tonight, Dong Qinghan deliberately came to him, and Lu Song also refused to come, and he fought happily. I never thought that, after a few days of seeing him, Dong Qinghan's strength actually increased greatly. After a battle, Lu Song was defeated, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Did this guy get bloody? Why are you so good tonight? Lu Song's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he fled in panic. Run, run for this young master, run faster. Dong Qing's face was cold, her fat body was indescribably freehand, but with a flick, she blocked in front of Lu Song, and slapped her hand down. Lu Song raised his hand to block, but he didn't know that the opponent changed his moves very fast. He didn't see any movement at all, and the direction of the palm's call changed. With a snap, half of Lu Song's face was numb. As the saying goes, if you hit someone without slapping your face, and if you swear at someone, you don't expose your shortcomings. Dong Qinghan's bad behavior almost made Lu Song vomit blood. After all, he is also the son of a first-class family. With so many eyes watching on the battlefield, how will he stand after spreading the word? Dong Qinghan, don't deceive people too much. Lu Song hurried back, widening the distance from Fatty Dong. I deceive people too much, what's wrong? Fatty Dong slapped him again. Snappy to A. Lu Song was furious, completely disorganized, unable to block any moves that could have been resisted, and received a slap in the face again, his eyes turning red. Things with no eyesight, don't get out of the war city. Dong Qinghan spat and slapped. Cousin, Lu Song shouted into the void with a hoarse voice. Watch your mother. Dong Qinghan slapped his backhand again. Chu Yimeng in the sky glanced down and shook her head slightly, ignoring Lu Song's cry for help. When he was kicked out of the mansion by Yang Kai that day, Chu Yimeng talked to him privately the next day, asking him to leave the battle city as soon as possible, not to interfere with the turbulent battle of the inheritance war. Chu Yimeng also good intentions, I know that he is a bit blind, and he may offend someone who should not be offended, and bring disaster to the Lu family. But I don't want this kid not only not appreciative, but after recovering from the injury, he also found Yang Kong as a backer, trying to oppose Yang Kai. Calling for help at this time, it's too late. Dong Qinghan wouldn't kill him. It would be good to humiliate him with such a lesson, maybe it would enlighten him and realize that the battle for the succession was not something he could participate in. The scene was quiet. After Yang Kong fell from the sky, everyone had stopped. Only Dong Qinghan was teaching Lu Song a lesson. Yang Kang's mansion was desolate. In this battle, the losses were heavy, with more than half of the casualties. Before the battle began, no one thought it would end like this. Everyone thought that Yang Kang's strength was neither the strongest nor the weakest, and even if someone came to fight, he would not be able to beat him. But the bloody reality made them sober. Yang Kai, in silence, actually already has the power to surpass all the Yang family's children. Looking at the figure in the sky, many people showed a dejected and powerless god. Take the command flag. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Xiao Shun swayed, rushed into the central hall of Yang Kang's mansion, took the flag and walked out in a big way. No one blocked, and no one dared to stop. The loss of the command flag also means that Yang Kong is out in the true sense. Lying on the ground, Yang Kong slowly closed his eyes. From now on, everything in Zancheng has nothing to do with him. Give you a chance to live. Looking at the surviving warriors in Yang Kang's mansion below, Yang Kai shouted. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and listen. Collect all the materials in my fifth brother's mansion, and then send them to my mansion. You must not step into the war city again in the future, otherwise. Kill Wush. Quote. No one answered, and no one accused such robbery. This is what Yang Kai deserves. After experiencing the slaughter tonight, the warriors here are afraid that they will not have the courage to stay. What's more, Yang Kong has promised Yang Kai this condition before. If he speaks in it, these people who rely on him should obey. Don't understand. If you don't understand, you don't have to leave, just stay. Yang Kai looked down with a bad expression. Understood, ninth young master, rest assured. Someone suddenly shouted, for fear that these people in Yang Kai's house would start killing again. Yang Kai nodded slightly. We should go back quickly. Chu Yimeng's expression was solemn, and she said a little uneasy. I originally wanted to make a quick decision, but you have to delay it for so long. There are not many people left in the house, and Yang Shen and Yang Ying are also there. I don't know if there is any action. There are only a small number of centaurs in the current Yang Kai mansion. If Yang Shen and Yang Ying get the news here, if they are ruthless enough, they can lead a large number of troops to take advantage of Yang Kai's unfavorable defense and take away the flag. Even if Ku Gaoyi is there to guard it, it won't work. I did it on purpose. Yang Kai smiled slightly. What's the meaning? Sixth brother and seventh brother should have been dispatched, right? Shaolin. Yang Kai replied casually. Are you sure they have already dispatched? Chu Yimeng Huarong turned pale. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Then you're not worried at all. Chu Yimeng was dying of anxiety. She really didn't know why Yang Kai deliberately delayed it for so long, so that Yang Shen and Yang Ying could get the news. What are you worried about? Ling Qi is fine. Yang Kai shook his head. Although Ku Gaoyi alone in the nave was not enough to ensure Ling Qi's safety, there was still a dream in the house. Shopkeeper Meng said that he would not intervene in the battle for succession, but if it really came to a crisis, he would not sit idly by. Yang Kai had confidence in him. Tonight is an opportunity. Yang Kai chuckled. This is closer to Brother Sixth's mansion, so let's go to Brother Sixth. Chu Yimeng was stunned and looked at him stupidly. How much are you going to do this night? Do as much as you can, Yang Kai replied casually. Tonight was a rare opportunity. Yang Kai refined a mysterious treasure many days in advance, the return of Old Demon, and the recovery of Yingju. These are all advantages that Yang Kai can occupy. These advantages can only be exposed once, and the next time those brothers are mentally prepared, there will be little effect. Yang Zhao's house. Yang Zhao smiled helplessly and led a group of warriors to confront Yang Wei in front of the mansion. The two brothers talked for a whole night, and their lips were dry, and they didn't fight. Yang Zhao knew that the boss was here to contain him and prevent him from dispatching people, so he naturally didn't intend to fight him. Someone in a hurry came to Yang Zhao's side, whispered in his ear, and Yang Zhao's complexion suddenly changed. At the same time, someone came to Yang Wei and said the same thing to him. After a while, the two brothers looked at each other, and Yang Zhao said, Big brother, do you know what kind of details the old nine has? I know a little bit, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yang Wei nodded lightly. Yang Kong would be out, which was expected by the two of them. But Yang Kai didn't lose any manpower, which made the two feel a little surprised. Whether it was Yang Wei or Yang Zhao, they thought that even if the old ninth could defeat the fifth, it would definitely be a tragic victory. After all, there is an attack and a defense, and the latter occupies the right time and place. Now that the news is coming, no matter who it is, there is a trace of shock and fear. Big brother, listen to me, how about joining forces with me? Lao Ju is so strong, this time he wins the fifth brother, he will only get bigger and bigger, and if we don't join forces, there will be no chance. Yang Wei frowned and did not answer immediately. Yang Zhao smiled and said, Big brother, why are you still hesitating? Lao Ju is strong now. If I expect it right, his next target is either the sixth brother or the seventh brother. After winning the sixth brother and the seventh brother, we will become his goal. Are you still delusional to join forces with him to destroy me first? Yang Wei shook his head. It's only for this time to join forces with him. But if he wants to destroy the sixth brother and the seventh brother, I'm afraid it will take some time. When he really sets his goal on you and me, we will join forces soon. Yang Zhao pondered for a while, then nodded and said, all right. There's nothing to do here, I'll go back first. Yang Wei didn't say more, leading a group of people and leaving in a mighty manner. Watching Yang Wei's figure disappear, Yang Zhao's brows could not help wrinkling, and he muttered, Old Nine, what kind of people do you have under your command? How can you do this? After hesitating for a while, he quickly found the person who reported the letter just now, and asked in detail about the battle in Yang Kang's mansion. After learning about Earth Demon's bloody methods, Yang Zhao couldn't help but change his face. Isn't this a demon? According to your subordinates, it is indeed an evil act. The warrior camp in the fifth young master's mansion was destroyed by this person. If it weren't for him, the fifth young master would not have been defeated so badly. Before the battle of treasure hunting, the help gathered by the brothers was basically the same, even if there were some gaps, it was not big. Therefore, no one dared to take the lead in attacking others, allowing others to take advantage of it. But after the battle of treasure hunt, Yang Kai's mansion suddenly opened up the strength gap with the brothers, which made Yang Zhao feel a little bit of a bandit. What is the origin of that cruel demon? Why haven't I heard from him before? Shinru, Yang Zhao whispered, Second Master, what are your orders? Yi Shinru walked up and asked softly. Is there any news about the expert I asked you to inquire about? Yi Shinru slowly shook her head. Not yet. After that person appeared in Broken Mirror Lake, he disappeared. Continue. Yang Zhao frowned. I must find that person and make it available to me as much as possible. The mysterious master who appeared in Po Jing Lake snatched the eighth mysterious treasure. Not only did Yang Kai care about her identity, but Yang Zhao also cared about her. If such an elusive expert can be drawn over, Yang Zhao does not need to be afraid of Yang Kai. With this expectation, Yang Zhao naturally spares no effort to inquire, but unfortunately, there has been no news in the past few days. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 489. Tonight, Yang Kai suddenly attacked Yang Kong in a big way, and the boss Yang Wei led someone to scrape Yang Zhao. The two battlefields were filled with gunpowder smoke, and the situation was suddenly tense. After Yang Shen got the news, he immediately saw an opportunity to take advantage of it, and immediately sent a letter to Yang Ying, and the two of them led a large number of troops to dispatch, trying to take advantage of the emptiness behind Yang Kai, to capture Han Qi in one fell swoop and put him out. At this time, Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, Yang Kong, the four of them were all incapable of being cloned, and their warriors were scattered. Even if they were dispatched, they would not worry about their own rear safety. In order to ensure victory, both Yang Shen and Yang Ying brought the only remaining blood servant by their side, and about 70% of the warriors in their respective residences dispatched. I just want to make a quick decision and break the defense of Yang Kaifu as soon as possible. No wonder Yang Shen is ambitious, anyone else would make such a decision. It can be said that this decision was absolutely correct. However, Yang Shen misunderstood the situation. He thought that Yang Kai and Yang Kong would fight with Musk for a long time, and he thought that he and Yang Ying could easily capture the flag that Yang Kai was hanging in the nave. In his fantasy, maybe when he and Yang Ying won the flag together and returned triumphantly, Yang Kai and Yang Kangxi had not yet decided the winner. This was a time difference that was enough to take advantage of. The two parties acted in a hurry, and soon gathered at Yang Kai's mansion. After a fierce attack, the warriors in Yang Kai's house were really unable to parry, and they retreated again and again. The only forces remaining in the mansion are Wanhua Palace, Feiyu Pavilion, Xiangjia, Yingyuman, Bloody Battle Gang, and Ghost King Valley. How can these people resist the attack of the warriors brought by Yang Shen and Yang Ying? Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen were all gone, and everyone was like a headless flies. Wan Wugong's senior sister Han Shaoqi was calm in the face of danger, calm and composed, and she called her fate. Under her dispatch and command, the talents gradually stabilized their positions. But the disparity in strength still makes everyone feel powerless and avoid them one after another. Yang Shen and Yang Ying were overjoyed when they saw this, and hurriedly ordered people to go to the nave to grab the flag. Ku Gaoyi used his own strength to block the incoming enemy, and added his blood-tying madness to his body. He had the aura of being a man in charge, and 10,000 men could not open it. Yang Shen and Yang Ying were also anxious in their hearts if they could not attack for a long time. Just at this time, a warrior came to report. Yang Kong is defeated. The defeat was simply and completely, and the defeat was incisive and incisive. Yang Kai has already led his warriors to retreat from Yang Kang's residence. Yang Shen and Yang Ying were shocked and didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He personally charged with his own blood servants, trying to end the battle before Yang Kai hurried back. Ku Gaoyi is powerful, but he is only one person. Any one of the blood servants beside Yang Shen and Yang Ying is enough to slow him down. The two Yang family disciples and two blood servants entered the battle, and Ku Gaoyi was outnumbered, unable to protect the nave. Just when the flag was at hand, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared, with a calm expression on his face, as if he was doing something he was very reluctant to do, and easily blocked the warriors who came to capture the flag. Yang Shen and Yang Ying's eyes were red, seeing victory in sight. Out of nowhere a bad old man appeared to be so powerful. Where can he be willing to give up? Many warriors under Hao He attacked and attacked again. But the old man's strength was in a mess, and together with Ku Gaoyi and a group of Immortal Ascension boundary warriors in Yang Kai's mansion, they set up an airtight defensive net in front of the nave, so that not even a mosquito could fly in. After entanglement for a long time, both Yang Shen and Yang Ying were desperate. But what makes them feel strange is that Yang Kai has not returned to support until this moment. While they were in doubt, the two suddenly thought of a frightening possibility. Before they could finish their thoughts, a warrior rushed to report in panic. 6th young master, something is bad. 9th young master seems to have brought someone to the mansion, not coming back here. Hearing this, Yang Shen suddenly felt as if he had been drenched in a basin of cold water from head to toe in 3 or 9 days, and his whole body was cold. He tried to take advantage of Yang Kai's weak defense to capture the flag. How could he know that Yang Kai had the same idea after attacking Yang Kong? 6th brother. Yang Ying gave Yang Shen a sad look. Go back. Yang Shen waved his hand. How dare he hesitate? He couldn't attack here, and his backyard caught fire again, so Yang Shen had no intention of staying at all. Yang Ying bit her body and glanced at the old fellow with hatred. She stopped staying, and left with Yang Shen. Just flying to the halfway point, Yang Shen saw many warriors in the house rushed towards this side in panic, and his face suddenly turned ashes. 6th son. The warriors who flew from there also saw Yang Shen, Yang Ying and the others, and quickly approached, snot and tears to tell the sadness. 9th son is too bastard. He rushed into the mansion to burn, kill and loot. We can't stand it, and the flags fall. Yang Shen's figure couldn't help staggering, and there was a trace of sadness and despair on his face. He was really lost. Yang Kong was out. At least Yang Kai led a frontal attack. Yang Kong was not defeated until he was not an opponent. What about himself? It was just because of covetousness and carelessness. He didn't expect the battle between Yang Kai and Yang Kong to end so quickly, nor did he expect Yang Kai's mansion's defense to be so strong. One wrong move and you lose the whole game. 6th brother. Yang Ying pursed her lips, not knowing how to comfort her. She only called out softly. Yang Shen's expression suddenly calmed down, and he said in a low voice, 7th, take the 6th brother to exchange some supplies from the family. Besides, all these warriors in my house will be handed over to you. 6th brother. Yang Ying opened his mouth with a touch of emotion, but he didn't know what to say. The two were brothers, so naturally they should help each other in the battle for the succession. The flag was lost. Yang Shen, now that he is out, all he can do is to strengthen Yang Ying's strength. What are you still doing? Lao Ju has a big appetite. He will definitely go to your house after he has beaten my mansion. Hurry back. Yang Shen shouted angrily. Yang Ying suddenly woke up, and didn't care what to say to Yang Shen, and hurriedly brought people back. Sixth son, since you are out of the game, Luo Hai will retire first. The blood servant beside Yang Shen suddenly said. Yang Shen glanced at him and smiled bitterly. Are you going to seek refuge with Lao Ju? Luo Hai nodded lightly, but did not deny it. Have you waited a long time for this day? Yang Shen smiled contemptuously, with a hint of resentment. Luo Hai's expression remained unchanged, and he did not answer. Why do all of you blood servants want to go to the old nine? He has such a great ability to make you submit willingly. The blood servant is grateful. The reason why we will join the 9th young master, the 6th young master should understand. Luo Hai replied. Just because he used Ku Gaoyi and Yingju. Can you be so grateful to date? Yes. Luo Hai nodded deeply. Yang Shen took a light breath, feeling a little disheartened. He waved his hand and said, Go, this time, you have worked hard for you. Luo Hai folded his fists and turned to return. Looking at Luo Hai's back, Yang Shen gave a wry smile. From Youku Gaoyi and Yingju, he also had this opportunity at the beginning, not only him, but all the Yang family children who have contributed enough to have this opportunity, but no one grasped it. Live, only Lao Ju has this courage. If I had used Ku Gaoyi and Yingju at the beginning, would those blood servants all submit to me now? Certainly, the premise is that I must be able to survive until now. Ku Gaoyi and Yingju were seriously injured at the time, and their strength could not show 30% of their heyday, so no one dared to let them follow. To this day, Yang Shen has not yet understood what kind of means that Lao Ju used to heal the wounds of Ku Gaoyi and Yingju, and was able to grow little by little to the point where he now surpasses everyone else. Yang Shen's house. A group of people happily counted the supplies in Yang Shen's house, and the big box was carried out, and the harvest was full. 70% of Yang Shen's men were taken out by him. When Yang Kai led the people here, they did not encounter any decent obstacles, so they captured the mansion. Easy mess. The warriors in the house fled one after another, and Yang Kai didn't let anyone pursue him, only Shahe let people find the supplies and take them away. Yan Hexing has seen young master. A big man with a pockmark on his face walked up to Yang Kai and said respectfully. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded slightly. This person was the blood servant who followed Yang Shen by the Po Jing Lake that day. Like Tu Feng, he was hit with the primordial sealing curse, and his true essence was imprisoned and could not be used. At this moment, he is no different from ordinary people except that he is physically stronger. All the warriors in Yang Shen's house had run away, and he was the only one left. My subordinates are willing to follow the young master around, in order to emulate the dog and horse's labor, and I implore the young master to be successful. Yan Hexing said solemnly. Right on my mind. Yan Hexing was overjoyed when he heard the words, and thanked him repeatedly. Chu Yimeng watched from the side, shaking her head constantly, smiling bitterly. She has also read a lot of records of the Yang family's battle for succession, knowing that in the previous battles for succession, whenever a Yang family disciple was defeated and eliminated, the blood servant beside him would be the one that the other masters tried their best to win over. The object, often because of these temporarily unowned blood servants, the remaining sons will break out one after another battle to win the blood servants to follow. But this time, it was good. These blood servants who were out with the young masters, without exception, all chose Yang Kai to follow. She couldn't understand what was the charm of this bastard, so that the masters of the blood servant hall bowed their heads and surrendered so willingly. If such a scene is seen by Yang Wei, Yang Zhao and others, I am afraid that the eyes will be red with jealousy, right? Yang Kai, where are we going now? Chu Yimeng didn't bother to think about it, so she asked. Go home. Where do you want to go? Yang Kai glanced at her. Chu Yimeng couldn't help but pouted. I thought you were going to Yang Ying's mansion. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't have this plan for the time being. Seventh Brother's mansion should have gathered 2 people now. If we attack, we will lose a lot. Let's talk about it in a few days. Tonight, the harvest is big enough. You are too modest. Chu Yimeng snorted. The harvest is not only big enough, it is simply full. Yang Kong was defeated, took his command flag, robbed his supplies, and Tu Feng and Tang Yushan surrendered. Yang Shen was defeated, and he also took his jinki and his supplies, and Yan Jingxing and Luo Hai returned. In just one night, the strength of Yang Kai's mansion has increased greatly, the materials are abundant, and the future is bright. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 490. The sun is shining and the sky is blue. Yang Kai's mansion was very lively, as if it were a New Year's Eve, and all the warriors who came and went were all smiles and happy. In the battle last night, Yang Kai almost became the only winner, and these warriors who followed and came over were naturally excited. In the courtyard, there are thousands of materials for alchemy and refining tools, which are dazzling and dazzling. These materials were all collected from Yang Kang's residence and Yang Shen's residence. Before the battle for inheritance began, Yang Kai was collecting materials for alchemy and refining tools, and others were naturally doing the same thing. After the battle for succession began, those forces that had taken refuge in Yang Kang and Yang Shen in the past also brought a lot of supplies with them. Coupled with what they have collected in the past few months, it can be said that every young master has gathered amazing wealth and materials. But now, the two shares that belong to Yang Kang and Yang Shen have been wiped out by Yang Kai, and they are all owned by him. And each box and each material are labeled with the name, function, year and so on of these materials. As long as a skilled craftsman or alchemist comes over to take a look, they will immediately know how to use these materials. The leaders of all the forces are gathered here, looking excited. Look for yourself, if there are any materials that can be used for cultivation, if there are suitable ones, you are welcome, just take them yourself. Yang Kai ordered. When everyone heard these words, they were immediately emotional, and they were too lazy to say polite words, and immediately searched among the many materials. After all, the women were thinner-skinned, and they twitched for a while, but seeing Huo Xingchen and the others taking a lot of materials into their arms, they also gritted their teeth and stepped forward to start searching. Not long after, everyone found one or two materials that were suitable for their own use, and they were happy to put them away. Even Chu Yimeng found a pearl-like thing, exuding a dense light, and carefully put it on the chest. Aren't you looking for it? Chu Yimeng glanced at Yang Kai. It's all mine, what am I looking for? Yang Kai smiled slightly and instructed, I'll let people sort these materials into categories and send them to the pill room and the refining room. I know. Chu Yimeng worked hard without complaining, rolled her eyes and asked, who is the next target? Let's talk later. In the battle last night, not only these materials were harvested, but also the allegiance of the four blood servants. Tu Feng, Tang Yushan, Luo Hai, strict orders. All of them are the strongest among the strong, and everyone has the cultivation of the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. However, Tu Feng and Yanling Xing both had the Yuan Feng curse in their bodies, and they were looking for a way to remove it from Meng Wuya. And Tang Yushan and Yingju had a battle, and they were not lightly injured. Similarly, Yingju did not retreat completely. Both of them used the tyrannical madness technique, and they fought with real swords and guns, and no one kept their hands. Friendship is friendship, but they are loyal to the philosophy of the Yang family, so that they will spare no effort to protect the young masters. When Ku Gaoyi was guarding the nave last night, he was severely injured again, and the uncontrolled burst of true essence and divine consciousness put a huge burden on his body. So at this time, Yang Kai's mansion seems to be strong, but in fact, the only blood servants who can use it are Xiao Shun and Luo Hai, who have come to join him. Just relying on these two blood servants and old demons to attack any of the remaining three would not have an overwhelming advantage. Especially the current Yang Ying, who has combined with Yang Shen's troops, his strength has greatly increased, and Yi Ran has become the one with allies and the most help. The boss, Yang Wei, has always given people a calm and composed feeling, and Yang Kai estimated that he did not show all the help. Not to mention Yang Zhao, he is the one with the deepest inner city of the brothers, and maybe even more difficult to deal with than the current Yang Ying. Therefore, Yang Kai has not planned to make any moves in the near future. First, the warriors in the house need to cultivate and recuperate, and secondly, he himself has to consolidate the strength of the 9th layer of the true Yuan realm. As long as the blood servants regain their strength, they can let go of their hands and feet and make a scene. The news of the battle last night also spread quickly in Zhongdu and Zhanchang. The results of Yang Kai's consecutive defeat of the two brothers also shocked everyone. Old demon's cruel methods were described as bloody and bloody. Everyone knew that there was an evil demon in Yang Kai's house. I was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness. The 8 great masters of the central capital have always had an incompatible relationship with Kenyan evil land, and a shocking battle broke out between the two only half a year ago, and both sides suffered losses. If you join hands to injure, you can't use a secret method to expel the injury with 30 years of life. In this sensitive period, Yang Kai actually dared to collude with the evil spirits, which is simply daring. If this is used by people with a heart, it is likely to bring some unimaginable changes and turning points for the battle for succession. What makes people feel surprised is that when Old Demon was killing people in the War City, the 8 gods above in Function Temple didn't even intervene, and they couldn't help but wonder if those 8 gods had acquiesced to the demon's actions. Looking back at the results of this night's battle, everyone knows that the Yang family is afraid of self-defeating this time, fulfilling Yang Kai's amazing move. The Yang family disliked the slow progress of the young masters in the battle for the succession, and used 1,000 secret treasures as a key to induce them to fight. Finally, they planted a spell on 8 mysterious treasures, imprisoning 6 blood servants at once. Without these 6 blood servants stirring the wind and rain, the progress of the battle for the inheritance will undoubtedly speed up a lot. But Yingju suddenly lifted the sealing primordial curse, and there was one more Xiao Shun beside Yang Kai, which meant that Yang Kai had 2 more top combat powers than the other young masters. Without these 2 people, Yang Kai would not be able to accomplish the feat of last night. In other words, the Po Jinggu treasure hunt hosted by the Yang family finally succeeded Yang Kai indirectly. Among them, the bends are complicated, but the ingenious connection is still seen by those who are interested. After this battle, the power of Yang Kaifu has completely surpassed other young masters. Everyone knows that if this continues, Yang Kai will undoubtedly have the last laugh in the battle for succession. It's almost no suspense. In Yang Kai's mansion, everyone found suitable materials for themselves, and they all went to retreat and practice. Yang Kai was about to go to little senior's sister to relieve his physical and mental fatigue. When he asked for some medicinal herbs to practice, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. Ninth young master, Lu Liang is asking for a meeting, and I hope that the 9 young master will not hesitate to see you. Lu Liang. Yang Kai raised his brows, glanced at Chu Yimeng next to him, and said, "Your cousin is here." Chu Yimeng rolled her eyes at him and frowned, "I'm afraid it's because of Lu Song." "Go see me, I'll be free," Yang Kai said casually. "It's not good, people are here to see you, and you avoid seeing it. You are suspected of playing a role." "What's wrong?" He was just panicking because of Lu Song's actions and came to apologize. "If I really want to go out, I'm afraid it's hard to say what he has to say." "You are cousins. That's it." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he walked towards the back hall without waiting for Chu Yimeng to entangle. Chu Yimeng sighed, and felt that what Yang Kai said made sense, and ordered the warriors next to him to send the materials in the yard to the pill room and the refining room, and then walked out, with some helplessness on his face. Lu Liang will come to see him. For whatever reason, Chu Yimeng could roughly guess what he was going to say later. It was because he guessed it that he felt helpless. When he arrived at the door, Chu Yimeng saw Lu Liang standing at the door. Behind him was the eldest young master of the Lu family, Lu Song, who had no eyesight and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He had been taught a bad lesson by Dong Qinghan last night. When he thought of the fat man's outrageous methods, Lu Song shuddered, but he was full of resentment in his heart. This resentment was also manifested on his face at this moment, which was quite obvious. Looking at Chu Yimeng, she shook her head secretly, thinking that this person is really muddy and can't support the wall. Lu Liang's expression was also extremely embarrassed. The battle for the succession was a matter for young people. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Liang should not have come to visit Yang Kai in person, but the fact that his son of a bastard did it was too disappointing, and Lu Liang also forced him. As a last resort, I have the cheek to come here. Unexpectedly, when he came to the question, he was stopped by 2 warriors who guarded the door. Coincidentally, these 2 gatekeepers are the Dong family. As soon as he saw Lu Song, he was ridiculed for a while, referring to Sang and scolding Why, making Lu Song feel ashamed. Although Lu Liang kept laughing, he was helpless. He can't beat these 2 people, although he has this strength. If he really does, I'm afraid he won't even think about retreating today, but there are many masters in Yang Kai's house. "Cousin." Chu Yimeng showed a smile and greeted warmly, alleviating Lu Liang's embarrassment. "Don't dare." Miss Lao Chu greets her in person, the old man is terrified. Lu Liang kept his posture extremely low, and his mouth was very humble. While greeting Lu Song, he turned his head and glared at Lu Song. "Isn't polite." Quote. Lu Song was a little unclear and unwilling, but still clasped his fists and said, "Cousin." Chu Yimeng smiled and nodded, and did not bother with him, just said, "Come in and talk." Hearing what she said, Lu Liang suddenly felt relieved. Chu Yimeng would welcome him in. Obviously, he also cared about the relationship between the 2 families, and didn't mean to ask for guilt. This means that he has the opportunity to resolve this matter. Entering the side hall, Chu Huameng asked people to serve tea, took a sip, and said, "Why did my cousin come to Zancheng?" "Hey." Lu Liang sighed deeply, "Miss, to tell you the truth, the old man came here with a cheeky face this time. Compared with the future of the Lu family, my old face is nothing. If it weren't for this bastard, the filthy things done by things, how can this old man be like this?" Saying that, he shouted angrily at Lu Song, "Don't kneel down yet." Lu Song was stunned, a look of astonishment appeared on his swollen cheeks, and he said inarticulately, "Why?" Lu Liang said angrily, "It's just that this old man is your father." Lu Liang slapped his neck, "I don't kneel. Ever since I was a child, I haven't knelt on anyone. If you dare not kneel, I will break your legs. You can beat him if you want to." Lu Song didn't mean to worry at all. He was so grown up, and he had never been beaten by Lu Liang. Lu Liang's attitude towards him was that he was doing well. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 491. It's too late. It has to be said that Lu Liang is a good hand in managing his family, but he is a little powerless when it comes to teaching children. The father and son sang loudly like a double reed. Chu Yimeng frowned slightly, and said indifferently, "Cousin, if you just want to educate your son, you can go back to the Lu family, it doesn't have to be here." Hearing the impatience and indifference in Chu Yimeng's tone, Lu Liang was startled, but he didn't care to feel sorry for his son. He walked up to Lu Song, lifted him up, and then fell to the ground. Easily imprisoned, Lu Song blushed and knelt on the ground, only to feel disgraced. Even the eyes that looked at Lu Liang turned hostile. "If you dare to be stubborn with this old man, I'll beat you up now," Lu Liang said with a cold and calm expression. He's not kidding. Seemingly aware of this, Lu Song didn't dare to say a word. Young Miss laughed. Lu Liang bowed slightly and clasped his fists. Chu Yimeng suddenly felt boring. She naturally knew Lu Liang's intentions, but with such a disobedient son, everyone had a headache. This Lu Song, in terms of character, is not even as good as Huo Xingchen's rambunctious children. Even though Huo Xingchen is rambunctious and domineering, at least he has eyesight and knows that he is by Yang Kai's side. "Cousin, what's the matter? Let's just say it." Chu Yimeng didn't want to look at Lu Song's face again, and didn't even bother to say polite words. Lu Liang sighed and said, "This time the old man was going to the central capital to visit your father. I never thought that on the way here, I learned some news that greatly surprised me. When this bastard was kicked out of the mansion by ninth young master, he didn't send a letter to the Lu family to tell the old man the truth. Instead, he deliberately concealed it. The old man always thought he was working under the ninth young master's name, and it was not until he came out this time that he knew who he was taking refuge in. Fifth son. Cousin, Chu Yimeng called out, which meant to tell Lu Liang to stop talking about unimportant things. Regardless of this matter, whether Lu Liang knows the truth or not, the most important thing now is what Lu Liang wants to do. Lu Liang's expression froze, and he no longer continued with what he said just now, but only smiled and said, "Miss, I just want to ask. What is the attitude of ninth young master now?" His attitude? Chu Yimeng pondered for a while, then smiled bitterly. "If you want me to say, it's cousin, you're making a big fuss." Quote. Lu Liang was a little puzzled. Yang Kai didn't take Lu Song seriously at all. He was beaten like this, and it was only under the hands of the Dong family. With Yang Kai's temperament, if Lu Song really angered him, do you think he would still have it last night? "Will you survive? Does he dare to kill me?" Lu Song asked sharply with the corners of his mouth twitching. "You can try it and see if he dares to kill you." Chu Yimeng's pretty face suddenly turned cold. Lu Song felt a chill in his heart, and immediately suppressed the arrogance on his face. "Cousin." Chu Yimeng turned to Lu Liang. Her tone calmed down. "Lu Song came to seek refuge that day and was kicked out by Yang Kai. I am also responsible because I don't think he is suitable to stay in Yang Kai's mansion. Your own son, what is it like? You should be clear, he stays in Yang Kai's mansion, and one day he will die unexpectedly. So I instigated him to do something and let Yang Kai find an excuse to drive him away." Lu Liang smiled wryly, nodded and said, "The eldest lady is well-intentioned, and the old man is grateful. The next day, I also talked to him and asked him to leave the battle city. He didn't listen and stayed. It is his freedom to join Yang Kong. Yang Kai didn't even know the news, and even if he knew, he was afraid. I don't care. There's no reason to blame you. He doesn't want help, isn't he still allowed to rely on others?" Chu Yimeng's hard-hearted words can be said to be trusting. It's his own fault for doing this now, and he can't blame anyone. Chu Yimeng stared at Lu Liang. "If I really want to blame, I can only blame you for actually letting him participate in the battle for succession." Quote. It's the old man who taught his son no way. Lu Liang looked ashamed. He naturally knew what kind of virtue his son was, but in such a big event as the battle for succession, he also wanted Lu Song to come out to practice, so that he could hone his character and inherit the Lu family's foundation in the future. Before coming, it was even more than 1,000. Ding Shanwan instructed, but Lu Song ignored all his words. Yang Kai has no intention of blaming you. You can rest assured, cousin. Even if Yang Kai really becomes the head of the Yang family, your Lu family will not be implicated because of this incident. Hearing her say that, Lu Liang suddenly let out a sigh of relief. This is what he is most afraid of. Judging from this situation, Yang Kai must be the heir to the next patriarch of the Yang family. If one day he wants to settle the grievances in the battle for the succession on a whim, the Lu family will suffer a disaster. Thank you, eldest miss, for pointing out the maze. Lu Liang thanked him continuously, his expression relaxed a lot. He paused, and then said a little embarrassedly, Miss, the old man asks another question, does ninth young master still need manpower? Quote. Chu Yimeng looked up at him and said with a light smile, what do you want to do, cousin? Lu Liang rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, I just want this bastard to be blamed. Don't worry, as long as ninth young master says a word, my Lu family will contribute this time, and I won't ask for anything. I'm afraid I won't have this chance. Chu Yimeng slowly shook her head. Miss, as you worried about this bastard Lu Song. After suffering this loss, I think he should have a memory. As long as. Cousin, when Yang Kai and I were in your Lu family, I once said that if I were you, I would definitely choose Yang Kai as an ally. Yes, Lu Liang's expression was bitter. Chu Yimeng did say such a thing that day, but he didn't take it to heart, but firmly believed in his own judgment. From the beginning, he cared about Yang Kai a little, and then he despised him and his attitude changed, is particularly evident. But what about you? Chu Yimeng sneered. 3 million taels, cousin, you are really generous. Lu Liang's face turned red, and he wanted to find a hole to burrow into. 3 million taels is indeed a lot, but for the Lu family, for the Yang family's children who participated in the battle for succession, it was just a drop in the bucket. When Yang Kai left the Lu family, Lu Liang only gave him 3 million taels, and this was because of his relationship with the medicine king Ji Yu Xiao Fusheng. Who knew that he was in full swing now, and his popularity was bursting. If he had known earlier, Lu Liang would have tied the Lu family and Yang Kai together long ago, asking people to give people, money for money, and supplies for supplies. Why would there be any complaints? How could he be underestimated? Lu Liang regretted that his bowels were turning green. It's too late, cousin. Giving charcoal in the snow is not the same as icing on the cake. Chu Yimeng said, and stood up. Fu Zhong is busy, so I won't send my cousin, you can do it yourself. Go away. Lu Liang stood there in a daze, the expression on his face changed, his heart was full of mixed feelings, and he was unspeakably uncomfortable and depressed. The Lu family was developed by him. Originally it was only a second-class force. With the big tree of the Chu family, under the care of the Chu family, it was gradually promoted to a first-class force. Over the years, Lu Liang has always wanted to grow his family a step further, and the battle for the succession is the best opportunity. As long as they stand in the right position, the Lu family can definitely rise up again. Unfortunately, there was a good opportunity, but Lu Liang let it slip through his fingers. Even when Lu Zan brought people and supplies to seek refuge, there was room for recovery. If instead of sending Lu Song here, a young disciple from another clan would come over to preside over the matter, maybe now he could join the warriors in Yang Kai's house to watch the situation change with a smile. You bastard! Lu Liang slapped Lu Song and slapped him out of the face, his eyes filled with hatred. Dad, you hit me! Lu Song covered his swollen cheeks and looked at Lu Liang in disbelief. Lu Liang took a deep breath and said solemnly, you should step back as the family heir, your Yuan brother is more suitable than you. After this incident, Lu Liang finally came to his senses. If the family is really handed over to Lu Song to take care of, I am afraid that it will decline completely within a few years. Brother Yuan, he is the son of the second uncle. Lu Song was stunned. I've made up my mind. Go home. Lu Liang didn't even look at his son, and strode out with his hands on his back. Behind him, Lu Song was lost. It seems that he never thought that just because of the battle for the succession, the position of the heir of his family would be recorded. In the room of the little senior sister, Yang Kai Yiren has already regarded this as his own room, and will stay here for a few days if there is nothing to do. After getting a batch of newly refined medicinal pills from Shaning Shang, Yang Kai immediately devoted himself to the great cause of cultivation. It will take at least a few days for Tufeng and Yanlingxing to lift the Yuanfeng curse. Although Yingzhu, Ku Gaoyi and Tang Yushan have already taken the medicinal pills that participated in the myriad medicine spiritual milk, they still need a few days to recover. Sky. Yang Kai is only one step away from the immortal ascension boundary at this moment, how can he slack off? While cultivating, refining secret treasures. The huge role played by the bone shield made Yang Kai clearly aware of the tyranny of the mysterious secret treasure, and the mirror of the middle grade of the mysterious was naturally included in the ranks of urgent refining. With the nourishment of the Zondan refined by the younger sister, the real energy consumed by refining the secret treasure can be quickly replenished. Not only that, but Shu Shili has also been spying on the secrets of the true secret of alchemy. Yang Kai's cultivation can almost be said to be dual purpose, but it is not slower than usual in terms of efficiency and results. Feeling a trace of pure thoughts, comprehending the complicated and mysterious way of alchemy from the true alchemy formula, Yang Kai's expression changed, showing a wonderful expression, and he silently understood. The way of alchemy in the true alchemy formula is very different from the experience and methods of ordinary alchemists. The secrets contained in it are really difficult to measure with common sense. Connecting all the knowledge gained from the alchemy technique in the past, Yang Kai has a deeper understanding of alchemy. Invisibly, Yang Kai's valuable experience has far raised the level of this world, the only thing lacking is his own hands-on practice. But he knew there would be a chance. I am still young, and the days ahead are still long, and I can always try something different. Even through alchemy to spy on the mysteries of martial arts, it is not impossible. Xiao Fusheng also said, who said that alchemy cannot reach the peak of martial arts. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 492. Time Talisman again, the sun is hidden and the moon is rising, Yang Kai is immersed in cultivation, and he cannot extricate himself for a long time. Until there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai frowned, sensed it slightly, waved a soft wind, opened the door, and Chu Yimeng appeared in front of him. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Miss Chu walked in and said softly, the Yang family came, holding the elder's order, ordering the ninth son Yang Kai, hurry back to the central capital. After speaking, he looked straight at Yang Kai, and a complex look flashed in his beautiful eyes. She didn't know why the elder hall summoned Yang Kai back. Yang Kai's face was slightly stunned, and he tilted his head and asked, just let me go back to the central capital. Where are the eldest brother, the second brother and the seventh brother? It seems that you are the only one. Chu Yimeng pursed her lips. Understood. Yang Kai slowly got up, his brows wrinkled. This time the family order is interesting, why did he only summon himself back to the central capital? The last time the Yang family came, it was only a few days ago. It was to convey the information of the Pojingu treasure battle to all the sons-in-law. What about this time? Yang Kai, I don't know why, I always feel a little uneasy. Chu Yimeng's voice was a little low, and her two jade hands were constantly entangled, showing her inner nervousness and restlessness. For no reason, the Yang family only summoned Yang Kai to return to the central capital. There must be something major happening. As for what happened, she didn't know yet. And on the way back and forth, it is also very convenient for others to do it. Since it is a family order, then there is no need to consider the safety of this route. Yang Kai shook his head, calmly, if he was ambushed on the way to and from the central capital, and he was defeated, he would not be able to say it on the family side. Anyway, be careful, Chu Yimeng urged, I have Yingju and Yu Xian ready. The two of them are with you. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The family sent an order, clearly stating that it would not be convenient to delay Yang Kai's return to the central capital, and immediately walked out. Outside the main entrance, Yingju and Tang Yushan, who had recovered from their injuries, were waiting. The taciturn Yingju, as always, was reluctant to say a word. My nephew was a mature and charming Tang Yushan with a happy smile on her cheeks, and said softly, little one, son. Whether it is Tang Yushan or Tu Feng, they are sincerely happy to return to work under Yang Kai. Although the two of them have been serving under Yang Kong for the past 6 months and fulfilling their duties, they are always thinking about the day when they can join hands with Yang Kai again to create a miracle. Is the injury almost healed? Yang Kai also asked in a friendly manner. Young Master Lao is worried and has recovered. Tang Yushan bit her teeth lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. After using the tyrannical madness technique and fighting against Yingju, logically speaking, the recovery period cannot be so short. But under the magical effect of the medicinal pills given by Yang Kai, within a day or two, both she and Yingju will be able to recover. Recovery. Although Tang Yushan had experienced such a miracle for a long time, Tang Yushan still couldn't believe it. I have time another day, I have to ask you to teach me how to use the divine soul skill. Yang Kai He smiled and turned on the cloud-stepping horse. My subordinates are always waiting. Tang Yushan replied in a deep voice. Among the many blood servants, Tang Yushan is the leader in terms of the subtlety of spiritual skills and spiritual consciousness cultivation. Each blood servant has his own specialties. Ku Gaoyi is good at rapid explosion, Yingzhu is good at stealth assassination, and Tu Feng is good at frontal. The collision, and Tang Yuxian's attainments in the soul are second to none in the blood servant hall. Go quickly and come back quickly, be careful all the way. Chu Yimeng asked softly as she watched the three of them get on the mounts one after another. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and the three batches of cloud-trotting horses galloped towards the central capital. Outside the mansion, the breeze blew through the blue silk that was swaying Chu Yimeng, the sun went down, Miss Chu's figure was drawn for a long time, and the uneasiness in her heart became stronger. Instructed, everyone suspends cultivation, divided into two groups, and took turns to perform duties. If there is an attack from foreign enemies, they will kill without mercy. Until Yang Kai returns. Yes. When night falls, the huge Zongdu is like a sleeping dragon, crawling on the vast land, and the sky is full of stars, like the sand of the Milky Way, embellishing the sky. The three cloud-treading horses rushed into the channel exclusively for the Yang family at the south gate. The few guards at the door didn't even have time to ask. After the three of them left, they woke up like a dream and chased after them. Ninth young master Wei, step back. Tang Yushan turned back and scolded, and the guards immediately stopped their steps with a look of panic. Ninth young master, Yang Kai, this person's name was already loud, how could they dare to offend, and immediately retreated back to the door in a dejected manner, cheering up for the night. Fourth master's mansion, Yang fourth master and Dong Suzu, who were cultivating, were awakened at the same time by the sound of stepping on the cloud, and hurriedly came out to take a look, but saw Yang Kai walking from outside, followed by Yingzhu and Tang Yushan. Kaier, Yang Yingfeng was stunned for a moment, but Dong Suzu burst into tears and rushed up, hugging Yang Kai tightly, kissing Yang Kai's forehead, and checking if he had any signs of injury. Since the battle of inheritance began, the mother and son have not seen each other again. The family does not allow Dong Suzu to visit Yang Kai in Zancheng. Mother, Yang Kai can't wait to find a hole to dig into, Yu Xian and Yingzhu are still behind, this appearance has been seen, how can he have any prestige in front of them in the future? While speaking, he looked back and found that both Yu Xian and Yingzhu had a clean expression, their eyes were lowered, and they were staring at their toes. It took a while for Dong Suzu to vent the longing in his heart, holding Yang Kai's hand, tears in his beautiful eyes, and a look of grievance on his face. Why are you back, Kaier? Fourth Master Yang asked in surprise. The Elders' Hall orders. Yang Kai replied, his brows furrowed, it seemed that Simo didn't know anything about this matter. Elder Hall, as expected. Fourth Master Yang didn't know any news. Although he was a direct descendant of the Yang family, his status in the Yang family was not too much. There was no need to inform him about the matter of the Elder Hall. Let's talk about it first. Yang Yingxi took a deep breath. Mom, go and cook something delicious for you, Dong Suzu said, and waved at Tang Yushan. Yushan, come and help. Kindness. Inside, the lights are bright. A family of three gathered around a table, Yingzhu and Tang Yushan stood behind Yang Kai with awe, no matter how warmly Dong Suzu invited them, they would not be seated. Why did the Elders' Hall call you back to the central capital? Did you say anything? Fourth Master Yang asked, and suddenly learned that his son was Wei, and it was the order of the Elders' Hall. Also a little worried. I didn't say anything. Yang Kai was also confused, but the Elder Hall's order was to return quickly, so Yang Kai could only rush back without stopping. It's already night now, so I can only wait until tomorrow morning to go to the Elder Hall to see the situation. Don't you have a list in your heart? Have you done anything to make the Elder Hall look at it? Fourth Master Yang asked. Dad, you want to ask that demon, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It wasn't because of his Elder Hall that he called me back, his existence, I have reached a consensus with Grand Elder Yang Liting, and Grand Elder also allows it. He participated in the battle for the inheritance conquest, but after the inheritance conquest is over, he must leave the battlefield immediately. Elder Tai also summoned you. Fourth Master Yang couldn't help but be moved. Yang Liting, a member of the ancestors' generation in the Yang family, had never met Yang Fourth Master before. He never expected that his son would be fortunate enough to be summoned by him. In Yang Sai's view, this is a great honor. But on the other hand, when Yang Kai talked about Yang Liting, his expression was a little awkward, and he didn't know what happened between him and Tai Elder. Kaier, we are also Shu's family. Friendship with demons can be avoided if we can, so as not to fall into the limelight. Fourth Master Yang said earnestly and earnestly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, he naturally knew what Fourth Master meant. Over the years, the Yang family has acted as a leader in the confrontation with the demon warriors in the Kenyan evil land. Now that Yang Kai is associated with the demon, it will naturally attract criticism. Moreover, this powerful demon is still involved in the battle for succession. If Yang Kai really won the position of the Yang family heir with the help of this demon, it is easy to think of something. It's not about that demon. Fourth Master Yang tapped the table with his fingers, that might be the matter of Yingju's lifting the Yuanfeng curse. While speaking, he glanced at Yingju, and the Fourth Master's expression was also full of doubts. The 6 blood servants were hit with the Yuanfeng spell, and 5 of them were imprisoned and unable to use their true essence, but Yingju was safe and sound. That is the hand and foot of another Supreme Elder Huang Jojo of the Yang family. If the family wants to ask carefully about this Yang Kai, it is also possible. It's useless to guess now, we'll see tomorrow. Yang Kai shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Then have a good rest tonight. It's definitely not a good thing to be summoned by the Elder Hall. Yang Yingfeng sighed, he has also been summoned by the Elder Hall several times. Family law, he has a psychological shadow on that place. Aside from business affairs, the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious, and the family of 3 talked and laughed. This warm and peaceful atmosphere also infected Yingju and Tang Yushan. It seems that they have also temporarily escaped from the tense and bloody battle for succession, and can enjoy a short-term peace. Silent all night. On the second day, Yang Kai bid farewell to the 2 elders in the family, and led Tang Yushan and Yingju to the Elder Hall in a hurry under Dong Suzu's reluctant eyes. Old 9. When approaching the Elder Hall, someone called. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Yang Tai was standing there with his hands on his back, as if waiting for him. Last night, Yang Kai broke into the main south gate and returned to the clan. The news has probably already spread, and it is not surprising that Yang Tai would know. Third brother. Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted, is there anything wrong with third brother? Yang Tai pursed his lips, pondered for a long time, and then said, third brother just wanted to thank you for taking a few members of the Duanmu family to take revenge. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Paintings Hong Kong. To vote for recommended votes, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 493 I don't understand. They are helping me. I would like to thank the third brother for sending 5 masters here. Yang Kai smiled slightly. On the first night of the battle for inheritance, Yang Kai captured Yang Tai, but he did not use him to exchange materials with the family. Instead, let him go, Yang Tai reciprocated, and let the 5 masters of the Duanmu family follow him, which also surprised Yang Kai. However, these days, after several battles, the 5 masters of the Duanmu family have indeed contributed a lot. After all, they are 5 Immortal Ascension boundaries, and one of them is at the 8th level of Immortal Ascension boundary, which can play a significant role. Yang Tai nodded lightly, suddenly looked solemn, and said in a low voice, when you go to the Elder Hall, you must not shrink back and be weak, otherwise, you will suffer. Yang Kai was stunned and was about to ask carefully, but Yang Tai had already left quickly, and he didn't even have a chance to speak to him. Third brother knows something, Yang happily speculates. Although Yang Tai's personal strength is not very good, his performance in the battle for the succession is even more unsightly, but his father has some say in the Yang family. Compared with Yang Fourth Master, Yang Tai's father's status is undoubtedly much higher, and he can also access some secrets of the Yang family. Could it be that the third brother heard some news from his father? Yang Kai frowned slightly, savoring what the third brother just said, his expression indifferent. As soon as you come, you will be at peace. What is the reason for Lu Wei himself in the Elder Hall? We will see it immediately. With a smile, he walked towards the Elder Hall. This is the 3rd time Yang Kai has come to the Elder Hall. The first time was because of the Golden Feather Eagle, and the second time was because of the Blood Servant. Every time he came, Yang Kai found that the white-haired elders of the Yang family seemed to be dying. Nothing to do, but this time, things were different. When leading Yingju and Tang Yushan into the Elder Hall, Yang Kai was stunned to find that there were more than a dozen elders sitting in the Elder Hall. Divided into 2 columns, all of them are not angry, their expressions are indifferent. And Yang Zhen, who was sitting in the first place directly above, who had dealt with Yang Kai several times, was even more so. They seem to be waiting for themselves. This posture is a bit like a tribunal. Yang Kai asked himself, what did these elders do with such a luxurious lineup when they didn't do anything in the battle for the inheritance? Suspicious in his heart, calm on his face, clasped his fists and said, Yang Kai has seen all the elders. Ying Zhu and Tang Yushan also saluted. You too, step back. Yang Zhen waved at Ying Zhu and Tang Yushan, and those gleaming eyes were even more uncertain on Ying Zhu. He was like this, and all the other dozen elders were like this, and everyone had a look of surprise on their faces and eyes. Ying Zhu, who had hurt his foundation, was hit by the Feng Yuan spell. At this moment, not only did he return to the family with Yang Kai, but he also felt stronger than before. Those elders naturally cared about it. Don't know why this happens. Ying Zhu and Tang Yushan looked at each other and did not dare to disobey Yang Zhen's order, so they bowed and retreated. Yang Kai raised his brows and his expression became playful. These elders not only welcomed their arrival with an extremely luxurious lineup, but also retreated the 2 blood servants they brought, leaving them alone to face the pressure of more than a dozen of them. If it were someone else, he would definitely feel uneasy in his heart, and his aura would immediately weaken a bit. Waiting for what these elders say is what it is. I am afraid that I will not have the courage to argue. Get off the horse. What do they want? After Ying Zhu and Tang Yushan left, more than a dozen elders secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction and found that his expression did not change, and he was still as calm as before and couldn't help but be a little surprised. For such a courageous young man, it was the first time they saw even Yang Wei, and I am afraid they did not have the determination. I don't know if the elders are calling the disciples Wei, what's the important thing? Yang Kai ignored their inquiring eyes, cut to the chase, and asked Yang Zhen bluntly. It's natural for you to be summoned from the Wei clan. Yang Zhen Shangganian sat in the elders' hall and handled the affairs of the family, large and small, and he had long since cultivated a stern face. When people saw him, they couldn't help but feel frightened. The old man asked you, what method did you use to restore Ying Zhu's injury and let him lift the ban on the primordial seal? In addition, according to the old man's knowledge, the blood servants in your house are often injured, but at most in a day or 2, it will be cured. What kind of mystery is hidden in this? Yang Kai frowned. The elders called the disciples back at this critical moment, not just to ask such trivial matters. Although his tone was flat, everyone could hear the questioning in his words. Now this period is extremely critical for any Yang family disciple who participates in the battle for succession. If it is just because of this kind of thing to call Yang Kai back, it will be too much of a fuss. These old guys in the elder hall looked at their old age, but they were not bored to this extent. Yang Zhen coughed lightly and said with a serious expression, of course not. Then is this question the family wants to ask, or does the elder want to ask? Yang Zhen was stunned, as if he did not expect Yang Kai to be so calm when facing more than a dozen elders. His thinking was clear, and he said boldly, it is this old man who asked for the elders here. Everyone is very curious, are you? How did you do it? Since it's not the family's Yichen. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Please forgive the disciple and have no comment. The dozen or so elders suddenly shook their heads slowly, looking disappointed, and Yang Zhen looked even more ugly. I never thought that Yang Kai would dare to refuse to answer this question, and the excuse he made was quite clever. It's not what the family means, so he doesn't need to answer. The old guys can't rely on the old to sell the old, and force him. Elder, the disciples have a lot of things to do. If you have anything to say, you might as well say it directly. Yang Kai's tone gradually became impatient. From the performance of these elders, Yang Kai also saw a lot of problems. If they want to gain the upper hand and oppress themselves with momentum, they must say something that harms their own interests. If not, what are they doing with such a big battle? Since it is a matter that endangers his own interests, and the third brother Yang Tai's wake-up words are still in his ears, Yang Kai naturally does not need to be polite. In this case, the old man will not go around with you. Yang Zhen nodded, his eyes were shining, staring at Yang Kai, and said solemnly, it's about your blood servants, the family has made a decision. My blood servant? Yang Kai frowned, feeling a little uneasy, and stared at Yang Zhen without showing weakness. Being stared at him like this, Yang Zhen couldn't help but have the urge to avoid it. At least he endured it. He nodded calmly at the leader. Yes, there are already 7, right? Quote. Yes. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Ying Zhu and Ku Gaoyi were the first to follow Yang Kai. Xiao Shun was the one who came over after the old man Yang Quan was out of the game. Tu Feng, Tang Yushan, Luo Hai, Yan Lingxing were the 4 who fought that night. With the exit of Yang Kong and Yang Shen, they were transferred to Yang Kai's name. Before and after, Yang Kai gathered 7 experts from the Blood Servant Hall, all of whom were at the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. If you don't have the means to lift the ban on the Seal of Origin, and if you don't have the means to quickly recover the severely injured Blood Servant, that's fine. These 7 people gathered around you, I'm afraid they won't be able to exert too much destructive power. But you can do what ordinary people can't. Yang Zhen stood up from the first place, walked a few steps with his hands on his back, paused, turned his head to look at Yang Kai. If the old man expected it well, are the 7 blood servants in your house now fully recovered? Peak period. Quote. Judging from the situation that Yingju and Tang Yushan followed, the result was obvious. Yes. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I know what you are going to do next. It is nothing more than taking these 7 people and defeating the remaining Yang family children one by one with an irresistible force, and in the process of defeating them, you can still subdue them and follow them now. The blood servant beside me. Did the old man say something wrong? The elders are right, if I hadn't been recalled to the clan by you, I would have acted tonight. Yang Kai admitted frankly. Yang Zhen exhaled softly. 7 blood servants, hee, no one can stop you, you can be regarded as a miracle, and let us old guys be shocked. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Ying, although there are a lot of forces around them as helpers, the blood servants around them have already abolished one. You only need to lead these 7 people to attack, and they will be able to easily capture them and win the final victory without bloodshed. When he said this, he seemed to have seen the scene where Yang Wei, Yang Zhao and others were powerless to resist, and this was exactly what Yang Kai wanted to do. But, Yang Zhen changed the subject and said solemnly, this is not in line with the original intention of the battle for the succession, and it is also inconsistent with the original intention of the Yang family to send blood servants to participate in it. Yang Kai sneered, and now, if he still doesn't know why the Elder Hall would recall him, he would be a fool. Anger spread in his chest. Yang Kai took a deep breath, looked at Yang Zhen sarcastically, and said, isn't the elders thinking that the blood servants around me should be recalled to the clan? Although he has noticed the change in his attitude and tone, Yang Zhen doesn't take it seriously. Young people are full of vigor. If Yang Kai is not angry at this time, then he is not a young man. Yes, as long as you can understand. Yang Zhen nodded calmly. I don't understand. Yang Kai's expression was sullen, and he didn't care that the other party was the elder of the Yang family, but also the elder of his own, and his attitude was extremely tough. Yang Zhen said, as the old man said just now, you are leading the 7 blood servants to attack other Yang family's children, which is not in line with the original intention of the battle for the succession. You should know what the competition in the battle for succession is. It's the connections and personal charms that you have made abroad. If you have a wide network of people, you have a great personality, and you can gather more help. Because what you want to seize is the inheritance of the next head of the Yang family, and you will become the head of the Yang family in the future. If you don't get the support of the majority of the forces, how can you be the head of the Yang family? You only rely on the blood servants who were born in the Yang family to win, which proves nothing at all. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at E+or- A to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 494 I do have a request. I've already arrived home. I ran around all day yesterday and didn't get home until 8 o'clock in the evening. But today there are still only 2 shifts, and I will go back to my hometown to sweep the graves later. All the officials forgive me. In addition, at the beginning of the month, Xiaomo asked for a monthly pass in a low voice. In the Elder Hall, Yang Zhen preached to Yang Kai and understood it. Elder, the blood servants will rely on me, can't they prove my methods and personality charm? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yang Zhen was stunned for a while, and quickly said, this only means that you have a long-term vision than others, and you have a plan. He was naturally referring to the fact that Yang Kai took the risk of using Ku Gaoyi and Yingju to gain the respect of the entire Blood Servant Hall masters. At the beginning, he was also shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, but now it seems that this kid clearly has the means to cure Ku Gaoyi and Yingju, so he did such a speculative thing. However, only he can do it, and the other Yang family disciples have no such ability at all. Isn't this my method? Yang Kai's face was gloomy. Forget it. Yang Zhen pondered for a while, nodded and admitted, in addition, the blood servants will participate in the battle for the succession. The original intention of the family is to protect your safety and the survival of the guardian flag in the early stage. This point, it has not changed since ancient times. If you really lead a large number of blood servants to attack the remaining people, it will naturally be contrary to the original intention of the family to invest the blood servants in the battle for succession. That's the family's miscalculation, what does it have to do with me? Yang Kai sneered. The face is uneventful. I finally managed to gather the power over the other brothers, and I was about to defeat the remaining enemies with thunder and win the final victory, but at this critical moment, I was recalled by the Elder Hall, and I was told this. Strict requirements, where can Yang Kai be convinced? It's really the family's miscalculation. No one thought that there would be a Yang family disciple who could gather so many blood servants. Yang Zhen sighed. Over the years, there have been countless battles for the succession, and the Yang family blood servant hall will occasionally participate in it, but so many times. No one has achieved your level, and you are admired by everyone, and the old man is also very admired. Quote. Elder, you don't need to flatter yourself, this disciple can't afford it. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Yang Zhen's face was angry, but he managed to endure it. The other elders present were also somewhat relieved, and they were happy to see Yang Zhen shriveled, especially in front of a junior. I have already told you the reason. Most of the blood servants around you must be recalled to the family. Yang Zhen reiterated. This is clearly the family's suppression of me. Yang Kai said sternly, arguing with reason. No matter how many blood servants I gather around, I got it in my own way, why did the family recall it? How can I use it? These blood servants are also my freedom. If the family really does this, I am afraid that they will be ridiculed by the world, and the elders should respect themselves. The battle for the succession has lasted for so many years, it is not a child playing a house, the rules and so on, it's not that you change it when you say it. Presumptuous. Yang Zhen held back for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back. With a roar, he slapped the table beside him into powder with a slap. Dare to yell at this old man, do you want to rebel? The elders are wrong, can't the disciple say it? What kind of truth is this? Yang Kai sneered, staring at Yang Zhen proudly, not at all cowardly. Yang Zhen murmured a few times, but never said a word. When the elders present saw the tense atmosphere, someone suddenly stood up and said, Yang Kai, don't be angry, this time it is indeed the family who did something wrong, after all, we never thought that you could gather all the blood servants together. But what Yang Zhen said also makes sense. If you think about it carefully, if you rely on blood servants to win the battle for succession, will it be glorious? But I think after this incident, the family will be cautious in the next battle for succession. Consider the issue of blood servants. I only value the results, the process, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, the brilliance is disgraceful, that's your elder hall's business, and the next battle for succession is not my business. I gather the blood servants. It's not by despicable means, nor by intimidation or coercion, they are willing, in short, it is impossible for the family to recall the blood servant by my side. After a pause, he said again, if the family really does this, then this battle for succession is not worth participating in. You dare to threaten the old man and others. Yang Zhen narrowed his eyes, his breath gradually becoming dangerous. If the elder thinks so, it's fine. It's just that the rules change, and I'm too lazy to participate in the same game as a child playing a house. Yang Kai sneered and clasped his fists. Farewell. It's against you. Yang Zhen roared. Yang Kai's expression did not change, but only a few steps away, his pace suddenly stopped, because a person was approaching, tall and straight, with his hands on his back, walking. His expression was indifferent, but Yang Kai had the illusion that a big mountain was pressing on his face. In just a moment, the exaggerated pressure disappeared again. Yang Kai took a deep breath and clasped his fists. I've seen uncle. The person who came was actually Yang Yinghao, the current head of the Yang family. Yang Yinghao nodded lightly, walked up to him, and said, don't rush away, I'll tell you. I've seen the patriarch. All the elders in the elder hall stood up and bowed to salute. Although they were 1 or 2 generations higher than Yang Yinghao in terms of seniority, in the Yang family, the patriarch represented supreme majesty, even if it was Yang Yinghao. Zhen and others also had to salute. Sit all. Yang Yinghao said softly, walked to the seat that belonged to Yang Zhen and sat down, looking at the broken table in front of him, frowning, Elder Town, your temper needs to change. Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and said, it's been so many years, I'm afraid I can't change it. An elder laughed and said, wolf eats meat while dogs eat shit. That's the truth. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly eased. Yang Yinghao came here in person, clearly guessing that it would be unpleasant here, and came to Yang Kai to talk about it. The face of the head of the house always has to be given. No matter how unhappy Yang Kai is, he can only stay temporarily. Looking at you guys, Yang Kai should already know, right? Yang Yinghao asked. Yang Zhen stood beside him with his head lowered and nodded. Looking up at Yang Kai, Yang Yinghao said, "This time it's the family's fault, the uncle will accompany you on behalf of the family." "Don't dare." Yang Kai's expression was slightly hazy, and his mood gradually calmed down, only. The decision of the family to recall most of the blood servants around him still made him a little unacceptable, facing the power of the family in the elder hall. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter how I said it, I was still in the Yang family, my parents were in the Yang family, and the trouble was too fierce. I'm afraid that things won't come to an end, not to mention, he participated in the battle for the succession, and he still has one wish left unfinished. You feel uncomfortable, and I know it, but this is a family decision that cannot be changed, and the same will be true in future battles for the succession. The blood servants gathered around each son. Never exceed 2. When Yang Kai heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he sneered, "That means, even if I defeat the big brother and the second brother in the future, I will not be able to subdue the blood servants around them." Not bad. Yang Yinghao nodded. The blood servant is too powerful, especially the blood servant who has performed the tyrant blood mad technique. You should have some experience of this. Is this a rule for me to change? Yang Kai smiled. I don't know whether to be proud or what. In short, my mood is very delicate and complicated. It's not against you. The elders in the clan were worried that you would gather all the blood servants like this. But everyone generally thinks that this is unlikely to happen, so they ignore it. But now, you do when it arrives. I have to feel sorry for you. After a pause, he said, "What's more, the people from Medicine King Valley and Treasure Artifact sect gathered in your house have already given you a great advantage. These two parties should not have participated in the battle for succession. In the middle, you should have heard that when the people from Yaowengu moved into your mansion, the Yang family members protested jointly, but the family ignored it, because that was your personal connection. The family could not interfere, but the blood servants were different. Blood servant belongs to the Yang family, not your personal connections." Yang Kai's face was cold and he didn't say a word, but what Yang Yinghao said was able to grasp the crux of the problem. The family is fair. Since most of the blood servants around you are required to be recalled, they will naturally compensate you. If you have any requirements, you can mention it. As long as it can satisfy you, the family will definitely not refuse, and it will never make you suffer. Speaking of this, Yang Kai also knows that he is powerless to resist, and he does not have the qualifications, nor the ability to fight against the family, and if he speaks wildly, I am afraid that it will be thankless. I do have a request. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded. Speak. Yang Yinghao motioned, to rectify the name of High Heaven Pavilion for my master. Yang Kai raised his head and looked directly at Yang Yinghao's eyes. High Heaven Pavilion is not an evil sect, it's just an evil master. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and there was deep fear in their eyes, even Yang Yinghao, who had reached the level of immortality. Evil Lord. During the battle with Kenyan Evil Land, Yang Yinghao had also met that person, who was also above the level of immortality, but that person gave him a feeling of oppression. Facing that person, Yang Yinghao even had the urge to destroy his own reason. He knew that the evil master was also the best among the gods. This request, Yang Yinghao couldn't help but have a look of embarrassment on his face. The matter of the evil master is very important. As the head of the Yang family, he is incompatible with the evil land of Kenyan. Difficulty. Only this request, Yang Kai said solemnly. He participated in the battle for the succession, not for the position of the head of the Yang family like everyone else. His biggest purpose was to use his own power to rectify the name of the High Heaven Pavilion, which was the common wish of him and Fourth Master Yang. As long as the name of the sect is rectified, Ling Taishu and the elders, as well as those wandering High Heaven Pavilion disciples, can have a home and return to the place where they were born and raised. If the Patriarch can agree to my request, let alone recalling the blood servant from me, it would be fine for me to withdraw from the battle for succession now. Yang Kai said solemnly. All the people present looked at him in astonishment. RQ. Chapter 495. Yang Kai's complexion is calm and his eyes are extremely clear. Obviously, he is not playing some scheming means of retreating. Yang Yinghao's expression suddenly changed, and he asked curiously, "So, what is the biggest purpose of your participation in the battle for the inheritance?" Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. Only the head of the Yang family has the ability to correct the name of High Heaven Pavilion. You don't want to be the head of the Yang family, ordering the world, turning your hands into clouds, and covering your hands into rain. Yang Yinghao asked sharply. Yang Kai pouted, a sneer appeared on his face, and said lightly, "What is there to do for the master of the Yang family? All things are involved, and only after sitting in that position, even the time for own cultivation cannot be guaranteed. Uncle, you are the best. A good example, although you are also above the gods, but in my opinion, you should be considered to be relatively weak in the gods, right? Presumptuous. Yang Zhen shouted angrily, his eyelids twitching. He had never seen anyone dare to talk in front of Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao waved his hand to stop Yang Zhen's rebuke, the corners of his mouth rose, and he nodded. Yes, I am really not very good in the top of the gods, and I belong to the group of people who are on the floor mat. This is everyone who becomes the king of the Yang family. It's beyond my expectation that you can see through the sadness of the people who are not. After a pause, he said profoundly, but do you know why every head of the Yang family is above the gods? Why? Hearing him say that, Yang Kai suddenly became puzzled. Yes, according to the records of the classics, the previous generations of the Yang family's patriarchs are indeed all above the gods, without exception. The top of the world is the top of the world. Few people can reach this level, overlooking all living beings. It is impossible for every head of the Yang family to have this talent and aptitude, right? Moreover, Yang Yinghao is really not too old, at most only about 50. At this age, he has already reached the level of immortality, so how terrifying his aptitude should be. Why is a person with such terrifying aptitude at the bottom of the divine tournament? Because, the Yang family has the foundation to make the patriarch above the immortal tournament. Yang Yinghao stared straight at Yang Kai, and his words were astonishing. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have inadvertently heard a secret of the Yang family. Can you understand what I mean? Yang Yinghao asked. Yang Kai shook his head, although he had some guesses in his heart, he was not too sure. Haha, Yang Yinghao smiled, do you think that being the head of the Yang family is just hard work and painstaking efforts for the family? Being the head of the Yang family also has huge benefits. I'm not afraid of your jokes, uncle, my qualifications are compared with your father's, in fact there are still some gaps. But your father has a stubborn illness and his strength has stagnated. During this period of time, I don't know why, but your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, eh? While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, and seemed to have some guesses. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent and did not reveal the slightest. Let's not talk about him first, just talk about my uncle. If I were allowed to cultivate by myself, I would probably be at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. I know my own aptitude. The peak of immortal ascension boundary is my limit. Give me 5 more. In 10 years, I have not been able to reach the top of the gods. Many warriors are, the masters of the top of the gods are not uncommon, but the tops of the gods are extremely rare. But I became the head of the Yang family. As early as 5 years ago, I was promoted to the top of zhenwu. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he asked in surprise, as the position of the head of the family, and you have now cultivated. You can say that. Yang Yinghao nodded lightly, as for the mystery, I can't tell you, you just need to know this. What did the patriarch tell me about this? Yang Kai was puzzled. Although he heard this, he did have some interest in the position of patriarch, but it was limited to that. Just chat, you don't have to take it to heart. Yang Yinghao smiled slightly. Yang Kai frowned and thought about it, shook his head secretly, and said solemnly, then what I just asked. Yang Yinghao said, I do have the ability to justify the name of High Heaven Pavilion. But if I agree to your request now, I'm afraid that the world will misunderstand that I used this condition to let you withdraw from the battle for succession, so I will not agree. Yang Kai's expression sank. If you want to rectify the name of the division, you have to rely on your own ability. Or, do you think you can't win the battle for succession without a few blood servants? Yang Kai looked indifferent, shook his head and said, Patriarch, the stimuli method is useless to me. Then use your own strength to prove it. Yang Yinghao smiled slightly. The blood servant must be recalled. Your loss will be compensated by the family. Make your request. I came here today to deal with this matter. Thing. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that when he said this, he was afraid that he would be powerless to return to the sky. The family had already decided that no matter how much trouble he made, he would not be able to twist his thighs. He frowned and pondered for a while, then suddenly raised his head and said with a burning gaze, I want to follow whoever trusts me now, including the blood servants who will follow and trust me in the future, all belong to me. Yang Yinghao kept his body, stunned and surprised looking at Yang Kai. Yang Zhen and a group of white-haired elders even opened their mouths, as if they didn't expect Yang Kai's appetite to be so great. This request is too unreasonable. Yang Zhen snorted coldly. The masters of the Blood Servant Hall have always been loyal only to the family, and will not be loyal to anyone. But Yang Kai made such a request. If he agrees, it means that at least 7 blood servants will be returned to his name. I only have this request, whether I agree or not, Patriarch, you can decide. Yang Kai reiterated with a serious expression on his face. As the head of the Yang family, Yang Yinghao was used to seeing the wind and waves, and he couldn't help but feel a little headache. No one has ever made such a request to him, and it can be said to be extremely rude. But he just rejected another request from Yang Kai, and now he rejects it again. What's more, this is the proposal that the family wants to compensate for his loss. With a wry smile, he said, more than half of those blood servants can't participate in the battle for succession. Why do you want them to be loyal to you? I'm naturally useful, Yang Kai replied indifferently. Yang Yinghao exhaled softly, with a look of helplessness on his face. He pondered and shook his head before nodding. Okay, I promise you. Yang Kai couldn't help but look at him unexpectedly, but he didn't expect him to agree so readily. Yang Zhen hurriedly stopped. Patriarch, you can't. 6. It doesn't matter. Yang Yinghao waved his hand. Yang Kai is also from the Yang family, and the blood servant belongs to his name, and it still belongs to the Yang family. That said, but, okay, that's all, this time is the family's fault. Yang Yinghao obviously didn't want to talk anymore, looked at Yang Kai and said, I promise you this request, I hope you can make good use of these blood servants in the future, the family trains them not easy. Quote. I know, thank you uncle. But you have to make sure which 2 blood servants are participating in the battle for the succession. Once confirmed, the other blood servants must not contribute anything in the battle for the succession. Are you sure now? Yang Kai frowned. Now, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Ku Gaoyi and Yingzhu were the first to follow him, Tu Feng and Tang Yushan were the first to know him, and it was they who welcomed him back to the central capital. Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yanling Xing, Yang Kai and their friendship it's not deep yet, leaving them aside, there are still 4 blood servants left, and the bowl of water is uneven. The embarrassment was only for a moment, and Yang Kai's expression became firm, then Yingzhu and Yu Xian. Decisive enough, this is the Yang family. Yang Yinghao applauded, then speaking of this, you should hurry back to Zhancheng as soon as possible. Disciple retire. Yang Kai bowed and exited the elder hall calmly. Outside the door, Yingzhu and Tang Yushan were waiting anxiously with sweat on their foreheads. The quarrel in the elder hall naturally failed to hide their listening, and they all secretly sweated for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came out, the 2 of them nodded at him with expressions of gratitude. Yang Kai chose them as a help in the battle for the succession, which naturally made them proud. After coming out of the elder hall, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but everyone could see that he was in a bad mood at the moment. Back at the 4th Master's mansion, Yang Kai left some myriad medicine spirit liquid for 4th Master and Dong Suzu, and then he flew with Yingzhu Yushan to the battle city. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence made Yingzhu and Yu Xian both worried, and they wanted to ease Yang Kai's depression, but they didn't know how to comfort them. In the midst of anxiety, Yang Kai, who was riding in front of him on a cloud-stepping horse, suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter was full of joy. The 2 blood servants looked at each other suspiciously, quickly caught up, and looked sideways, only to see Yang Kai's face filled with a strong joy, and the previous dullness and displeasure flew to the clouds. Little, young master, only Tang Yushan pursed his red lips, I don't know how his mood changed so much. Yang Kai laughed even louder. Tang Yushan suddenly woke up. It turns out that the appearance of the young master just now was made for others to see. To take such a big advantage, of course I have to find some psychological balance for others. If I look excited, I'm afraid those elders still don't know how to be suspicious. Yang Kai nodded slightly. This time, it can be said that it has made a lot of money. Although the family's order had a curb effect on Yang Kai's progress in the battle for the inheritance, in the long run, Yang Kai was undoubtedly the biggest winner. So many blood servants have returned to his name and will be dispatched from now on. This is a precedent that has never occurred in the entire Yang family. Good luck and bad luck, really good. What's more, only 2 blood servants can participate in the battle for the succession, can't they win the victory? Yang Kai is full of confidence in his future. Refreshing all the way, 100 miles away, it took half an hour to arrive. The roaring movement of the cloud-trotting horse alarmed Chu Yimeng, who was anxiously waiting in the mansion. Miss Chu hurried out to greet her, her beautiful eyes watching her words and secretly guessing why the Yang family called Yang Kai back to Zhongdu this time. After seeing Yang Kai's silent expression, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 496 One good news, one bad news. Yang Kai's expression clearly meant that something bad happened to the Yang family. Chu Yimeng thought about it in her heart, and did not dare to ask immediately, but silently welcomed him into the mansion. In the side hall, the leaders of many forces gathered together. They all heard the news that Yang Kai was recalled to the family, and naturally wanted to know the reason. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. The hall was very quiet, and the needles could be heard falling. One good news, one bad news. Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked around. Which one do you want to hear? There are good and bad. Huo Xingchen smiled and shook his head. Then let's hear the bad news first. It can't be worse than the news we heard this morning. Yang Kai's expression changed. Although he didn't know what he was talking about, he didn't go to the bottom of it. If there was any news in the battle city, Chu Yimeng would definitely let him know. The bad news is that only 2 blood servants in the house can participate in the battle for succession, and the rest are not allowed to contribute in the battle for succession. What? Everyone was shocked. Chu Yimeng even frowned slightly, and asked, what do you mean? Yang Kai briefly said the family's decision. After comprehending the deep meaning of it, everyone became filled with righteous indignation and their faces were ugly. Why? Huo Xingchen shouted, your Yang family is too playful, isn't it? The rules of the battle for succession should be changed if they are changed. Yeah, how could this be? In this way, the strength gap opened with other houses was shortened in an instant. Everyone blamed the Yang family elder hall for not being, even a cold woman like Han Shaoqi. There was a hint of anger on his face. Originally, the situation was very good, and there were 7 blood servants on Yang Kai's side, enough to sweep away all the enemies. But now, it definitely doesn't work. Yang Kai, you didn't fight with the Yang family's old palace. These blood servants all came to rely on you, so they were cut for no reason. Huo Xingchen was extremely angry. Don't be noisy. Chu Yimeng took a deep breath and whispered. When she heard the news just now, she also felt sullen in her chest. Fang Xin was secretly angry, but after she calmed down, she realized that Yang Kai said so. There was no sign of displeasure on his face. Now I know that he doesn't really care about this result. What is the good news? Chu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and asked, let's hear it. The crowd suddenly quieted down and looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose. With a light smile on his face, he said, the good news has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with the battle for succession. It only concerns me. The blood servants who come to rely on me now and in the future will all belong to my name and be loyal to me. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it, and after thinking about it carefully, they suddenly realized the huge benefits contained in it. Isn't it? Dong Qinghan looked incredulous. Your Yang family agreed to this condition. Good. I'm so stupid. Huo Xingchen was also stunned. Chu Yimeng smiled and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai, you really made a lot of money. Now and in the future, all the blood servants who have taken refuge in Yang Kai are only loyal to Yang Kai. This means that, no matter whether he can win the final victory in the battle for the succession, the future Yang Kai's status in the Yang family will definitely not be low. There are so many blood servants as followers, how can the status be bad, at least the position of elders? The elder of the Yang family. That is a character whose status is comparable to that of a first-class power master. The family is probably because they have done too much this time, so they agreed to this condition. Yang Kai chuckled, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be able to get such a big benefit. Chu Yimeng nodded lightly. In the short term, this is indeed bad news for the inheritance war, but it is quite beneficial for your personal long-term development. Anyway, congratulations to you first. A congratulatory sound rang out. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but when he observed the words and expressions, he found that everyone's eyebrows were hiding a hint of worry, and he couldn't help but wonder, did something happen last night? They have only left for one night, and they have such a change in their expressions. It must be that something major happened last night. Everyone couldn't help coughing lightly and sat upright. Chu Yimeng smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from you, I was about to tell you. He sighed and said, like you, I have good news and bad news here. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news. Yang Kai looked straight. Yang Ying abstained. What? Yang Kai suddenly changed color. You heard right, your 7th brother, Yang Ying, abstained, just last night. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned, this was not something he could expect. Up to now, the battle for the succession has gone on, and only 4 of the 8 princes are left. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, Yang Ying. Among these 4 families, Yang Kai's mansion has the largest number of masters, and the 7 blood servants alone have the strength to surpass everyone, not to mention Old Demon and Meng Wuya. In addition, the one with the most help and the largest number of people is Yang Ying, which is incomparable to the other 3. After all, that night, Yang Kai attacked Yang Shen's mansion and took the command flag. Except for the 2 blood servants, all of Yang Shen's men gathered at Yang Ying's mansion. Yang Ying's subordinates are equivalent to having the help of 2 great sons. No matter how you look at it, Yang Ying is not the worst of the 4. But he actually voluntarily abstained. This is beyond everyone's expectations, and this happened last night, when Yang Kai left the war city. I don't know what the specific situation is. Chu Yimeng shook her head, and she only found out this morning. It is said that your second brother went to Yang Yingfu alone and talked with him in the middle of the night. Knowing what benefits and conditions were promised, Yang Ying voluntarily abstained. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "So, those people under 7th brother. It's already in your second brother's house." Chu Yimeng shook her head with a wry smile. After absorbing the people from Yang Ying's mansion, Yang Zhao's mansion can now be said to have grown to an unbelievable level. It is different from Yang Kai's current situation. He is the strongest one. This night is really changing. Yang Kai looked gloomy and sneered softly. I only left for 1 night, and such a big thing happened in Zanchang, but the second brother took a good advantage. If it wasn't for being summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday, Yang Kai would have brought 7 blood servants to the south and the north last night. But now, Yang Kai has completely lost the advantages he had accumulated. On the contrary, be careful not to do anything on the second brother's side. The situation has turned sharply down, and the gap is quite unbearable. I was summoned by the Elder Hall last night, and my second brother made a big move at night. Is this a coincidence or what? Yang Kai does not know. But now, the trend of the battle for succession has become confusing. At the very least, Yang Zhao's place has become a tough bone. The boss is definitely not good at playing there. The remaining 3 brothers, who can win in the end, this is also a matter of concern to the whole world. What about the good news? Yang Kai calmed down and asked. This good news is not too good for you now. Chu Yimeng showed a helpless look on her face, clapped her hands and said, "Come in." 2 people came in at the door. Yang Kai just glanced at them and immediately understood what Chu Yimeng meant. These are the 2 blood servants following the 7th brother. Now that Yang Ying has voluntarily abstained, they have the opportunity to choose followers again. Like the other blood servants, the 2 also came to join Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai agreed to the request of the Elder Hall, so the 2 of them would not be able to contribute much in the battle for the inheritance. Wu Ju, Fu Kong, I've seen the young master. Yang Kai nodded gently. Have you heard what you just said? I heard. Both of them nodded and said with a smile, then I will ask the young master to take care of him. Each other. Subordinates retire. The 2 came out to meet Yang Kai. He immediately backed away. What are your plans now? Chu Yimeng asked softly when the 2 blood servants left. Let's take a look at the situation. Yang Kai was also a little helpless, although the forces he had gathered were not bad, but without so many blood servants to use, he couldn't be as reckless as he expected, let alone. Yang Zhao is also a strong soldier now, and he has to guard against it. The change in 1 night is so great, it is really impermanent. Although everyone felt a little injustice for Yang Kai, but thinking that he has so many blood servants directly, they feel that there is nothing. After dispersing, they each went to practice. Yang Kai called all the blood servants together. Counting the 2 newly joined in the morning, there are already 9 blood servants gathered in the house. This number is quite staggering. The meaning of the Elder Hall, many experts in the blood servant hall have also heard from Yingju and Tang Yushan. Looking at the powerhouses in front of him, Yang Kai said, You 9, I can only choose 2 people to participate in the battle for the inheritance. Yingju has always been responsible for my safety, concealed assassination, none of you can compare, so I chose him. As for Yushan, she is the only woman among you who is proficient in spiritual skills, so I also chose her. I hope you don't have any complaints. My subordinates don't dare to wait. Everyone said in unison. I also know you won't. Yang Kai nodded. Actually, there is another reason for choosing Yushan. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. You reading www.yuakanshu.com. Yang Kai smiled. I also want to be with beautiful women. It was Tang Yuxian's calm personality and rich experience that he couldn't help but blushed and said, "Little son." The expressions of a group of people suddenly became ambiguous. Yang Kai looked straight, no longer talking nonsense, and said, "Although the remaining 7 of you can't contribute to the battle for the succession, you can also teach the warriors in the palace how to practice in your spare time." "That's fine." Tu Feng nodded. "They are all masters of the Yang family blood servant hall, and all of them have the cultivation of the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Presumably those warriors in the mansion will also be ecstatic to get the guidance of the Yang family blood servant. This is not an opportunity that ordinary people can get. RQ. The fastest update, please favorite. Chapter 497 Tang Yuxian's demonstration. After talking with the blood servants for a while, Yang Kai let them go away. Only Tang Yushan was left. Just now, Yang Kai made a little joke. Tang Yushan was still blushing at this moment, and she didn't know why Yang Kai left her alone. "Yushan, everyone is not an outsider, I will not hide some things from you." Yang Kai looked serious and said softly, "Young master, please say it." Yushan listens attentively. Tang Yushan also straightened his face. "I don't know, you can feel it." After Yang Kai finished speaking, the tyrannical power of consciousness burst out and shrouded Tang Yushan. Tang Yuxian's delicate body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes were filled with strangeness, and she looked at Yang Kai incredulously. "Do you feel it?" Yang Kai asked. Tang Yushan was stunned for a while, and then gave her head slightly. "Little young master, is this your own power of consciousness?" "Good. Yang Kai has cultivated the power of divine sense. Tang Yushan and Tu Feng are not aware of it, but this time Yang Kai wants to ask Tang Yushan some questions about the soul, and this is a small show in front of her. It turns out that the power of divine consciousness that erupted in Yang Tai's mansion that night belongs to you, young master." Tang Yushan suddenly realized that several months later, she still remembered clearly that on the first night of the battle for succession, a war broke out in the Tai mansion. Yang Kai rushed out, and at the same time there was a tyrannical power of consciousness that enveloped Yang Tai mansion, deterring the quartet. At that time, she was still wondering who the master of this power of consciousness was, and it was not until this moment that she figured it out. "It's just that you are only at the 9th floor of the true Yuan realm now, young master. Why are you? How can it have the power of divine consciousness of the peak of the gods?" And it was a few months ago. According to this, Yang Kai's spiritual power has been cultivated for a long time. "I don't know either." Yang Kai shook his head and didn't say much. "You are better at spiritual skills than others, I just want to draw some experience from you. Meng Wuya and Earth Demon are all masters of the masters, and they will definitely not be weaker than Tang Yushan in terms of spiritual attainments, but everyone has their own strengths. Yang Kai is only one step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary, so he naturally wants to make some preparations in advance, especially the level of promotion to Immortal Ascension boundary. The real Yuan realm is a watershed for warriors, and the vitality in the body will be transformed into real Yuan, becoming more intense, pure and powerful. Immortal Ascension realm is also a huge watershed for warriors. In this realm, warriors will open up their own sea of AA consciousness and nurture and cultivate the power of divine consciousness. "What exactly do you want to ask, little master?" Tang Yushan regained her mood and asked calmly. "For example, how did you open up your own sea of AA consciousness?" Yang Kai thought for a while. "My subordinate remembers that I took some genius treasures to supplement my senses." Tang Yushan recalled and said slowly, "I can't tell you this clearly, so let's go, little son, this subordinate will demonstrate it for you." I still remember the situation. "Demonstration? How to demonstrate?" "Little son, come into my sea of AA consciousness." Tang Yushan let go of the defense of the sea of AAAA knowledge without being alert at all. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded, and the power of divine consciousness turned into a stream, which rushed into Tang Yuxian's mind. Looking around, there is a clear sky, clear water, no traces, and the vast ocean appears in Yang Kai's eyes. The boundless ocean contains the power of Tang Yuxian's consciousness, and Yang Kai can't help but look slightly moved. So far, Yang Kai has broken into the sea of AA consciousness of 3 people in total. The first is Shan Qingluo, the second is junior sister, and the third is Tang Yushan. Breaking into the sea of AA knowledge of others, you can clearly feel the changes and thoughts in other people's hearts. This is a very subtle feeling. It seems to have become a roundworm in that person's stomach. No change in mind can be hidden from observation. Spy on. Therefore, if the relationship is not very good, the martial artist will not let go of the defense of the sea of AAAA knowledge to outsiders. The sea of AAAA knowledge of the 3 people gave Yang Kai different feelings. Shan Qingluo's sea of AA consciousness contains a seductive and seductive meaning, and the vast sea of AA consciousness seems to be able to inhale Yongkai's soul, making people unable to extricate themselves. Little senior sister's sea of AA consciousness gives people a fresh and natural feeling. Staying in the sea of AA consciousness of little senior sister, can forget all troubles and miscellaneous worries, her breath can make Yongkai quickly calm, and his heart is like still water. And Tang Yushan is mature. Even the breeze on the sea was like the embrace of a plump woman, tightly wrapping Yongkai. At this moment, Tang Yuxian's soul body was standing not far in front of Yongkai. The ocean below suddenly rolled up with waves, and the scene of the clear sky changed for a while, and it became illusory. Yongkai was stunned. Tang Yushan said embarrassedly, "It's the first time someone broke into the sea of AA consciousness, and my subordinates are not used to it." Knowing the situation in the sea can clearly reflect Tang Yuxian's inner changes, and she is undoubtedly a little nervous now. After all, she is equivalent to showing most of the secrets in front of Yongkai, which is a bit embarrassing for any woman. As long as Yongkai goes deep into her sea of AA consciousness, he can even spy on all the bits and pieces he has experienced from childhood to adulthood, but Yongkai will definitely not do this. Hearing what she said, Yongkai just nodded and waited for her mood to calm down. Sure enough, after a while, the sea calmed down again. "Little young master, look carefully, I'll demonstrate it now," Tang Yushan said in a soft voice, and Yongkai suddenly felt dark in front of him. Nothing can be seen, the sea, the clear sky, the breeze, everything is gone. There was nothingness all around, and he seemed to be in chaos. Knowing that Tang Yushan was showing himself the development and formation of the sea of AAA knowledge, he held his breath and paid attention. I don't know how long it took, but in that emptiness and chaos, there seemed to be one or two free energies born, just like the first life when the world first opened, full of vitality and energy fluctuations. That is Tang Yuxian's soul thread. These two energies are cruising in this chaos, like a canoe swaying in the waves, like the candlelight in the wind and rain, and more like the snow under the scorching sun. Subtle, and weak, but it has caused some peculiar changes. Nothingness and chaos are no longer the only themes of this world. In that darkness, one after another of divine souls and threads appeared, lighting up this dark space that seems to never be annihilated. Initially, these divine soul threads were scattered and scattered, not forming a circle. In the process of forming, some divine soul threads were shattered and returned to nothingness. But more soul threads remained. Gradually, this world of nothingness and chaos became like the starry sky at night, full of stars and beautiful. With the passage of time, these soul silk city gathered together, and the subtle energy twisted into one after another, and there seemed to be a gurgling sound of running water. In that world of nothingness, a small stream appeared, and the stream flowed and stretched into the distance. More and more magnificent, more and more huge, the stream has become a river, the river has become the sea, and the sea radiates in all directions, and there is no end in sight. Like the beginning of the world, there is no trace of chaos. The darkness was expelled, and Yongkai's eyes were bright. The breeze was blowing, and the clear water below was full of sky. Tang Yushan still stood quietly not far in front of him, exhaled softly, and a tired look appeared on the body of the soul. The demonstration just now must have consumed a lot of her mind. "Do you understand, little boy?" Yongkai nodded lightly, did not answer, but was immersed in the artistic conception that had just grown out of nothing and slowly expanded. Opening up a sea of AA knowledge is completely equivalent to opening up a world. But this world belongs to only one person. I have to say that this demonstration by Tang Yushan has made Yongkai gain a lot. In the future, how to open up his own sea of AA knowledge and how to advance to the immortal ascension boundary, he already has a lot of ideas. The only difference now is the heat and cultivation. Yongkai believes that as long as he has enough strength to advance to the immortal ascension boundary, he will be able to open up the sea of AA consciousness in the fastest time. Actually, if the young master wants to cultivate his spiritual power, his subordinates have a suggestion. Oh, Yongkai looked at her in surprise. Young master can find a soulmate, well, both of you will cultivate. Tang Yuxian's face turned a little red. Yongkai laughed dumbly, isn't that a soulmate? Yes. Tang Yushan suddenly became embarrassed, and there was a faint feeling that he was encouraging the young master to do bad things. I heard that once you try this kind of thing, it's easy to get lost in it. Yongkai smiled strangely. Soul exchange, the fusion of the souls of two people, you can feel the joy that surpasses the union of the physical body thousands of times, that is the resonance of the soul, although you can enjoy a lot, but the fusion of the souls, it is easy for the two to mix their memories together. If it is not good, it will make the personalities of both parties change greatly, and even they don't even know who they are. Others may get lost, but the young master has a firm heart, so there should be no problem. Tang Yushan paused for a while, then added, absolutely no problem. Quote. So sure. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yu reading www.yuakanshu.com nodded and said, I will consider it. There is one candidate, but I don't know where Yiren is now. The yin and yang harmony with Su Yan has only reached the second stage, and as long as they reach the third stage of heart-to-heart connection, they will definitely be able to resonate with their souls. It is also a good idea to use it for dual cultivation and to enhance each other's spiritual power. Thank you for this time. Yang Kai is serious. You're welcome, young master, that's what your subordinates should do. Tang Yushan smiled. Yang Kai gently led the leader and was about to withdraw from Tang Yuxian's sea of AA consciousness, when suddenly his expression changed, he couldn't help but snorted and frowned. What's wrong? Tang Yushan asked in surprise. There is movement. Yang Kai's face sank, and he disappeared in the next moment. Tang Yushan was stunned for a moment, then quickly calmed down and withdrew from the sea of AAAA knowledge. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yang Kai hurriedly got up and walked out. At the same time, there was a creepy smirk from the mansion. Since you are here, why hide your head and show your tail and show me? Immediately, there was a wave of earth-shattering energy fluctuations in the mansion, the earth shook and the mountain shook, and out of the corner of the view, I even saw red rays of light rising from a certain position on the mansion. Tang Yuxian's expression changed, not knowing what happened. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 498. Yang Kai's mansion, along with old demon's weird laughter and shouting, made everyone alert. When Yang Kai arrived at the place, he found that a certain location not far from the pill room was surrounded by warriors in the house, 3 layers and 3 layers, color, looking towards the center. Seeing Yang Kai's arrival, they all gave up a passage and greeted respectfully. Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked inside calmly. On the innermost floor, Chu Yimeng and the others gathered around Old Demon, all staring at the front with curious and astonished expressions. Young master, that person is here. Old Demon's expression was a little excited. While talking to Yang Kai, he stretched out his finger and pointed to the front. Yang Kai's eyes squinted, only to see that about 5 feet ahead, several red rays of light rising from the ground, like red-hot iron pillars, forming a circle. And in that circle, a shadowy figure was rampaging, but it couldn't get rid of the shackles of these red rays of light. A group of people were amazed, even Chu Yisui and others were extremely surprised. Because this figure wrapped in red light is almost transparent, if you don't look carefully, you can't see its existence at all. When the figure was walking, it was like a stream of clear water flowing through the air, refracting the scene on the opposite side of the field of vision a little distorted. Until now, no one could see the true appearance of this figure. Such means have completely exceeded the scope of everyone's knowledge and understanding. Ying Ju is also a master at stealth assassination. He can also dilute his figure in the air, but he uses a special technique and a way of moving his true essence to make others ignore his existence. But the mysterious person in front of her is not, she is clearly there, but she can't be seen by everyone. Yang Kai's expression froze, knowing that he had underestimated the methods of this mysterious master before. This mysterious expert appeared in front of Yang Kai twice but was able to retreat every time. Last time at Po Jing Lake, Yang Kai chopped off a strand of her hair and gave it to Old Demon, so that Old Demon could find a way to find it, trace of this person. Kung Fu pays off. Until today, Old Demon didn't notice the breath of this mysterious master, and immediately trapped her with his supernatural powers. Even if she was trapped, she didn't seem to be worried at all, just casually walking back and forth in the small area surrounded by the red light, as if she could still see the people around her. Hey, is it a woman? Chu Yimeng was extremely surprised. At that moment, she clearly saw the 2 lumps on the chest of this fuzzy figure. Although it was only a shock, it also made Chu Yimeng confirm her identity. Gender. Girl, show your true face. Yang Kai commanded coldly and indifferently. The other party was non-committal, did not answer, did not show up, just stood there quietly. Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes staring at him. I just want to ask some questions and ask the girl to cooperate. Yang Kai frowned. Still no answer. Yang Kai's expression gradually became impatient. He didn't know what this person wanted to do when he sneaked into the vicinity of the pill room again and again, and he didn't know who this person was recruiting. Everyone above was apprehensive. Moreover, her current attitude of refusing to cooperate also makes Yang Kai feel that it is useless to say it again. I'll give you 10 breaths of time, think about it. Yang Kai's expression cooled down, and he waited quietly after speaking. Soon, 10 breaths have passed. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, staring at the position of the figure and said lightly, "Go ahead, if she dares to resist, it doesn't matter if she kills." Earth Demon Jia gave a strange smile, stepped forward, and the figure bound by the red light seemed to be unexpectedly. Yang Kai's ruthless figure once again solidified for a moment but soon faded into everyone's field of vision. Close. Earth Demon Li shouted that the red rays of light that formed a circle suddenly moved closer to the center, with an extremely strange aura. HMPH, just because you people want to catch me. Just when the red rays of light were about to bind the woman, she suddenly spoke. The voice entered the ear, and everyone's expressions were startled. It's not because the voice is good or difficult to hear, but because the voice gives people a very tender feeling. A person, with the growth of age, not only the body shape, but also the appearance will have some subtle changes, and the voice will also change. Older people and younger people have different sound quality. This mysterious master's voice is very tender and clear. Just listening to her voice, everyone can't help but think that she is a young girl of 2 decades. Soon, everyone shook their heads secretly. It is impossible for a girl of 2 decades to have such exquisite cultivation and profound strength. Chu Yimeng was already 22, so she was only at the first level of the immortal ascension boundary. Lu Qingyao was older. This woman's aptitude, it is impossible that the evildoer is better than Chu Yimeng and Lu Qingyao, right? Maybe the natural sound quality is relatively tender, and everyone guessed in their hearts. As soon as the mysterious woman's voice fell, Old Demon's expression suddenly froze. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly took out something from his arms. At the same time, along with the woman's smug laughter, her figure bound in the red light suddenly burst. Yang Kai took a step forward suddenly, and a big handprint grabbed it there. He has seen such a scene twice, and each time, the mysterious master escaped like this. The handprints attacked, only to catch a mist of water, and the woman suddenly disappeared under the watchful eyes of the public. All the people present are unmoved. Not only are the younger generation of warriors gathered here, but there are also many immortal wandering realms. Several masters of the Yang family blood servant hall are also here, but no one has found out how she escaped. Old Demon looked excited, holding the thing he just took out in his hand, and poured the real essence into it. As the real essence was poured in, the strangely shaped thing suddenly lit up. Arrest! Old Demon shouted softly. The thing in his hand turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes like lightning, only to see it fly towards a certain direction in the battle city at an unbelievable speed. Jia, this old man knew she would do this. Old Demon smiled proudly and watched the streamer disappear. Are you sure? Yang Kai asked, and he glanced at the thing Old Demon took out just now. It was made from the light blue hair he gave him last time. Old man, take action, young master, just wait. Old Demon was full of confidence. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and several blood servants looked at Old Demon with strange expressions. None of them are short-sighted people, but they have never heard of the methods that Old Demon uses, and they can't help but become interested in the details and origins of Old Demon. In Zancheng, Rufeng Inn, in an upper room, a young girl slowly opened her beautiful eyes, pouted her bright red mouth, and said, "It's really annoying to actually wait for a rabbit, it's too shameless, and others have I didn't want to do anything bad, I just wanted to find someone, I was mad at me. Before and after, 3 times I met a man who seemed to be younger than me, and the first 2 times he saw through her own concealment, and the girl was quite unconvinced. How can there be such a powerful young man in such a barbaric land? It's just a little weaker. If he was not born here, but was born in the place where he left, he must have made great achievements in the future, right? However, since he was born here, his future achievements will be very limited." Thinking of this, the girl's mood suddenly became happy, as if she was gloating at Yang Kai's humble background. Ooh, there seemed to be a sound of breaking air beside her ears, and the girl's skin tightened, and she immediately felt a sense of danger, which made her body icy cold, and suddenly became uneasy. Before she could figure out what was going on, a stream of light flew in from the window. The streamer hit the girl's body with lightning speed. Hey! The girl was caught off guard and fell to the ground. When she got up, the streamer disappeared again. There is no sign of injury all over my body, but I can feel it carefully and it seems that something is missing. What's missing? The girl checked it several times, but couldn't find it out. She couldn't help shaking her little head, and she pointed at her red lips, puzzled. In Yang Kai's mansion, everyone has dispersed under Yang Kai's order. Only old demon remained. The master and servant are waiting quietly. After a long while, a stream of light flashed across his eyes. Old demon reached out to catch it, and after a little investigation, he said with great joy, "Young master, it's done." As he spoke, he handed over what he caught. Yang Kai picked it up, put it in his hand and looked at it carefully, and laughed dumbly. He just glanced at it casually, and didn't pay attention to what old demon made with the woman's hair, but now it seems that this is actually a small, human. Old demon actually has this skill. The villain made of hair has naturally blurred facial features, but with healthy limbs, it is just a rough model. At this moment, this little man exudes a faint circle of light, and it seems that there is an obscure energy surging in it. Young master, this is a soul-binding spell made by this old slave. This little person is already connected to that woman's spirit. If you do something to this little person, even if the woman is thousands of miles away, she will still be able to do it. Feel the same. Hey! Am I going to unscrew its neck? Yang Kai glanced at old demon. That woman is dead. Old demon laughed. It can be said that now that person is completely controlled by you, young master. Not bad. A smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, greatly satisfied. Old demon laughed dryly. This seems to be a spell that the old slave researched in order to control his subordinates. Well, that day was also an inspiration, and I suddenly remembered it. So, you didn't have a good time before. If you use this method to control your subordinates, who will be willing to swear allegiance to you? Yes, the old slave is also forced to. Yang Kai shook his head, no longer discussing this issue, just stretched out his hand, curled his middle finger, aimed at the forehead of the villain in his hand, and flicked it lightly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Paintings Hong Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. 499. How old are you? It's night, Yang Kai's mansion. The torches burning everywhere illuminated the entire mansion brightly. Are you here? Yang Kai, who was meditating and practicing, suddenly opened his eyes, shining brightly in the dark, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. The old demon, who was guarding him, also laughed slyly, making this quiet night seem extremely eerie. Since you're here, why don't you show up generously? Yang cheerfully shouted. The door of the room was suddenly opened. Yang Kai's eyes condensed, and he looked forward, only to see an almost transparent figure standing at the door under the bright moonlight, like the daytime, like clear water wading through. The person walked into the house and stood still about 10 feet away from Yang Kai. Old demon was secretly urging his power, and Ying Ju, who was hiding in the darkness, also focused all of his attention on this mysterious master, daring not to relax in the slightest. As cowardly as a mouse. There was a disdainful scorn from the place where the almost transparent figure stood. It was still the kind of clear and sweet, tender female voice, obviously despising Yang Kai when she met her. Master Guard. Show your true face. Yang Kai didn't care and ordered lightly. You kind of rat is not qualified to see this little sister. The person in front of him snorted softly, then paused and said, unless you have asked the two people around you to step down. Yang Kai laughed playfully, playing with the little man made of light blue hair in one hand, silent. It can be clearly felt that the eyes of the woman on the opposite side have been locked on the villain, and the pair of beautiful eyes seem to be full of fear and bitterness. I can't wait to grab this villain and destroy it. Go. After a long while, Yang Kai waved his hand. Young master. Old demon's expression changed slightly and he shouted in a low voice. It's okay. Yang Kai shook his head. Old demon frowned, and then nodded. That old slave and Ying Ju will stay outside the door. If you have any orders, just shout. After speaking, he walked out and passed by the mysterious woman. Old demon suddenly laughed strangely. Don't mess with my young master, or you will not have a good life in the future. The mysterious woman sneered. After Earth Demon and Ying Ju walked out, the mysterious woman became more relaxed, and she was also a little nervous when the two masters in the house sat down. Yang Kai saw her subtle transformation in his eyes and chuckled. It seems that you are not very good. Will be jealous of Ying Ju and Earth Demon, obviously not the top masters. It's enough to be better than you. The woman snorted coldly, not showing weakness. Yang Kai's brows can't help but wrinkle. This woman, actually fighting with her. Her heart is obviously immature. How old is she? Yang Kai is very curious about this. Now as you wish, my two men have gone out, show your true face. Giggle. The woman smiled coquettishly, her almost transparent body also appearing from time to time. Her graceful appearance was outstanding, and her laughter was restrained and said delicately, "You just want to see me that much? Not bad." Yang Kai slowly got up and walked towards her step by step. The mysterious woman's breath suddenly stagnated, as if she did not expect Yang Kai to be so daring and dare to approach him rashly without any entourage. Even as he approached, the woman who was supposed to be fearless could not help but feel a sense of crisis. Slowly shaking her head, the woman dispelled the uneasiness in her heart and suddenly became dangerous. Lang Sensen said, "Give you a chance and give me what you have in your hand." "What if I say no? People who anger Sister Ben Xiaolu will never end well." The woman's tender body suddenly burst with a cold drink, and the scattered water mist instantly filled the entire room. The energy of Yang Kai is wrapped around in all directions. Feeling the movement in the house, Ying Ju, who was standing at the door, was about to rush in to help as soon as she moved, but was stopped by Old Demon. Old Demon shook his head slowly and said calmly, "Young master will be fine. If something happens, you die." Ying Ju said coldly. The Earth Demon smiled and said, "In terms of loyalty, this old man is no worse than you. Don't worry, that woman is going to be unlucky. If she dares to anger the young master, she will definitely not end well." As soon as the voice fell, a shrill scream came from the house. It was the woman's voice. Listening to this voice, she seemed to have suffered some inhuman torture. In the middle of the period, Yang Kai's wretched and low-pitched grin was also mixed. Ying Ju couldn't help but look weird, and in her mind she couldn't help but see a strong bully who was humiliating a girl who was too delicate and weak to resist. For a while, the blood boiled. Inside the house, Yang Kai stood on the spot, holding the little man in his hand, flicking with his fingers, and every time he flicked, the woman's screams became shrill. After a while, a figure suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The mist was so thick that he couldn't see clearly. However, under the pain, this woman was curled up on the ground, like a quail in the cold winter. The pale blue cyan silk scattered on the ground like a waterfall, looking so delicate and helpless, it was pitiful. Yang Kai was indifferent, the scorching true yang vital energy permeated out of his body, instantly evaporating the water mist in the house, and then walked to the woman in a leisurely manner and looked down at her condescendingly. Looking at the light blue hair like clear lake water, Yang Kai couldn't help but be amazed. It was the first time he had seen such hair, smooth, flowing and beautiful. Anyone would love a blue silk like this the first time they see it. The mysterious woman's body is also relatively petite, her long hair even covers half of her hips, her legs are bent, her hands are covering her forehead, she is lying on the ground motionless, only a big mouth gasps, it came out violently. Through the gaps between his fingers and hair, Yang Kai saw a pair of bright and jealous eyes looking towards him. Moreover, although this woman looked horrible and pitiful, she actually put on a perfect defensive and counterattack posture. As long as Yang Kai takes another step forward, she can launch a thunder strike. With a slight smile, Yang Kai stopped. The beautiful eyes under the fingers suddenly became disappointed. "Get up." Yang Kai raised his head slightly and looked at her lightly. The woman slowly shook her head, her attitude firm. "Don't act like I'm raping you, I'm not interested in old women." Yang Kai snorted. Who was the old woman? It seemed that it was the cat whose tail had been stepped on. The woman immediately jumped up from the ground and glared at Yang Kai, her teeth clenched tightly, her full breasts rose and fell, and the blue silk was even more elegant. It swayed from side to side, covering her round buttocks. After seeing Yang Kai's smug smile, the woman realized that she had been tricked, and immediately puffed up her cheeks, her face unaffected. Yang Kai's eyes became weird, staring straight at the woman in front of him, his face full of suspicion. He found that this woman's face was as immature as her voice. The years did not seem to have left too many nicks on her face. A woman, no matter how well behaved she is, can't deceive the passage of time unless she takes some special genius treasures. Just like Dong Suzu and Tang Yushan, although they look young, many people even mistake Dong Suzu for the daughter of the fourth master of Yang, but if you look closely, you can still know that they are not girls. But the woman in front of her was different. Yang Kai felt that if she hadn't taken the genius treasure that was used to keep her face, then she would really be a girl with 2 decades of beauty. And her cultivation base. Yang Kai's consciousness turned around her, and she couldn't help but be moved. The 8th floor of the Immortal travel boundary. This is the first time that Yang Kai has clearly judged her cultivation level. The first few times she met her, her spiritual sense couldn't detect her realm at all, and even Meng Wuya couldn't help it. She seemed to have a magical power obscures the prying eyes of divine consciousness. What the hell are you trying to do? Seeing Yang Kai's aggressive gaze a little hairy, the woman's beauty changed slightly, and she couldn't help shrinking. I would like to ask you, what are you doing? Yang Kai stared at her. What have I done? You want to torture me like this? The woman suddenly became aggrieved, and a mist of water swayed in her beautiful eyes. Since she was a child, she has never suffered like this. This ferocious man is holding a villain made of his own hair in his hand. With this villain, he seems to be able to control his own life and death. They just came here to find someone, and they didn't do anything bad. Why do you treat me like this? The woman said, her expression getting excited. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? Yang Kai frowned. I will not tell you. How old are you? Yang Kai suddenly had a headache. Judging from the strength shown by this woman, it is absolutely impossible for her to be as young as she looks, but judging from her tone and demeanor, she seems to be really a young girl. In the world, is there such a powerful girl? Even Su Yan, I am afraid there are only 2 or 3 layers of the Immortal Ascension boundary at this moment, right? I won't tell you this. The age of a woman is the biggest secret. The woman pouted her bright red mouth, as if she felt that Yang Kai was not as vicious as she imagined, and his face became much more relaxed. Old demon, Yang Kai suddenly shouted outside. Old demon came in response. The old slave is here. I imprisoned this woman with her true essence, stripped her clothes and tied it outside the mansion. Yes, old demon responded quickly without any hesitation. The woman's face was suddenly pale, and she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, never expecting this man to be so vicious and shameless. The scene in which she was stripped naked and tied outside the mansion appeared in her mind, and the woman couldn't help feeling chills and trembling all over. Seeing that old demon grabbed her with a grin, his figure disappeared immediately, and even his aura disappeared without a trace. Can you run away? Yang Kai sneered, and flicked his fingers on the villain again. Accompanied by a scream, the woman who had just disappeared appeared at the door again, fell on the ground, and did not move. It was extremely tragic. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 500 Water Spirit. Inside the house, Yang Kaidwan sat on a chair with a calm demeanor. Yingju and old demon also returned to the house, standing behind him, while the mysterious woman was 5 feet in front of Yang Kai. After suffering a few losses, she has also become quite honest, knowing that as long as the villain made of hair is pinched by Yang Kai, she will not be able to escape the opponent's Wujishin no matter what. The 2 jade hands were entwined with each other, showing her inner tension. Her head was slightly low, and she seemed to be docile and submissive, but those beautiful eyes hidden under the bangs were always watching Yang Kai's movements, waiting for him to reveal his flaws. From time to time, Yin Hong's small mouth wiggled a few times, as if swearing. Your existence makes me very jealous. Yang Kai said frankly, you seem to have some special abilities. If you can't use it for me, I will destroy it immediately. Really? The woman raised her head and glanced at Yang Kai timidly, and found that his expression was extremely serious, obviously not intimidating her, and she was immediately afraid. It was the first time she had seen such a ruthless man. It seemed I don't mind the tricky flowers at all. Yes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. So, what do I ask? What do you answer? If there is something that makes me dissatisfied, you know. Oh, the woman rubbed her reddened forehead and nodded lightly. Under the absolute power, she did not dare to resist. What's your name? Shui Ling. The woman pouted and replied reluctantly. Shui Ling. Yang Kai frowned. This is a name that fits her ability very well, but in Yang Kai's memory, there is no such person, and even this surname is quite strange. Where are you from? Water Temple. Yang Kai's brows frowned even more, thinking about the names of the forces he knew in his mind, but none of them could be linked or related to the Water Temple. Even the name of this faction was the first time he had heard of it. On the other hand, the old demon standing behind him, when he heard the words, Water God Temple, his expression suddenly became strange. His eyes showed a thoughtful expression, and there was a little bit of suspicion, which seemed to touch the chaotic memory in his mind. A moment later, slowly shaking his head, his memory loss was terrible. The 3 words Water God Temple only made him feel a little familiar, but he couldn't remember anything if he really wanted to think deeply. Don't think about it, you don't know the Water God Temple. Shui Ling saw that Yang Kai was thinking, and chuckled. The laughter was mixed with contempt. It seems to be ridiculing Yang Kai for being an ignorant country bumpkin. But I know, have you fabricated a force to fool me? Yang Kai snorted coldly. The other party's aloof gaze made him a little uncomfortable. Obviously as a prisoner, Shuiling is not nervous at all, just like, a child of a superpower is caught by a second and third level force. So fearless. I don't have it, it's your own frog at the bottom of the well. Shuiling slowly shook his head, a light blue hair swaying from side to side, elegant and agile. The water temple, indeed has this power, you don't need to pursue this. The time has come, I will tell you. Just when Yang Kai was a little impatient, Meng Wuya's voice came from his ear. I see. Yang Kai didn't ask any more, he just thought this water temple was a reclusive force. But since this girl was born in the water temple, you have to deal with it carefully, otherwise it is very likely that it will bring a devastating disaster to your Yang family. Yang Kai was slightly moved. The Yang family is already number one in the central capital, even in the entire world, it is the number one superpower. But listening to Meng Wuya's words, the power possessed by this water temple seems to surpass that of the Yang family. How can that be? How could a reclusive force have such great endurance? With a look on his face, Yang Kai continued to ask, age. Shuiling pouted, her white teeth bit her lower lip, and said softly, can you not say this? Yang Kai shook his head firmly. 19 years old. Shuiling looked unhappy. For women, age is a taboo at any time, especially when asked by men. Yang Kai took a deep breath and suddenly felt an unreal feeling. He can judge that the answer from this Shuiling just now is true. In other words, she is indeed only 19 years old. Moreover, this is also in line with her demeanor and tone of speech. However, a 19-year-old on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, how can he think it is unbelievable? Such aptitude and talent have surpassed all the young talents Yang Kai knew. In front of her, Lu Qingyao and the others seemed not even qualified to carry shoes. In an instant, Yang Kai raised his assessment of the water temple to a new level. This secluded force can cultivate a geek like Shuiling, and it is not nonsense to say that it is superior to the Yang family. She was shocked inside, but she didn't show the slightest on her face, she was still so indifferent. Aware of this, Shuiling was a little disappointed. She also expected to see Yang Kai's surprised and decadent expression. Then how old are you? Shuiling asked curiously. It's almost 18, Yang Kai replied, his attitude was still friendly. Isn't it? Shuiling was surprised, I don't think your approach and style are very similar. After a pause, he said, but your qualifications are sloppy. Her evaluation was a matter of course, she didn't have the consciousness of being a prisoner at all, her expression was natural, and she seemed to feel that she had the qualifications for this evaluation. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and said with a light smile, there are many people in your water temple who are not young like me, but are very powerful, right? Shuiling sneered. Let's put it this way, if you enter our water temple, among the younger generation, your aptitude ranking will probably be out of 100. What about you? Yang Kai showed a very interested look. Shuiling was instantly proud, and raised 3 pure white fingers, the first 3. Oh, I see. Yang Kai nodded slightly, if you have time, you must go to your water temple and learn from your younger generation's masters. Shuiling smiled contemptuously, it's just you. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. When I say you're good, I mean you're good here, and you're not good enough for us. What's here and there? Yang Kai frowned. Humph. Shuiling raised his head arrogantly, looked at Yang Kai sideways, and said, I know you're lying to me, so what? But that's the truth, do you feel a lot of blows? Yang Kai stared at her with a smile on his face, his eyes seemed to be burning with fighting intent, and calmly said, Water Temple, I will go. Shuiling's arrogance gradually subsided, and some looked at Yang Kai like a fool. He really couldn't understand why this man was so excited after hearing those words. What kind of person is this? I still have a few questions. Yang Kai didn't bother with the topic just now, this woman is young, and it is really boring to fight with her. After the question, can I leave? Shuiling rolled his eyes. Whatever you want, Yang Kai smiled, then you quickly ask. Shuiling's expression became excited, full of anticipation, wishing to fly out of here with wings now. You said that you came here to find someone, who are you looking for? Yang Kai looked serious and asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Shuiling shook his head, she's covered with a veil, and I don't know what she looks like. Why are you looking for her? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and Shuiling suddenly felt a sense of horror being stared at by a poisonous snake. It seemed that if he said the next sentence wrong, he might usher in a ruthless killing. I couldn't help but tremble, staring at Yang Kai in amazement, not understanding why his breath suddenly changed. After a while, he cautiously replied, her physique is very strange, and her aptitude is even better than yours, I want to pull her in. Water temple. Yang Kai stood up abruptly, and his true chi swelled up. Shui Ling was startled, and quickly took a few steps back, assumed a defensive posture, and asked in a trembling voice, "What are you doing? How do you know that her physique is very strange?" Yang Kai approached Shui Ling step by step, and the tyrannical power of consciousness enveloped all the space around her. The person Shui Ling was looking for was undoubtedly Shanning Shang. This can explain why she sneaked into the vicinity of the pill room. However, she saw that Shanning Shang had a special physique, which made Yang Kai slightly uneasy. Shanning Shang's physique is indeed unusual. It is the holy body of medicine spirit, a physique born for alchemy, and a physique that can reach the peak level of an alchemist. Meng Wuya has always protected Shanning Shang and prevented her from being coveted by others, but if news spreads that Shanning Shang is the holy body of medicine spirit, even Meng Wuya may not be able to protect the integrity of the younger sister. At that time, no matter who the little senior sister falls into, it will not be the result that Yang Kai wants to see. Yang Kai has to take precautions before it happens. If there is really no way, he doesn't mind killing people here. I just know, Shui Ling screamed. She saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, her heart was terrified, and her eyes were full of fear, and she stepped back. How do you know? Yang Kai continued to ask, without giving her any time to breathe. How do I know? I knew it when I saw her when she entered the city that day. Maybe it has something to do with my physique. Yang Kai's pace stopped, staring at the place less than half a foot away from Shui Ling, and glanced up and down. Shui Ling couldn't help but feel a chill, as if under his gaze, he was stripped naked in an instant and presented to this man ***. Your physique is also special. Yang Kai was surprised. Shui Ling nodded lightly, gasping for breath, her full breasts undulating. She suddenly found that this man who was younger than herself was so oppressive, so strong that even an elite like her in the water temple could bear it, not live. At such a close distance, she could attack with the strength that surpassed him by almost a big realm, but Shui Ling dared not. She had a feeling that even without the villain who restrained her, this man could not be killed by herself. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 501. Thoughts that are just around the corner replayed in his mind several times. Shui Ling failed to condense his true essence. What's your physique? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Listening to what she meant, Yang Kai immediately realized that the woman in front of him also seemed to have a special physique. Special physique. Yang Kai has also seen little senior sister so far. This kind of capital that has been possessed since birth is the blessing of God, and it is extremely difficult to appear. Moreover, each special physique can play a different role. Two people with the same physique rarely appear. The physique of the younger sister is particularly suitable for refining medicine, and there is another person with a special physique in front of him. Yang Kai is naturally full of interest and wants to know some of the details. Shui Ling looked at Yang Kai vigilantly, and was somewhat reluctant to answer. Just as Shanning Shang's medicine spirit holy body was strictly kept secret, Shui Ling's physique was naturally something she wanted to hide. But now people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. After hesitating for a long time, Shui Ling said dully, "The body of Shui Ling." Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that the other party didn't lie to her. Judging from the woman's repeated performance, her physique should be related to water, and her own name should also come from this. Is there anything special? Yang Kai asked in a kindly manner. I can turn my body into a flowing water-like existence. Shui Ling said, urging the real essence to demonstrate. Yang Kai did not mean to guard against her. Under the gaze of a few pairs of eyes in the house, this one has a pale face. The woman with long blue hair and a petite figure really became as transparent and clear as water, leaving only the outline of a human figure. Gradually, it even turned into a circular water polo. People like Ying Ju, who are calm, can't help but open their mouths wide, and their faces are incredible. More than that, right? Yang Kai smiled and reached out to touch the water polo in front of him. With a bang, the water polo burst suddenly, and the water mist dispersed. Shui Ling's body appeared strangely not far from Yang Kai's side, his face was blushing and his hands were crossed. Covering the position of his chest, he gritted his teeth and glared at him, seeming to be trembling with anger. Yang Kai was stunned. Twisting his fingers, he raised his eyebrows and said, I touched a place that shouldn't be touched. What do you think? Shui Ling gasped, her silver teeth gritted. I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't feel anything. Yang Kai's expression was calm, he just felt that he had touched a stream of water, and he did not feel the touch of a human body, but for Shui Ling, I am afraid that it's not like this, otherwise she wouldn't be so indignant and ashamed. I remember you. Shui Ling said, his eyes full of hatred. There are many people who remember me. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I don't care, but those people have nothing to do. Go on, I'm very curious about the ability of your water spirit body. Seeing the indifferent expression on his face, he took the indecent incident just now in an understatement. Shui Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. She had never seen such a shameless man before, and she really practiced all her cultivation to her face. I'm not in the mood to say it. Shui Ling snorted coldly, if you want to kill or cut it, you can do it yourself. Yang Kai scratched his forehead, knowing that the unintentional act just now really angered the other party, but he no longer forced her. He was afraid of this mysterious woman just because he didn't know her intentions before. I don't even know her origin. Now that I know it, I don't really care, as long as she is not a subordinate recruited by my brothers, as long as she doesn't want to exert a poisonous hand on Shanning Shang, Yang Kai will not care about her. Is there anything else to ask? If there is nothing to ask, I'll go now. Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Ling's expression was astonished for a moment. He didn't expect him to be so easy to talk. He immediately stretched out a hand and said, give me back my hair. It's impossible. Yang Kai chuckled, you can go, I won't stop you, but this thing must be in my hands, because I don't know if what you said just now is true or not, and I don't know what you will do in the future. You won't come to me to make trouble. Why are you like this? Shui Ling was depressed. You hold that thing, I will never be able to get rid of your control in my life, and you dare to say that you want to let me go, where can I go? Whatever you want, as long as you don't come to my house to make trouble, the world is big, you can go wherever you like. After a while, Yang Kai chuckled, of course, if you are willing to serve me, I am also very welcome. Quote. Working for you, Shui Ling sneered, do you have this qualification? If you don't want to, we can also cooperate. As long as you are willing to stay, everything is easy to discuss. Yang Kai continued to persuade. The ghost wants to stay. Shui Ling snorted coldly, turned around and left, and secretly raised his true essence, beware of Yang Kai opening his eyes and talking nonsense to attack him. But until she left Yang Kai's mansion, there was no movement behind her, and the other party obviously didn't want to embarrass her. Looking back, Shui Ling couldn't help stamping his feet angrily. This time it was really a big loss. Not only did he not get rid of that person's control, but his pure and flawless body was touched, but the person involved didn't say anything and feel nothing. Really pissed off. Also, who made the villain? Why can you connect your own spirits and spirits? This damn bastard, I want him to look good sooner or later. Shui Ling secretly ruthless. Inside the mansion, Yang Kai stood up and let go of the psychological burden he had been worrying about for many days. Young master, why didn't you keep that woman? If she exerts her abilities well, it will be of great benefit to you. Old Demon asked in a puzzled way. Strongly twisted melons are not sweet. Yang Kai shook his head and threw the villain in his hand. I do have the ability to forcibly keep her with this, but what if I leave her? If there is chaos in the world, who can suppress her? In a real fight, she is definitely not an opponent of the old slave. Even a few blood servants in the house can win her, but her physique is indeed a bit of a headache. Old Demon nodded, the body of water spirit is indeed very strange. If it wasn't for the strand of hair that Yang Kai chopped off from the Po Jing lake that day, Old Demon would have no choice but to use the water spirit. What's more, as long as I have this, she will not be too far away from me. Are you afraid that she will not give in when you want to use her in the future? Yang Kai smiled. Young master is very good. The old demon felt a chill, and couldn't help but worry about Shui Ling. That girl probably believed Yang Kai's words, thinking that she and Yang Kai would not violate the river water from now on, did not know that Yang Kai just regarded her as it's just a thug who just comes and goes. 19 years old, the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai murmured and took a deep breath, his eyes couldn't help showing a look of longing. What kind of power is this water temple? To be able to cultivate such a genius, and Shui Ling also said that she was only ranked in the top 3 in the water temple. This also means that there are at least 2 existences of the same level as Shui Ling in the water temple, and even more powerful than her. There is such a force in this world. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel an urge that couldn't wait to see it. Treasurer Meng. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly called out. Meng Wuya's voice immediately entered his ears. Don't ask anything, when it's time to tell you, the old man will naturally say, you should hurry up and attack the Immortal Ascension boundary now. Okay, Yang Kai sighed. This night's confrontation with Shui Ling, apart from Meng Wuya, Old Demon and Ying Ju, no one in the house knew about it. Maybe a few powerful blood servants detected a little movement here, but there was no order from Yongkai. They didn't dare to approach it rashly, and naturally they didn't know the details. After one night, Yongkai announced the retreat. In preparation for promotion to the Immortal Ascension boundary, Chu Yimeng took over all the affairs of the mansion. Now the situation of the battle for succession is confusing. Yongkai has only 2 blood servants that he can use. Although he has a great advantage in terms of financial and material resources, Yang Zhao's mansion has surpassed Yang in terms of manpower. Open a lot. The rash action will only give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage, so in a short time, Yongkai does not plan to decide the winner and loser with Yang Zhao, and only asks Chu Yimeng to bring someone to harass Yang Zhao. Although the elder brother Yang Wei's strength is not weak, in comparison, he is undoubtedly the worst of the remaining 3 brothers. He has long been excluded from the list of the final winners of the battle for the succession. All eyes are on Yongkai and Yang Zhao, and the next patriarch of the Yang family will definitely be born between these 2. But for Yongkai and Yang Zhao, no one is willing to attack Yang Wei, even if they already have this background and strength. As a result, attacking Yang Wei will definitely pay a considerable price and weaken his own strength. Second, after Yang Wei was defeated, the 2 blood servants around Yang Wei could not be the help in the battle for the inheritance, and the allies around Yang Wei would definitely choose another one to take refuge and to strengthen the enemy's strength. This trade-off and the other grows, maybe it can reverse the situation of the battle for succession. It is precisely because of this restriction that Yang Wei, although the weakest, is also the safest. There is even a possibility that Yang Zhao and Yang Kai both lost in the fight and were benefited by the fisherman Yang Wei. This section, not everyone can see clearly, only some people with a strong overall view can recognize it. Time flies, it is 2 months. After the last turbulent reshuffle, the entire war city was silent for 2 months. Occasionally, there will be some small-scale friction between the remaining 3 parties, but they are also quite restrained with each other, and there are not too many casualties. More often, these powerful warriors who participated in the battle for succession are trying to cultivate and strengthen themselves. After more than 2 months of development, Yang Kaifu's personnel have not changed, but the overall strength has risen by several steps. Profound pills are taken every day, and there are even refiners from the treasure artifact sect to refine the secret treasures. Every day, a large number of warriors break through their bottlenecks and advance to the next level. During this period of time, many of the leaders of the younger generation have been promoted to the Immortal Ascension realm. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 502 found it. Today probably, maybe, 2 more, please don't spray. Immortal Ascension boundary is a hurdle for warriors, and many people are unable to break through in their entire lives. But this hurdle is not too big a difficulty for the young leaders of many forces. After entering the Immortal Ascension realm, how far they can go in the martial arts in the future depends on their own efforts and their respective opportunities. But for the vast majority of people, the peak of immortality is their limit. Because of the appearance of these Immortal Ascension boundaries, there are also many more profound pills for cultivation of spiritual consciousness in the pill room, and the consumption of materials is also huge. Fortunately, Yang Kai has accumulated a lot some time ago. From Yang Kengfu and Yang Shen, the command flag seized from the house also exchanged materials with the family early, and the bamboo gang is also buying it every day, so the supply of materials is not a problem for the time being. In addition to the frequent promotion of the younger generation of warriors, those of the older generation of warriors have also made a lot of breakthroughs. For example, Guan Chili of the Blood War gang has been stuck at the 3rd level of the Immortal Ascension boundary for 7 or 8 years. He also always thought that he had only this achievement in his life, and he had reached his own limit. He never thought that after coming to Yang Kaifu to take Xuandan to practice, in just half a month, that bothered him. The bottleneck of 7 or 8 years began to loosen, and after another half a month, he successfully broke through to the 4th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Since then, his own cultivation base has been slowly increasing. Now, the cultivation base of the 4th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary has been completely stabilized. When breaking through the 4th floor of Zhenwu, Guan Chili couldn't even hold back, and burst into tears, which comforted the Hu sisters for a while. Not only Guan Chili, but the masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary of the major forces are mostly in their 40s, 50s and 60s. At this age, with this strength, it is already very difficult to increase their strength. However, since the medicinal pills refined by the alchemists in Medicine King Valley, there are signs of loosening the bottleneck, and the absorption of the spiritual energy of the world has become much faster than before, which makes people feel a kind of reborn illusion. They have absolutely no idea why. Although Schwanden is of good quality and high grade, it is impossible to change a person's cultivation aptitude. However, the medicinal pills produced in Yang Kai's mansion's alchemy room have this effect. The younger generation and the older generation of warriors have made breakthroughs, and the most gratifying is the breakthrough of the blood servants. Although due to the interference of the family, the 9 blood servants could only use Yingju and Tang Yushan to participate in the battle for succession, but Chu Yimeng still did not deduct their share in the supply of medicinal pills. Because Sister Chu Xiaolu knew that these blood servants were the capital of Yang Kai's future based on the Yang family, how could she be neglected? Today, most of the 9 blood servants have made breakthroughs, and all of them have been promoted to the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Among them are Ku Gaoyi, Ying Ju, Tu Feng, Tang Yushan and Xiao Shun. The remaining 4 were the 4 who followed Yang Kai later. Although they failed to break through to the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, their strength increased rapidly. Compared with the days when they came to seek refuge, they were undoubtedly stronger. The blood servants were ecstatic and grateful. The difficulty of breaking through the 8th layer of the Immortal Ascension boundary to the 9th layer cannot be explained clearly in words. Give them time, and each of them has the capital and aptitude to break through to the 9th layer of the Immortal Ascension boundary. But, that's probably 5 years later, 10 years later, or even longer. The rapid improvement of the strength of all the staff makes people see it in their eyes and feel happy in their hearts. In the end, everyone can only deceive themselves and explain that the feng shui of Yang Kai's mansion is very good. In fact, everyone knows that this is the credit of those Zondan. The Schwanden produced by Yang Kaifu seems to have some magical and mysterious functions, which can fundamentally improve people's aptitude. Everyone keeps it a secret. In the room, Yang Kai looked calm, playing with a small sword in his hand. This is the secret treasure that Dong Qinghan captured in Pojing Lake. The 2-month retreat has greatly increased Yang Kai's strength. He rarely does not care about anything for such a long period of time, only asking when he is practicing. In my memory, only when I broke through the real Yuan realm in that other place, I closed for several months in succession. It is really only one step away from the immortal travel realm. There are so many martial artists in the mansion who have the supply of profound pills, how could Yang Kai, who is the main family, not have them, and it is the mysterious pill specially refined for him by the younger sister, and the effect is stronger than other pills. His true essence has reached the standard of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and his spiritual consciousness has become solid and powerful. After closing his eyes and concentrating his mind, Yang Kai can even see the colorful radiating dazzling radiance of the God-warming lotus. The supreme holy product finally appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision once again. For 2 months, Yang Kai didn't do anything, except for cultivation. Other than that, it was refining the remaining 2 secret treasures. That middle-grade Zon-level mirror had already been completely refined by him. At this moment, the small sword in his hand can also be used. However, it was just a little bit short of being able to advance to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai always felt that this small sword was not fully compatible with his divine consciousness. Perhaps it was related to his lack of consciousness. See. After all, this is a divine soul's secret treasure. Perform its full function. If you can make this small sword fully fit with your own consciousness, Yang Kai believes that it is time for him to be promoted. After thinking hard, he couldn't get to the point, but he was not in a hurry. He had been sitting like this for 10 consecutive days, and he had been observing the small sword in his hand with his spiritual sense, trying to fit in with it. There was a sudden knock on the door outside the door, and Yang Kai was awakened from his contemplation, took a deep breath and said, "Come in." The door was opened. Chu Yimeng walked in carefully, glanced at Yang Kai, and found that he did not show an unhappy expression, which made him feel relieved. She knows that Yang Kai is in retreat to attack the Immortal Ascension boundary, and she has not dared to disturb it for the past 2 months, but she has to come today, which is naturally a little apprehensive. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked up at her, and after 2 months of not seeing her, Sister Chu Xiaolu became more and more radiant, and Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that his eyes were bright, because of the difficulties of cultivation, and his depressed mood was getting better. "Phew. There is a person named Peng Kai who wants to see you," Chu Yimeng said softly. Peng Kai. Yang Kai frowned. What is he doing here? Peng Kai, the leader of the Bamboo Jia gang, was also the first force that Yang Kai had gathered in the central capital. Yang Kai never let them participate in the battle of the inheritance war. As a result, the strengths of those people were mixed, even if they were also slaughtered when they went to the battlefield. Second, they were responsible for collecting supplies for Yang Kai and Zongdu, inquiring about various intelligence, transmitting information, and also had their own tasks. After the battle for inheritance began, every month or so, the Bamboo Jia gang would secretly deliver a batch of supplies to the Yang Kai mansion in the battle city. After such a long time, Pang Kai did a good job. But every time he will not show up. After all, he is Yang Kai's help. It is definitely not safe to show up in the battle city. This time I came here in person. Obviously there are some things to report. Chu Yimeng frowned slightly and replied, he didn't say what it was. Just let me tell you 3 words. I found it. Found it. In an instant, Yang Kai knew why Pang Kai personally took the risk and came to War City. Chu Yimeng had just finished speaking when she felt her body light up, the wind whistled beside her ears, and the scenery in her field of vision disappeared quickly. Run. Where is he? Yang Kai asked anxiously when he was on his way. Partial Palace. Chu Yimeng replied. Her expression changed slightly. Since she knew Yang Kai until now, she has rarely noticed that this man has lost his temper, but now, he undoubtedly showed a nervous and expectant look, and there was also infinite anxiety in those eyes. For some reason, Chu Yimeng's heart trembled when she saw it, and she subconsciously grabbed Yang Kai's clothes, clinging to his body. She couldn't even think of what she was doing. Sister Chu Xiaolu has never been a wise and intelligent woman. The two looked intimate, flying around the mansion, blowing past Huo Xingchen and Dong Qinghan who were approaching in a whirlwind. Young Master Huo didn't even have time to say hello, and Yang Kai disappeared. After a while, a gust of wind came from behind, rolling up a trail of smoke and dust. Huo Xingchen took the folding fan and shook it, frowned, who can run fast with young Master Kai? It seems, it's Sister Chu Xiaolu. Fatty Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't believe his eyes. Isn't it? Huo Xingchen couldn't help widening his eyes. Bright day. Kai Xiao's practice has gone wrong. Why are you so anxious? Junior brother is not such a person. Lan Chudi, who was beside Dong Qinghan, suddenly glared at Huo Xingchen. Huo Xingchen couldn't help laughing. Beauty, I didn't say anything about him. Humph. Lan Chudi took a breath, her full breasts almost burst out, and she turned to leave. After she left, Huo Xingchen slowly shook his head. This girl from your family is afraid that she won't be favored by young Master Kai. She is not the same as young Master Kai. Dong Qinghan also smiled helplessly. Fatty Dong naturally understood Lan Chudi's thoughts clearly, but Luo Hua was intentional and ruthless, and this was not something he could interfere with. In particular, the mansion is now full of beautiful women, and there are many who have a good impression of Yang Kai, but he has been in retreat for the past 2 months, and he is self-disciplined and rigorous like an ascetic, staying at home. If this is Huo Xingchen, I am afraid that it will be a song every night, and I will be drunk. To a certain extent, Fatty Dong also admired his cousin quite a bit. He believes that the only person who can match Yang Kai is Chu Yimeng. Even though Lan Chudi is good, there is still something missing. In the side hall, Pang Kai was waiting. Although he came with important information, he was still very nervous. He kept checking whether there was anything wrong with his clothes, and sat upright on the chair, motionless. The figure at the door flickered, and Yang Kai appeared in Pang Chi's field of vision with his arms around Chu Yimeng. The big gang leader looked sluggish, coughed dryly, and turned his eyes away. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 503 Can't I Have Two Women? Slowly putting down Chu Yimeng, Yang Kai walked towards Pang Kai. Miss Chu's expression was calm, and she did not show a twisted gesture because she was seen close to Yang Kai, but her doubts deepened. Because when Yang Kai opened her just now, she clearly felt that Yang Kai's hand was shaking slightly. To make such a determined man have this kind of reaction, what news does this bring? Little young master. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Pang Kai hurriedly stood up, bowed and saluted without talking nonsense, and said directly, Bamboo Jia helped hundreds of people search for more than half a year, and finally lived up to the expectations of young master, the person you were looking for, found. Yang Kai took a breath and asked, where? Before the battle for inheritance started, Yang Kai had already asked the Bamboo Jia gang to inquire about Su Yan and the others, and it was only at this moment that he finally had a clue. Here to the northwest, about 3,000 miles away from Zhancheng, there is a small village surrounded by mountains. Those people seem to be living in seclusion there. Are you sure? It's basically confirmed, although I didn't have direct contact with them, but according to your previous description, young master, that should be the person you are looking for. There is no doubt that the village is a newly built village, which happened more than a year ago, and the inside people, all of them are warriors and there are almost 100 people. Okay, good, good. Yang Kai nodded again and again, a big stone in his heart also fell, and reached out and patted Pang Qi's shoulder, admiring, very good. Pang Kai was instantly excited, his face flushed red, and his words were incoherent, what this subordinate should do. As he said that, he hurriedly took out something from his arms and handed it to Yang Kai Dao. This is the roadmap drawn by the men, I hope it will help the young master. Good job. Yang Kai grinned, took the blueprint, opened it to see the location of the small village surrounded by mountains, and instantly understood it. It also confirmed Pang Qi's inference, because this position is not far from the position where Yang Kai and Ling Taishu were teleported from the Void Road. Su Yan and the others should have searched for their current position and settled down not long after they left the Void the time. Yang Kai, are you looking for someone? Chu Yimeng stepped up and asked. She didn't speak for a while, and when she observed Yang Kai's reaction, she found that the man's expression changed extremely, and she suddenly realized that the person he was looking for must be very important to him. Yang Kai nodded and carefully put away the blueprint in his hand. What kind of person? Chu Yimeng smiled slightly, inquiring, intentionally or not. Some fellows. Yang Kai took a deep breath, recalling Su Yan's appearance in his mind, his eyes couldn't help but soften. It's not as simple as being in the same class, right? Chu Yimeng smiled and noticed something. Now that you've found it, what do you want to do? Go pick them up. Yang Kai smiled at her. No. Chu Yimeng slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's smile quickly converged and looked at her coldly, narrowed his eyes and said, what do you mean? Chu Yimeng said softly, don't get angry first, just listen to me. Since it is your classmate, it should be a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, right? High Heaven Pavilion is still an evil sect, and those people from the sect who came out of the evil master. If you don't expose them in front of the world, I'm afraid it's nothing. But if you bring them to War City, you will definitely be criticized. If they really come, you don't think your second brother will make some fuss about it to disturb you? Are you in the mood? Especially at this time, all your actions are related to the direction of the battle for succession. Yang Kai frowned, although he knew that Chu Yimeng was telling the truth, but he couldn't agree. Chu Yimeng continued, it has been more than half a year since the Yang family's inheritance war began. Even if your fellow clan lives in seclusion in the deep mountains, they may have heard of it. They know that you still haven't come to join the War City. Obviously, I didn't want to cause you trouble, you took them over rashly, and it wasted their hard work. I know, so I want to take them over. Yang Kai said solemnly, although their seclusion place is good, since they can be found by the Bamboo Jia gang, they can be found by others. Unfavorable A. Su Yan's group had mixed strengths. When they separated more than a year ago, they had several immortal ascension boundaries and their levels were not high. If they are found to be surrounded and suppressed by any force, they will definitely not escape the poisonous hands. Only by arranging them by his side can Yang Kai be at ease. Chu Yimeng frowned tightly, and said with an attractive tone, do you have to let them come over? Yes, this point is not negotiable. Yang Kai nodded. Miss Chu, who is well aware of Yang Kai's temper, knows that it is useless to say more, and nodded, okay, then I will take a trip for you. Yang Kai shook his head and said, no, I'll go by myself. No way. Chu Yimeng suddenly became anxious, what are you doing? Even if those people are very important to you, with your current situation and status, you can leave the War City rashly, or in other words, how many people do you want to bring along? Go out. It's just to pick up people, not to fight, sneak out, sneak back in, isn't it over? 3,000 miles, just a few days of effort. Yang Kai frowned. What if your whereabouts are exposed? You don't think about yourself, but also for so many allies in the house. They have paid so much, killed and injured so many people, don't they want to see you in the battle for succession? In the end, if something happens to you, how can you be worthy of them? While speaking, Chu Yimeng walked up, stretched out her hands and grabbed Yang Kai's neck and arms, just like the little girl, her eyes were stubborn and she showed an unyielding attitude. Although he knew that Chu Yimeng was thinking about himself and starting from the overall situation, Yang Kai still had his own perseverance and shook his head. I have to go, if I don't go, they can't come here. Since Su Yan and others have never come to Zancheng, they must have a lot of scruples. If Chu Yimeng is asked to look for them, not only will they not come to Zhanchang, but they will disappear from the sight of the world again, and think about it at that time. It's hard to find them. I don't care. You can pick it up, I'll run for you, you can't go anyway. Can you be more mature? I'm a little woman, what do you do when you're mature? Do you like mature people? Then who do you think is responsible for all this? Yang Kai's expression became impatient. He didn't like to be entangled with people, and his style of doing things was also sharp and straightforward. Now Chu Yimeng is holding on to him, making him very uncomfortable. Depressed, I miss Su Yan and the others even more in my heart, and I can't wait to fly 3,000 miles away. What? Chu Yimeng was stunned. Nothing. Yang Kai didn't want to say more. If it wasn't for Chu Yimeng who brought people to the High Heaven Pavilion to make trouble, Yang Kai would not have been sent to the evil land of Kenyan, and he would not have been separated from Su Yan for so long. Speaking of which, Miss Chu was the culprit behind the separation between Yang Kai and Su Yan, and it was precisely because of this that Yang Kai had a very bad attitude towards Chu Yimeng in the past, but with the contact after the start of the battle for succession, that kind of the feelings of resistance and disgust gradually subsided. There is still something to do in the gang, young master, my subordinates will go ahead. Pang Kai was sitting on the needles and felt like he was sitting on the edge of a needle. You can't go. Chu Yimeng glanced at him, stay in the manor for a few days. Yes, my subordinates retire. Pang Kai knew that Chu Yimeng stayed with him because he was afraid that he would leak the information. Although Chu Yimeng made him feel untrusted by doing so, he did not dare to complain. When Pang Kai left, Chu Yimeng released Yang Kai, with a flash of memory in her eyes, and said slowly, I remember when Xiaoman and I went to your High Heaven Pavilion, we saw you and me under the Sleepy Dragon stream. A woman is very close, you miss her, right? Yang Kai nodded. What about that Shaning Shang in the mansion? Chu Yimeng suddenly became curious, it seems that your relationship is not ordinary. Yang Kai glanced at her strangely, can't I have two women? Chu Yimeng's face darkened, and she said angrily, shameless, like Huo Xingchen. Men are indeed like this. Do whatever you like, and I will never care about you again. Quote. After all, Miss Chu left in anger. She also knew that she couldn't convince Yang Kai, this man had a decision, and others couldn't persuade him. What's more, what Yang Kai said makes sense. If he doesn't go, the people from High Heaven Pavilion will definitely not come to War City. Just considering the whole situation, Chu Yimeng had to try her best to stop Yang Kai. Unfortunately, it failed. Fortunately, the weather in the War City has been calm recently, and even if Yang Kai is not in the manpower in the mansion is enough to resist the enemy's harassment. At night, a figure disappeared into the night sky. No one noticed, only Chu Yimeng knew that it was Yang Kai. He took Yingju away. Among all the blood servants, only Yingju, who is proficient in stealth and assassination, has the qualifications and strength to act with him quietly, and no one else can. Once he acts, he will be noticed immediately. Meng Wuya and Old Demon may have this ability, but Manager Meng doesn't like to interfere in Yang Kai's affairs. As for Old Demon, he must stay. Otherwise, there is only Tang Yushan, a top expert in the house, and there may be some accidents. With Earth Demon and Yu Xian sitting together, Yang Kai can sit back and relax. I hope it's alright. Chu Yimeng sighed slightly, because of the battle for succession, she still had to worry about the safety of this man, which made her extremely helpless. At the same time, Yang Zhao's house. Yi Xinru walked into Yang Zhao's room gracefully, pursed her lips and smiled, second young master, there is news about what you want to inquire about. Oh, Yang Zhao's brows jumped, and he immediately showed a happy expression, report. Pang Kai from the Bamboo Jia gang in Zhongdu seems to have arrived in Zhancheng today. After entering the young master's house, he never came out again. To be continued. Chapter 504, Old Man Ling Xiao. Didn't come out. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became amused, his fingers tapped on the table, and he asked after a long while, is there any movement in the old Nine mansion? Yi Xinru shook her head. Nothing happened. Yang Zhao stood up abruptly, with an excited smile on his face, clenched his fists and said, it's okay if there's no movement. Second young master, I don't quite understand. Yi Xinru wrinkled her delicate brows, why is it okay to be silent? If there is no movement, it means that there is already movement. Yang Zhao said with a slight smile, Lao Ju and Yingju have already dispatched. Already dispatched? Yi Xinru was shocked. If second young master's words were true, then Yang Kai's courage would be too much. Yingju is proficient in stealth assassination. He comes and goes without a trace, and when he enters and leaves the war city, our people can't find him. Yang Zhao explained patiently. What about the young master? He also has this ability. Yi Xinru couldn't help but pouted, subconsciously feeling that even if Yang Kai was strong, he couldn't disappear as silently as Ying Ju. You must know that Yang Zhao has placed many spies around his mansion, and if there is any trouble there, it will be reported here as soon as possible. I couldn't believe it at first, but I think Lao Ju has this ability. When he attacked Lao Wufu last time, eldest brother brought someone to restrain me. Do you know why? Obviously the eldest son and the young son have formed an alliance. Yi Xinru was puzzled. I know this of course, but what's the problem? Quote. That's the problem, everyone doesn't know when Lao Ju formed an alliance with the big brother, which means that he has the ability to go to the big brother's house and talk to him in detail without us noticing it. Otherwise, it is impossible for the eldest brother to make a rash shot. He was able to do it at the time, and naturally he can now. What's more, that Peng Kai never came out after entering the old Nine mansion. Obviously, he brought some particularly important information and was temporarily detained there. If this information is not important, Peng Kai should have left, eh? Yi Xinru listened to Yang Zhao's analysis, her eyes lit up, and she felt that what he said was very reasonable. Interesting. Yang Zhao laughed, the Bamboo Jia gang is a force under Lao Ju. I have known this for a long time, and I also know what he is asking the Bamboo Jia gang to help him find. What is he looking for? People, still looking for something. Whether it's looking for someone or something, is definitely something for the young master, and now, he has got the news he wants. Yi Xinru's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance, and Yang Zhao opened her own thoughts, and her mind gradually became clearer. If this is the case, we can move some hands and feet from it. Quote. That's exactly what I thought. Yang Zhao smiled slightly, the key is that I don't know where Lao Ju went. If I knew. The battle for the inheritance has been stalemate for 2 months. Although his own power has grown a lot after such a long time, Yang Kai's side is also not bad. Yang Zhao naturally hopes to use all possible methods to break this deadlock. Yang Kai's going out is undoubtedly the best opportunity. As long as he is captured, no matter how many experts there are in his house, it will be useless. Yang Zhao is still very jealous of those masters in Yang Kai's house. Second young master, do you want me to go back to the central capital and find out the people from the Bamboo Jia gang? Yi Xinru suddenly suggested that if you start from Yang Kai's house, you can't find any information, but since this news was discovered by the Bamboo Jia gang, someone there should know the details. The Bamboo Knot gang, as far as I know, since the battle for the inheritance conquest started, it has annexed many small forces. Peng Qi's ability is limited, the management is not very good, and the interior is not united, especially the Mu who joined later. Nando, he is not too convinced by Peng Kai, and he is not loyal to Lao Ju. It is only because he is intimidated by the prestige of the Yang family that he is satisfied with the status quo. You can go to him. As long as you offer suitable conditions, I think he is willing to cooperate. Yes, Yang Zhao said. What if he doesn't cooperate? Quote. Yang Zhao smiled indifferently, stretched out his hand to squeeze Yi Xinru's smooth chin, and raised it slightly. I don't need to teach you. I see. Yi Xinru's cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes were blurred, and she nodded lightly. It's not too late, you should leave now, tomorrow afternoon at the latest, I want to get accurate news. Quote. Yi Xinru smiled slightly, turned and rushed into the night. In the dark night, 2 figures were galloping like lightning. Yang Kai rushed in front and Ying Ju followed behind. Even if the strength gap between them exceeded a big realm, Ying Ju had to use 80% of his strength to catch up with Yang Kai's speed. Knowing that Yang Kai must be very anxious, Ying Ju just followed behind Yang Kai silently, not saying a word, only the sound of the 2 people hunting in clothes came from the night sky. After galloping for a day and a night, a master as strong as Ying Ju was also slightly out of breath. In the middle, he took a pill to supplement his true essence to maintain his peak state to prevent any sudden situation from happening. Yang Kai's face is not blushing and his heart is not beating, except that he looks more and more excited and excited, there is no tiredness. Ying Ju didn't even see Yang Kai taking the medicine pill. He couldn't help feeling astonished, he really didn't know how much true yuan Yang Kai had stored in his body, so he could be so calm. One day and one night, nearly 2,000 miles away, Ying Ju can be sure that the young master is speeding at full speed. Is there no burden and consumption for him? He didn't stop to rest, and after another night, when there was a fish belly white in the east, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, standing in the air, looking down. Below is a dense jungle. It seems that there are 100,000 mountains, rolling ups and downs, and one can't see the end. Those ancient green trees, towering, lush, and misty, like a fairyland outside the world, ethereal. In that mountain forest, there seems to be traces of this monster's activity, and there are many herbs of good quality. The more than 100 people in Lingxiao Pavilion are living in seclusion in this mountain forest. It's a good place. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and the power of the tyrannical consciousness spread to the surrounding in an instant, closed his eyes, and the extension of the consciousness, as he saw with his own eyes, was extremely clear. The people of the bamboo gang can find it here, and I am afraid that it is mostly due to luck. This is not an easy place to be found. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his consciousness, showing a look of disappointment on his face. Although his current divine sense covers a large area, he still doesn't detect the presence of someone, and he doesn't even see any traces of human activity. Do you want to look for, little son, separately? Yingju asked. No need. Yang Kai shook his head, as long as I get close to a certain range, I can detect it. Quote. Although Yingju didn't know what method Yang Kai used to detect it, he didn't say more. On the blueprint that Peng Kai gave to Yang Kai, there was only an approximate location, and the description was not too detailed, but with this blueprint, Yang Kai could still determine the direction he was looking for. An hour later, Yang Kai, who was galloping, stopped again, with a hint of joy on his face, and turned his head to look in one direction. Follow me, he greeted Yingju and quickly flew over there. After Zansha Kung Fu, Yingju really found a thatched cottage that had not been built for a long time in the valley surrounded by mountains. The arrival of the two seemed to have alarmed the people who were staying here, and immediately a few masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary walked out of the house, looking at them intently, their eyes full of alertness. Yingju took a sneak peek, and found that the highest Immortal Ascension boundary was only on the 4th floor of Immortal Ascension boundary, and he was not too young, and his true essence was not pure. I can't help but feel a little strange, shouldn't there have been masters above the gods in the sect where the young master came from? There are up-and-coming stars like young master, why are these people so weak? The few people below seemed to have seen Yang Kai's face, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, pointing at the top, the alertness on their faces also quickly subsided, and their faces were full of joy. Before the people arrived, Yang Kai smiled and waved to the bottom. The people below responded quickly. One of them shouted. In an instant, the doors of all the houses were opened, and nearly 100 people walked out one after another. Everyone was very excited. When Yang Kai saw Su Mu, Li Yuntian and the others, he couldn't help but feel a warm feeling. After a while, Yang Kai and Yingju fell to the ground, hurriedly walked up, clasped their fists and said, "This disciple has seen several uncles. How did you find this place?" One of the uncles, who was about 40 years old, asked suspiciously, "Shouldn't you be participating in the battle for succession in War City?" "There is nothing wrong there. The disciple has been asking people to find your whereabouts. It was not until a few days ago that there was accurate information, and this is here." Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head to look around while answering. Familiar or unfamiliar faces came into view, but whether they knew them or not, whether they were familiar or not, everyone looked at Yang Kai excitedly at this moment. "Brother-in-law," Zimu rushed to the front and greeted. Yang Kai smiled and patted his shoulder. Looking at Su Mu again, he couldn't help but be moved slightly. He found that he had not seen him for more than a year, and Su Mu had grown from the 9th level of the separation and reunion to the 5th level of the real Yuan. It's been pretty good for him. "Come in and talk," several uncles of Lingxiao Pavilion shouted enthusiastically. This place was built very crudely, as long as it can live in people. Several uncles inquired about the identity of Sha Yingju intentionally or unintentionally, and when they learned that he was the blood servant of the Yang family, they were all shocked. Full Face became extremely restrained. Yang family blood servant, for them, is already an existence that they look up to. Yingju didn't take the air, and nodded slightly to anyone who came to say hello, but with a naturally cold face, it still made the people of High Heaven Pavilion not dare to get close. After serving tea, Yang Kai began to inquire about their situation over the past year, and the few uncles are also yours, and I will tell you what happened during this period of time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 505 Ice Cave. Since the Void Corner Road left, they have been hiding their identities and wandering around. Later, they learned that the sect was burnt to nothing. The whereabouts of the head and several elders were unknown, and they did not dare to go back rashly. They only found a place here. stay temporarily, and wait for the future to make plans. This stay is to stay till now. They have indeed heard the news of the battle of the Yang family's succession. Although they are living in seclusion, they will send people out to inquire about all aspects of information every month. That is, at that time, they learned the truth about Yang Kai identity and the battle for succession. But as Yang Kai said before, even if they knew about the battle of the inheritance conquest, they wanted to help Yang Kai, but it was still inconvenient to go to the battle city. Because the name of High Heaven Pavilion evil sect is not removed, they will only bring unnecessary trouble to Yang Kai when they go to War City. I have lived here for more than a year. Although the connection with the outside world is inconvenient, there are many fewer disputes. Except for the occasional harassment of a few monsters, everyone in the High Heaven Pavilion is painstakingly cultivating and looking forward to revival one day. Zongman heroism. So, you don't know that the sect has been rebuilt? Yang Kanian asked after they finished speaking. As the sect rebuilt, several uncles looked stunned. Well, it should be rebuilt, but I don't dare to hang the signboard of the sect for the time being, and the High Heaven Pavilion can only be regarded as a property that belongs to me temporarily. I can only wait for the name of the sect to be rectified in the future, and then recover. My nephew has a heart, I'm afraid, only you can do this. Those uncles all saw the key, and said sternly, then I will have to work hard for my nephew. Yang Kai nodded lightly, this is the matter of the disciples. Then he asked, what about the news of the head and several elders? Those uncles all looked dark, no clue for now. We just send a few people out every month to inquire outside. We don't know where the head and several elders are. Quote. That's it, Yang Kai sighed and comforted. It's okay, the head is already above the gods, and there are not many people in the world who can hurt him. Hearing the news, everyone couldn't help but look excited and very excited. Although they had already heard it, the weight of what they said from Yang's mouth was different. I'm here this time because I want all the uncles and brothers to come back to Zancheng with me. If the uncles have no opinion, I will ask the disciples to pack up and let's set off as soon as possible. Several uncles looked at each other, one of them smiled and said, we didn't want to trouble you, so as not to make you embarrassed. But since the nephew took the initiative to invite, if we don't go, it would be a shame. I think we are entering the War City in the name of a disciple of the evil sect. As long as you have the protection of your nephew, no one should dare to say anything, right? Yang Kai smiled coldly, those who dare to say it will not live long. Only then did the uncles put down their worries and agreed. Then I'll go find it first, Su Yan. Yang Kai scratched his nose. The expressions of several uncles suddenly became warm, and the person who spoke earlier even said, yes, I forgot about this, don't blame my nephew. Turning around and shouting outside, Su Mu. Quote. The disciple is here. Su Mu walked in from the outside. Let you brother Yang go to the ice cave. Quote. Yes. Su Mu smiled slightly and signaled to Yang Kai, brother-in-law, come with me. Quote. Yang Kai coughed lightly and walked out slowly. Ying Ju still wanted to follow, but was stopped by Yang Kai. After walking out with Su Mu, Yang Kai asked, ice cave. Where is that? Quote. It's where my sister cultivated. Su Mu replied, it is because we found a cold place here, which is suitable for my sister to practice, so we lived here temporarily. But when I went to see my sister last time, she seemed to say that she was going to retreat, and I don't know if it's better now. Well, she is indeed retreating. Yang Kai nodded. If he wasn't in retreat, why didn't Su Yan come out to greet him? A few dozen miles away, Yang Kai sensed the existence of Su Yan. The yin-yang harmony technique made both of them have an indelible bond between their bodies and minds. If Yang Kai could sense her, she could naturally sense Yang Kai, open existence. But now, Su Suo was afraid that it would be inconvenient to leave his retreat immediately, so he didn't show up. As the distance between the two approached, Yang Kai's true essence even had some uncontrollable fluctuations. It seemed that there was an invisible vortex over there that was pulling his true essence. That is the energy in Su Yan's body. They have not practiced yin-yang harmony gong for such a long time. No matter who they are extremely eager for each other's comfort. Yang Kai's always stable mood gradually rose and fell. The frost ice cave was not far from where everyone lived, only about 3 miles away. After a while, Su Mu led Yang Kai to a cave filled with cold air. Even outside, you can clearly see the icy mist gushing out from the cave, which is spectacular, and near the entrance of the cave, there is no grass and dead soil everywhere. Su Mu had already reached the 5th floor of the True Yuan realm, but when he was still about 10 feet away from the entrance of the cave, he stopped and said, brother-in-law, go in by yourself, that ghost place is too cold, and I don't know how it formed. Yes, only my elder sister can bear it, even a few uncles can't get in. Okay, you can go back. Hey, brother-in-law, take it easy. Su Mu laughed so hard, he turned and left. Yang Kai shook his head, took a deep breath, and got into the ice cave. The feeling of icy cold attacked from all sides, and it seemed that even the true essence in the body could be frozen. When the true Yang art started to operate, Yang Kai dispelled the obstruction of the chill and walked inward step by step. There are smooth and cold ice cubes on all sides. This ice cave has no traces of artificial excavation. It is completely a natural place. A little bit of light gushing out from nowhere, and the ice surface of the light is like a mirror, reflecting the light, so the cave is not dark. The deeper you go, the colder it gets, and the speed of the true Yang art in Yang Kai's body is also getting faster and faster. After walking inside for a cup of tea, Yang Kai's vision suddenly became clear. This should be the innermost layer of the frost ice cave. Space. With just one glance, Yang Kai saw Su Yan. A head of silky satin-like hair hangs down like a cloth, covering the round and upturned buttocks. The skin is frosty and snowy, glowing like the most exquisite porcelain, exquisite Yao nose, pink cheeks shy, exhaling Rulan's two cherry lips, as white as snow, are as crystal clear as jade. Su Yan, as before, looks like a delicate ice doll. At this moment, she is sitting cross-legged on the crystal-clear ice bed, meditating with her eyes closed, her delicate body trembling slightly, showing her inner excitement at the moment. Suddenly, the real energy in Su Yan's body rose, and it was clearly visible that her delicate body, her face, and even all the exposed skin were quickly covered with a layer of frost. Yang Kai couldn't help changing his expression, his body swayed, and he appeared in front of Su Yan, sat down directly with his knees crossed, and gently held her two hands, running the yin-yang harmony art. At the same time, the true essence in Su Yan's body also roamed according to the line of acacia gong. The ups and downs of true essence stabilized, the true essence fluctuations in the two bodies, the rhythm of deep breathing and the frequency of heartbeats gradually began to coincide. I don't know how long it took before Yang Kai let out a light breath and opened his eyes. On the opposite side, Su Yan's beautiful eyes slowly opened, her long eyelashes trembled, she seemed a little unbelievable that Yang Kai had found this place, but soon, an intoxicating blush appeared on her cold face, a happy expression. Even if I'm here, don't you need to be so excited? Almost went wrong, Yang Kai chuckled. Su Yan obviously hasn't finished her retreat, because she noticed Yang Kai's arrival, and her breath was disordered. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's help in time, what kind of changes would have happened? Su Yan's face was flushed, and she was about to speak, but she felt a force coming from her face, pushing her onto the ice bed. She couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry and looked flustered. Looking up, I saw Yang Kai's eyes were burning with raging flames, and his breath was heavy, like a beast that devoured people. This look, as if to swallow Su Yansheng alive, was full of undisguised desire to occupy, and being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Su Yan couldn't help but breathe a little short, and suddenly realized what was about to happen. Yang, just after uttering a word, Su Yan felt that Yang Kai was pressing down on her, her mouth was directly blocked, and the next word could no longer be uttered. After wriggling a little, Su Yan stretched out two pure white arms, wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, and allowed him to act recklessly. The sound of breathing gradually became heavier. In this extremely cold environment, on the crystal-like ice bed, a man and a woman were entangled with each other. There was no need to say anything, only violent violations and selfless responses. The clothes are scattered, which can freeze the cold of the world, but also cannot freeze the fiery body and mind of young men and women. Su Yan's crystal white skin is quickly exposed to the air. Her breasts are plump, her snow-white skin is a little rosy, and a pair of beautifully straight legs are full of green grass, and the beauty is looming. Every inch of skin makes Yang Kai linger and forget to return. Su Yan's face was flushed red, and her body was glowing with a strange light. She felt that Yang Kai was like a beast released from a cage, freeing herself to the fullest on her delicate body. But what made her feel ashamed was that such rudeness made her even more pleasant, made her ecstatic and confused. With a suppressed and touching moan, Su Yan's body collapsed, biting her thin lips lightly, welcoming the arrival of the storm-like impact. Whiplash to the fullest, galloping on the smooth and tender white carcass, Su Yan's voice is getting louder and louder, stimulating Yang Kai's nerves more and more. Everything in the world seems to have disappeared, only stab the two people who are obsessed with intercourse, people. The dragon-shaped pattern on Yang Kai's back and the phoenix-shaped pattern on Su Yan's back were also alive, swimming quickly on their skin. Someone must criticize Xiaomo it again, I can only say to this, I am very pure, you all misunderstood me. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Paintings Hong Kong to vote for the recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 506. Is it really just a second-class sect? The two of them woke up faintly, their lower bodies were still tightly joined together, and the air was filled with a rotten aura that made Su Yan shy. I couldn't help shrinking into Yang Kai's arms, and when I just made a move, I couldn't help but exclaimed, and looked at Yang Kai's eyes in horror and anticipation. She felt that the things in her body became hard again, like a red-hot iron, which made her twitch all over her body, and just a slight movement brought an extremely strong stimulation. Yang, just like the scene just now, Su Yan's voice was replaced by a selfless moan, just like the scene just now, she couldn't speak a complete sentence at all, only murmured, humming. The two give and take as much as they like, blending like water, regardless of each other. I don't know how many times I woke up, Su Yan's body trembled unconsciously, a charming red light glowed on her snow-white body, and there was a lot of mud between her slender legs. Yang Kai, lightly biting Yin Hong's thin lips, Su Yan stared at the top of the frost ice cave, her beautiful eyes were blurred, like a dying fish, she said weakly, let me go, I cannot make it. Up to this moment, she still has a feeling of being up and down on the clouds. This feeling makes her infatuated but also makes her terrified. She couldn't resist Yang Kai's request at all, even though she knew in her heart that it was time to stop, her body still had the most instinctive reaction, catering to it fiercely. She was really afraid and in love with the impact of this man. Then go here first. Yang Kai grinned, we will fight another day. Only then did Su Yan slowly get up, enduring the pain in her waist. She gave him an angry look and said, it's all your fault, just caring, we haven't practiced yet. Yang Kai laughed dryly. The yin-yang harmony technique with Su Yan has already reached the second stage, and they can double cultivation without intercourse with each other, but Yang Kai still chose to use the most instinctive and savage way to occupy the person in front of him, and he didn't think about it at all. Practice things. I'm afraid it's too late to practice now. Let's talk about it when we go back. Yang Kai shook his head, it seems that we have been here for more than 2 days, and the uncles should be in a hurry. Su Yan's face suddenly turned red, and after 2 days of being alone, a fool would know what would happen, but Su Yan's temperament was weak, and she couldn't help but feel shy that she couldn't see anyone again. The paragraphs got up and walked to the side to collect the two people's scattered clothes, and then like a virtuous wife, they dressed for Yang Kai. Yang Kai sat on the ice bed, motionless, and let Su Yan serve, the smile on his face never disappeared. Are you going to be promoted to immortal travel soon? Su Yan was very uncomfortable being stared at by him, looking for something to divert his attention. It's coming soon, it's still a little bit short. Yang Kai nodded, looked at Su Yan with burning eyes, and said in amazement, but you are on the 3rd floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, it seems that if you want to catch up with you, I have to work harder. Thanks to the medicinal liquids you gave me. Su Yan nodded slightly, that thing can really wash the essence of sutras. I am now cultivating much faster than before, and there is also a place here that is very suitable for my practice environment. More than a year ago, when she separated from Su Yan, she was only at the pinnacle of the true essence realm, and like Yang Kai now, she could be promoted to immortal travel just a little bit. But now, seeing you again, you have already reached the level of the 3rd level of immortality. Such a cultivation speed is simply unbelievable. After all, after a martial artist reaches the immortal ascension realm, the speed of strength improvement is relatively slow. No matter how good the external force is, if you don't have the foundation, it won't work. In the end, your talent is outstanding. Yang Kai reached out and stroked Su Yan's cheek, suddenly plunged his head into her tall and straight twin peaks, and took a deep breath. His breath seemed to keep this charming body fragrance deep in his mind. Su Yan smiled softly and hugged him peacefully. After a while, Yang Kai straightened up, looked at his crotch, and said helplessly, I seem to be. Ah, Su Yan was shocked. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became resolute. Anyway, they have waited for more than 2 days, and they don't care about waiting for a while. As he said that, he pulled Su Yan into his arms. An hour later, Yang Kai was satisfied and watched Su Yan quickly put himself on, and then came to help Yang Kai dress up. After suffering a loss, how could she dare to present her body in front of Yang Kai again? If this man is allowed to go on like this, I am afraid that he will not be able to get out of the ice cave for 10.5 months. After the two of them were all dressed up, Su Yan glanced at the ice cave with great nostalgia. This time, I don't know when I will be able to come back in the future. This place is very suitable for her to practice, and it is very fast to gather the cold air. It is not easy for a warrior to find a place suitable for his practice. What do you want to take away? Yang Kai asked, seeing Su Yan's nostalgia. Su Yan shook her head and said regretfully, if you can't take it with you, come back when you have a chance. I can take it away. Yang Kai picked up the corner of his mouth. Su Yan glanced at him and said with a chuckle, can you take this ice bed with you too? Yang Kai nodded with a serious expression on his face. No, this seems to be 1,000 years of ice, I have tried it, but I can't lift it. Even if you can move it, you can't take it anywhere else. That little bag you gave me before can't hold this either. Quote. Su Yan has a Chenkin bag in his hand. The Chenkin bag was originally sent by Ling Taishu to Yang Kai. After the black book space was opened, it was transferred to Su Yan by Yang Kai. But the space of the Chenkin bag is not large, and it really can't hold such a large ice bed. Look, Yang Kai laughed, walked to the ice bed that was still stained with the breath of the two, and reached out to cover it. Su Yan's expression was stunned, although she didn't quite know what Yang Kai was doing, but vaguely, she had a feeling of anticipation, as if she felt that this man would do something very unexpected. Just as this thought was over, I saw a bright light flowing across the ice bed that weighed 10,000 catties, and then disappeared strangely. Su Yan's small mouth opened slightly, she could hardly believe her eyes, she let go of her consciousness immediately, and didn't notice the slightest clue. Where did you go? Su Yan hurriedly asked, looking at the proud Yang Kai. I also have a secret treasure that can store things, and it has a lot more space than your Chenkin bag. Yang Kai smiled slightly, Su Yan nodded lightly, no wonder. Su Yan was only slightly shocked when she learned that Yang Kai still had such a priceless treasure, and immediately felt a sense of pride in her heart. Because this is his own man, it is such an amazing means and a solid foundation. Su Yan secretly thought that both the glory, and she felt proud of it for granted. It seems that as long as Yang Kai takes action, it is normal to poke a hole in the sky. The ice in the frost cave is all caused by the ice bed. It can be said that the ice bed is the only treasure here. As long as it has it, Su Yan can create her ideal cultivation anywhere, surroundings. In the village, everyone is ready to go. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's uncles were sitting upright, their expressions were meticulous, and their attitudes were even more cautious. On the side, Yingju also sat there without saying a word. The atmosphere seemed particularly solemn. Several uncles of High Heaven Pavilion have been sitting with the blood servant of the Yang family for 2 days, motionless. At first, they didn't have a word to talk to and wanted to chat with Yingju, but Yingju was originally not much to talk about. Where can we talk? In the end, several uncles stopped talking, and everyone just sat on pins and needles waiting, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Everyone was thinking, why didn't Yang Kai come back? The younger brothers and sisters also seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere here. They didn't dare to approach the nearby 30 feet, and they all hid far away, for fear of being pulled over by their masters and uncles as a scapegoat. When he was in a hurry, Su Mu hurried in from outside, clasped his fists and said, several uncles, Brother Yang and my sister are back. You're back. Several uncles, like a dream, gave amnesty, and quickly got up, with expressions of wanting to cry and laugh on their faces, and hurriedly walked out. They don't want to stay any longer. In the face of the powerful and indifferent Yang family blood servant, no one is under a lot of pressure. Just walking out the door, I saw Yang Kai and Su Yan coming together. One of the uncles, with tears in his eyes, stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand, shook it vigorously, and choked, "Nephew, you're finally back, you can make us wait." Yang Kai frowned, wondering why these uncles suddenly became so enthusiastic, and they weren't like this when he came 2 days ago. Su Yan, who was on the side, would be wrong. Hearing these words into her ears, she couldn't help but blushed. She was a little embarrassed to see others. We are all ready, nephew, look. Let's go when you're ready. Yang Kai nodded. Let's go. The uncle waved his hand, shouted loudly, and rushed out with a few other uncles. Yang Kai was stunned, not knowing why they were so eager, as if they were going to reincarnate. Little son. Yingju walked up to greet him. What happened? Yang Kai asked with a frown. It's nothing. Yingju shook her head and glanced at Su Yan inadvertently, her expression moved. He found that this woman with a cold temperament and a stunning face was not very old, but her cultivation level had already reached the level of the 3rd level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was only on the 3rd floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. He was the first genius of the central capital, and he was the future successor of the Lu family. He was backed by such incomparably strong cultivation resources. But what about her? This woman is incredible. In an instant, Yingju realized how terrifying a sect the High Heaven Pavilion was. The evil master was born in Lingxiao Pavilion, and the young master was also born in Lingxiao Pavilion, and the woman in front of him was even more so. This sect has also appeared on the top of the gods. It seems that the veiled girl Shahu alchemy in the house, and the Meng Wuya who lifted the spell for herself, were also born in Lingxiao Pavilion. This sect, is it really just a second-class sect? Yingju suddenly became confused. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA Dang. If you like this work, you are welcome to, first release, to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 507, Never Regret. More than 100 people in High Heaven Pavilion, under the leadership of Yang Kai, are rushing towards War City. When they came here, Yang Kai and Yingju only spent less than 2 days, including the time to find them. But now that he returns, Yang Kai estimates that it will take at least 4 or 5 days. After all, the strengths of these brothers from the same sect are somewhat uneven. Although many have been promoted to the True Essence realm, there are still quite a few of them. Yang Kai is not in a hurry, just chatting and laughing with Su Yan and the two of them, walking in the front and leading the way, enjoying this happy time with nothing to worry about. After not seeing Su Yan for more than a year, the bond between the two of them not only did not fade, but instead became stronger. When walking side by side with her, Yang Kai could even feel that the true essence in their bodies was undergoing some very strange blending, and sometimes the other party had a thought, as if it could be vaguely guessed by another person. This feeling is quite wonderful. One mind, one mind, one mind, one mind, I'm afraid it's not far off. At this moment, it is nearly 2,000 miles away from the battle city. A large number of people and horses are lurking in the thick chalky grass, waiting quietly. The leader is Chu Zeruo of the Chu family in the central capital, and also the half-brother of Chu Yaimeng. Chu Zeruo was originally an ally of Yang Shen, the sixth of the Yang family, but that night Yang Shen's mansion was attacked by Yang Kai and captured after walking the command flag and being forced out. Yang Shen's forces were handed over to the 7th Yang Ying, and Chu Zeruo followed Yang Ying. A few days later, Yang Ying voluntarily abstained again, and his warriors gathered in Yang Zhao's mansion. After all, Chu Zeruo had already changed his family 3 times, and felt extremely depressed in his heart. Although this kind of change of family is a last resort, it is a loss of face for him. At the very least, his eyesight is very problematic. Whichever Yang family son he follows will be out of the game. Before the inheritance conquest battle started, he discussed the trend of the inheritance conquest battle with Chu Yaimeng and Chu family patriarch Chu Shusheng. Chu Yaimeng was optimistic about Yang Kai, and did not hesitate to temporarily leave the family and take the remnants of Chu Yutang with him, defected. It turns out that Chu Yimeng has chosen a good ally. But Chu Zeruo and Chu Shusheng were optimistic about Yang Shen, but they couldn't make it to the end. Chu Zeruo is also holding a sigh of relief now, vowing to assist Yang Zhao to win the battle for the succession, so as to stabilize his position as the heir of his family. In addition to Chu Zeruo, Kong Jia Kongzan was also here. These two are the sons of the 8 great families in the central capital and the future masters of the 8 great families. If you want to deal with Yang Kai, it is impossible for people from the 8 great families to come forward, so the 2 of them were sent out by Yang Zhao. As for Yang Zhao himself, he had to stay in Zancheng. If he left, he might repeat the same mistakes as Yang Shen's exit. And beside these 2 people are Shang Chu from the Shang family and Nan Sheng from the Nan family. The grievances between these 2 families and Yang Kai are innumerable and unclear. Knowing that this time they are going to send troops to deal with Yang Kai, they naturally ask Yang, which is a shame. Yang Zhao readily agreed. In addition, there are 3 or 4 powerful forces, all gathered here. Brother Kong, is the second son's information accurate? Then Yang Kai can't be so reckless, right? After waiting for more than a day, there was no movement. Chu Zeruo couldn't help but feel a little bit down. When Kong Zan heard the words, he chuckled and said, Brother Chu is waiting patiently. Since second young master said that, it must be no problem. Chu Zeruo couldn't help but glanced at Kong Zan suspiciously. Brother Kong seems to respect second young master very much. Kong Zan smiled indifferently. I'm not afraid of Brother Chu's jokes. In fact, when the battle for the succession started, I originally thought that I would form an alliance with the second young master. Because I think, with the second young master's means, he is someone who can achieve great things. Oh, then why did you choose the 7th young master? Chu Zeruo raised his brows, and he didn't quite understand that Kong Zan was an ally of the 7th Yang Ying at first, but after Yang Ying's abstention, he was transferred to Yang Jiao. No way. Kong Zan shook his head with a wry smile. Second young master chose Yi Shinru from the Yi family, so I can only choose someone else. A hint of clarity and ambiguity flashed in Chu Zeruo's eyes, and nodded. Beautiful girls always have some advantages. Yes. A beautiful person, men like it, especially Yi Shinru's delicate appearance. Kong Zan licked his lips. Chu Zeruo also smiled. She was also the young master of the 8 great families of the central capital, and both of them knew Yi Shinru's character and details quite well, so they naturally knew that this woman had an unusual relationship with Yang Jiao. Because of this, Yi Shinru is now very much used in Yang Jiao's mansion. They are also allies of Yang Jiao, and Chu Zeruo and Kong Zan, who came in later, are not as good as Yi Shinru. However, they don't care much about this, and their status must not be low. The news this time is said to have been discovered by the woman who went to the central capital in person. Kong Zan laughed slyly. Miss Yi family went out in person and is the deputy leader of a mere underground force. Not sure. I'm afraid that I will give you a little sweetness, and I will give you my soul. That's true. Chu Zeruo nodded, thinking if Yi Shinru used a trick against her, would she be able to keep the secret? Especially when life is at stake. Even if Yang Kai is smart and brilliant, I'm afraid he would never have imagined that with just a little clue, second young master would be able to deduce that he left the war city. Kong Zan smiled softly. He thought that what he did was not leaking, but in fact it was some flaws. No one is perfect. Chu Zeruo shook his head slightly. Yang Kai is about the same age as us. If he does it too perfectly, then should we still live? Yes. Kong Zan nodded. Having said that, it is still undeniable that Yang Kai's methods are excellent. If the second young master is not so careful, I am afraid that he will not be able to seize this rare opportunity. Shang Xiao, Nan Xiao, and Ying Ju beside Yang Kai will have to rely more on your 2 masters to contain them. Kong Zan suddenly turned his head and rushed towards Chu and Nan Sheng. Shang Chu nodded and said lightly, "It is my duty." Nan Sheng's face flashed a hint of sinister and viciousness, and caressing his severed finger, he said coldly, "This time our family has dispatched 2 peaks of the Immortal Ascension realm to contain that Yingju. As long as if you can avenge my severed finger, everyone in my Nan family is at the mercy of the 2 young masters." Kong Zan glanced at him, nodded slightly, and said no more. There is a demon at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary in Yang Kai's house. It is precisely because of the stimulation of the demon master that Yang Jiao asked the Shangnan family to send an expert from the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary to help out. Such masters usually rarely appear in the battle for succession. After all, among the first-class forces, there are not many peaks of the Immortal Ascension realm. If they were damaged in the battle for the succession, it would be a big loss for those forces. But Shang Chu and Nan Sheng obviously hated Yang Kai to the extreme, and in the face of Yang Jiao's request, they agreed. The 2 powerhouses had only been in Yang Jiao's house for about a month, and their original intention was to take precautions and suppress the evil demon masters targeting Yang Kai's house, but they didn't want it to come in handy this time. Although Yingju is the blood servant of the Yang family, and his strength is also at the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, the 2 masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary peak should be enough to contain him, right? For this battle, no matter who it is, they are full of confidence. They never imagined that Yingju at this moment was already a figure at the peak of Shenyu. People were constantly being sent out to investigate the movement and situation around them, and everyone held their breaths, restrained their breath, and waited quietly. A day later, there was finally news that about 100 people were approaching this side, and it would take about half an hour to arrive here. Kong Zan's expression was shocked, and he shouted loudly, "Everyone, everything is successful or lost. In this battle, if you can let Yang Kai out here, the second son will definitely treat me differently after returning to the house, and I hope you will show all your skills. Do not underestimate the enemy." Everyone nodded in unison. "A sneak attack?" Chu Zeruo asked excitedly. Kong Zan glanced at him, frowned slightly, shook his head and said, "If our spies can find them, they must have found them, so they can't sneak attack. Huang Ruming went out to fight. I want Yang Kai to regret offending me." Nan Sheng. Nan Sheng grinned, his true chi surging fiercely. "Yes, let's go out and fight. After today, there will be no such person Yang Kai in the battle for succession." Kong Zan shouted, "Let's go." 30 miles away, Yang Kai looked gloomy, and after thinking about it, he didn't know where he went wrong. Yang Jiao only deduced his actions based on some movements of the Bamboo Jia gang leader Peng Kai. How could Yang Kai think of it? When he discovered that someone was spying on him and others from a distance, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The other party can block his way back so clearly, obviously he knows where he has gone. It is impossible for Peng Kai to betray himself, he should still be detained by Chu Yimeng, and Chu Yimeng will not leak the news. Then the problem lies with the other people in Bamboo Help. In an instant, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. It looks like it needs to be cleaned up after going back. However, even so, Yang Kai has no regrets. If he was given another choice, he would still choose himself to come out to greet the people of High Heaven Pavilion. Just to see Su Yan sooner. Noticing the change in Yang Kai's mood, Su Yan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just that someone is blocking the way." Su Yan's face immediately turned gloomy. The last time she and Yang Kai agreed to join hands with Yunwu to travel the world, but Chu Yimeng disrupted the situation. It was more than a year since they were separated. This time she just met Yang Kai not long ago, and she encountered some troubles. Su Yan hated the person she was with Yang Kai. Who was blocking the way? The uncles behind High Heaven Pavilion suddenly became nervous. Probably my second brother's men. Yang Kai took a breath. Yang Wei should not do such a thing, and he has no capital. It is inferred that the person blocking the road in front of him should be Yang Zhao's men. Several uncles, there may be a fight later, you don't need to worry about me, just protect the disciples under the sect. Can't you avoid them? The current strength of High Heaven Pavilion is too weak, and several uncles are obviously fighting with others. They came prepared, they couldn't escape. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, feeling annoyed in his heart. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update team at 91A registered. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 508 I am also for your good. The huge Lingxiao Pavilion, although it is only a second-class sect, has thousands of people, but after the last sect disaster, there are only more than 100 loyal disciples left. This chapter is uploaded by netizens M. Although there are still many people in the High Heaven Pavilion, those people are obviously not as loyal and attached to the sect as the disciples here. These people revive the foundation of the High Heaven Pavilion, and there must be no further damage. The news that there might be a battle spread quickly, and although many High Heaven Pavilion disciples were a little surprised, none of them showed panic. People like Su Mu actually acted a little jumpy. They have been sheltering from the wind and waves for more than a year, and they have had enough to hide. Now that Yang Kai has sheltered them, they will naturally not be afraid of anything, but some ignorant people feel useless, because they do not know what they are about to face. Such an enemy. Yang Kai's brows were locked, and Yang Zhao would send someone to intercept it, which was completely out of his intention. Since the other party dares to do this, he must have certainty, at least he has the confidence to delay Yingzhu. This means that among the opponent's men, there are strong people at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. But with such a large-scale deployment of manpower, they must not be able to hide the spies under Chu Yimeng. Perhaps, the people in his house are also rushing here. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt a lot at ease. Moreover, this is not a dead end. They may have misunderstood Yingzhu's true strength. Having reached the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, his combat power is much stronger than before. They don't know their true strength either, and the variable Su Yan. If the manpower dispatched by Yang Zhao is calculated according to the previous situation, then this time may not be an opportunity. But soon, Yang Kai found that he underestimated Yang Zhao's fear of himself. A dense figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's consciousness swept around the crowd, and he couldn't help laughing bitterly. The other party dispatched at least 7 forces. Among them, Yang Kai recognized 4 families, Chu family and Kong family in the central capital, Shang family and Nan family in the first-class forces. Seeing so many people at first glance, everyone in the High Heaven Pavilion couldn't help being surprised. They didn't expect the other party's handwriting to be so huge. Those uncles were even more stunned, and instantly understood how important Yang Kai was in the eyes of the enemy. In order to capture him, they did not hesitate to send so many people and so many experts. Above the wilderness, 2 groups of people collided, staring at each other at a distance of about 100 feet from each other. 2 pairs of malicious eyes swept over, and following these 2 eyes, Yang Kai rushed towards Chu and Nansheng and sneered a few times. Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis. Chu Zeruo's expression was complicated. He stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was unafraid, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but Kong Zan's face was flat. On the contrary, many others were pointing at Su Yan, who was standing beside Yang Kai. Such a person with such a quiet temperament, like a fairy pearl and jade dew, is naturally very eye-catching. Looking at her, regardless of gender, age, or child, one can't help but feel ashamed, even the two young masters of the central capital. It's not that they haven't seen beautiful women. With their status, they can have as many beautiful women as they want. But Su Yan's temperament made them feel that even they were not qualified to climb high. On the contrary, it was Yang Kai standing with her, and Bai had the feeling of being a perfect match, a talented man and a woman. When this thought occurred, Chu Zeruo and Kong Zan couldn't help but turn dark. They wouldn't think that they were much worse than Yang Kai. With a light cough, Kong Zan clasped his fists and shouted loudly, "Over there, ninth young master, it's been a long time." "Brother Kong." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "My second brother isn't here. Second son, you are busy with other affairs. This time, Brother Chu and I are entertaining the ninth son, and I hope the ninth son Haihan." Yang Kai sneered, took a step forward, and said proudly, "My second brother will not go out in person and send you two over to be dead ghosts." Kong Zan's face sank, and he said coldly, "Ninth young master, Brother Chu and I are thinking about our friendship. You don't have to say it so badly, right? I have friendship with the two." Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled, "Why don't I remember?" With Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo, Yang Kai can be said to have no communication. He had a drink with the former, and was called by Yang Zhao not long after returning to the central capital, but it ended up being unhappy. With Chu Zeruo, he didn't even say a word. Kong Zan took a breath and shouted loudly, "Since ninth young master said so, then Kong will not talk nonsense anymore. We really don't have much friendship, we will see Zhenjiang. Ninth young master, your luck is not good. Each other." Kong Zan continued to shout, "Before leaving, the second son told me to wait. If the ninth son is willing to surrender, don't embarrass you, so as not to hurt your brotherhood." So Kong still has to ask, about the second son good intentions, is ninth young master willing to accept it? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "You know, why ask?" Zan nodded heavily. "Why are you talking nonsense with him? I will go to the masters of the Shangnan family to contain Yingju, and the rest will rush up to hold him." Nansheng's eyes spit fire, wishing to defeat Yang Kai now and humiliate him well, undo the resentment in these sons' hearts. Kong Zan's brows wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Nansheng was very angry with Yang Kai. Moreover, he also planned to do so. Although Yang Kai brought a lot of people, there were not many people in the Immortal Ascension boundary. Those people in the High Heaven Pavilion were not taken into account by Kong Zan at all. Just as he was about to order the dispatch, Yang Kai's voice came over again. "Brother Kong, how about a discussion with you?" "What's the matter?" Kong Zan frowned. "In this battle, only Yingju and I will go into battle. If you can defeat me and Yingju, then you can make great achievements in front of my second brother." Hearing what he said, Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo couldn't help but look at him in disbelief. They didn't seem to expect that Yang Kai didn't plan to use the more than 100 helpers around him. Even though Kong Zan didn't look down on those 100 people, if they really wanted to fight together, they would definitely cause some losses to their own side. So when he heard Yang Kai's proposal, Kong Zan subconsciously thought that Yang Kai was going to play some tricks and hesitated. On Yang Kai's side, several senior uncles of High Heaven Pavilion were excited, and they all expressed their willingness to contribute. Even if they died in battle, they could not stand idly by. Their expressions were enthusiastic, and their attitudes were firm. "You can't have losses." Yang Kai shook his head and rejected their good intentions. "I am the Yang family, they dare not kill me, but I can run away, and they can't do anything about me. But if you go up there will be casualties. How can I communicate with the teacher? The uncles don't need to help, but I want to go." Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a firm look. Yang Kai looked at her, pondered for a while, and then nodded. Su Yan's strength is the same as her own, and it cannot be inferred from her cultivation, and if she and her dual cultivation, fighting side by side, there may be some unexpected effects. Su Yan smiled. "Brother Kong, I've changed my mind. There are 3 people on my side, and I, senior sister Su Yan." Yang Kai shouted casually, "If we defeat us, I will withdraw from the battle for succession." Kong Zan was guessing what Yang Kai was going to do, and when he heard the words, his face became weird. He felt that Yang Kai seemed to really plan this way, and he didn't want to play any tricks. It seems that those people are very important to Yang Kai, and they actually made him try his best to protect them. Nansheng grinned, and his breath became dangerous, like a cold poisonous snake, staring at the people in the High Heaven Pavilion. Shang Chu was also sneering aside. Kong Zan frowned and shouted, "Ninth young master, can you tell me why?" No reason. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. These people are my sect's uncles and brothers and sisters. If they have any damage, I'm afraid that I can't control myself, in case they start to kill you. If you and Chu Xiao can't go back to Zanchang, you won't be able to explain to the Kong family and Chu family. People from the High Heaven Pavilion of the evil sect. Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo changed their expressions, and immediately understood what kind of sect the more than 100 people came from, and they couldn't help but feel a little jealous. The High Heaven Pavilion cannot be treated the same as other second-class sects, it is a sect that has gone out of the evil lord. This proposal is good for you and me, how about Brother Kong thinking carefully? Yang Kai urged. Young Master Kong, don't promise him. Nansheng licked his lips and stared at the other side. Every one of the evil sect can be killed, and it is not certain that there will be another evil master among these people. Killing all of these people can be considered preventive measures. I think so too. Shang Chu nodded in agreement. Kong Zan glanced at them and snorted softly, knowing that they wanted to avenge their personal revenge. Yang Kai made it so clear that they still wanted to counter Yang Kai's taboo, obviously to make him suffer in order to avenge the original revenge. Chu Zeruo shook his head and said, Brother Kong, I don't think it's okay to promise him. In this situation, we have an absolute advantage. We can sell him a favor at the right time, and I don't think second young master is willing to do it. Terrible. From Chu Zeruo's point of view, capturing Yang Kai this time is an ironclad matter, and there is no suspense. If that's the case, then there's no need to really irritate him. Killing the more than 100 people in High Heaven Pavilion will not help the battle for the inheritance, it will only make Yang Kai hate everyone here. Chu Zeruo doesn't want to be missed by Yang Kai either, this is a somewhat lawless man. Hearing this, Kong Zan nodded lightly, Brother Chu is right. Nansheng and Shang Chu looked at each other and couldn't help but see the annoyance in each other's hearts. There was a perfect opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai, but they didn't have the right to make a choice, so they were naturally depressed. Ninth young master, I promise you. Kong Zan shouted loudly, this battle will not affect those in your sect, as long as they don't intervene, otherwise, you will be at your own risk. Of course. Yang Kai took a breath and said with a smile, actually, I'm also doing it for your own good. 509 not enough. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Kong Zan had a good temper, and he snorted coldly, I'm not ashamed to say it. Quote. Agreeing to his proposal is nothing more than unwillingness to offend him. In Kong Zan's view, he is selling him a favor and giving him a face, but he doesn't want the other party to say that it is for the sake of himself and others. This kind of rhetoric of being cheap and good at waiting naturally made him annoyed. Without bothering about this, Kong Zan waved his hand. Brother Shang, Brother Nan, let your people go out. Nodding to Chu and Nansheng, the next moment, 2 blue rainbows shot out from the crowd. The speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to Yang Kai and the others. One of them was from the Shang family and the other was from the Nan family. If Shang Chu and Nansheng had not tried their best to ask the family for help, it would have been impossible for Shang Jianan to send them to participate in the battle for succession. You were welcome, the two went to Yingju as soon as they came up. Chu, who was overwhelming with ferocious moves, came over and was about to inflict heavy damage on Yingju in one fell swoop. The two powerhouses at the top of the Immortal travels made a move, and it was indeed extraordinary. It was just an instant that made everyone in the High Heaven Pavilion feel like the sky and the earth were torn apart. The unparalleled power burst out, and it seemed to create a vortex that would attract human life. Everyone was horrified, and their faces were pale. Under such a strong force, everyone in the High Heaven Pavilion could not even think of resisting. Nansheng and Shang Chu looked towards this side with a sneer and smugness, secretly looking forward to the moment when Yingju was forced to perform the tyrant blood-mad technique. Yingju's expression was indifferent, and when the violent attack was about to approach, he suddenly disappeared. The strong men of the Shangnan family were startled for a moment, and instantly lost the target of their attack. He stepped back in a hurry, but behind him a murderous intent came quietly. A figure that was so fast that the naked eye could not see it was waving 2 daggers that flickered with cold light, and came from behind to cover up. Shadow Dance Kill. The void is full of violent energy wantonly, and the ripples like water ripples are like the ripples produced by being thrown into the lake surface. The circle spread out. Shang Chu and Nansheng's proud expressions instantly solidified on their faces, their eyes trembled violently, and they looked at the sky in disbelief. Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo were equally absent-minded. Everyone trembled at the powerful strength that Yingju showed. Yang Kai chuckled lightly and said lightly, several uncles should lead the brothers to step back. Oh, those uncles woke up like a dream, and in the battle between the three top masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary, they instantly understood that even if they were to go into battle, I am afraid that they would not have any effect except for more unnecessary deaths, and they immediately knew each other. He led the crowd back in a hurry. Only Yongkai and Su Yan were left standing side by side. The wind came, rolling Su Yan's long hair, covering half of her face, turning her head, and looking at Yongkai, the two smiled knowingly. Brush brush. In the sky, the three people who were fighting fiercely separated and looked at each other clearly. Yingju was as indifferent as before, with no injuries on her body. On the contrary, the masters of the Xiongnan family had blue faces, and their clothes were also damaged. Although there was no sign of injury, this fight made everyone realize that Yingju had already it is no longer the Yingju before. It also made them realize how terrifying the combat effectiveness of the Yang family blood servant was. Invincible at the same level, and fighting across the level is also a common thing. This is the blood servant of the Yang family. 2. It's not enough. Yingju held two daggers in both hands, and rushed towards the masters of the Nan family and shook his head, cherishing words like gold, so cool. The faces of the two who were stimulated by these words became more and more ugly. Brother Kenga Yingju seems to have reached the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Chu Zeruo also saw that it was not good. In their original plan, they used 2 peaks of the Immortal Ascension boundary to entangle Yingju. As long as this powerful help was missing, the rest of the people would be able to take down Yongkai no matter what, but now, Xishang is Yingju on the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, breaking their original plan. 2 is not enough, then send more people up. Kong Zan was also a little silly for a while, and then said coldly after reacting. Chu Zeruo nodded, and nodded at a few strong men in his own camp. Those people immediately flew up and stood behind the 2 masters in Xiongnan. The 2 are on the 8th floor, and the 2 are on the 7th floor. In addition to the 2 previous Immortal Ascension boundaries on the 9th floor, a total of 6 people faced off against Yingju, but Yingju's expression remained the same. Auntie-nephew was the 4 people who went up later, and they looked uneasy. It's still not enough. Yingju shook his head. Want to contain me, and get more people. Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo's expressions turned cold, secretly feeling that this Yingju was too arrogant. Even if you were the blood servant of the Yang family, even if you were on the 9th floor, you were still just a person. Blood madness. Yingju suddenly snorted, the power of qi and blood rose wildly, and the true essence also fluctuated violently. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. He never expected Yingju to use the forbidden technique of blood servant so decisively. This is a secret method to forcibly increase the power of qi and blood at the cost of one's own vitality. Blood servant will lose a lot of lifespan each time it is cast. Therefore, the blood servants of the Yang family, no matter how powerful they are, generally do not live long. In the blink of an eye, Yingju's aura changed. It changed from the indifference before, and became extremely violent. The exposed skin of the whole person was like a roasted red crab, red and terrifying. Brush A. Yingju seemed to move a bit, but also didn't seem to move, but the masters who were confronting him were all moved, and they all couldn't help but take a few steps back. Puff. The sound of blood splattering came out, and it didn't take a while for the state to go up, and a 7th floor Immortal Ascension boundary who didn't even have time to compete with Yingju suddenly looked sluggish and fell down from the air. His throat, like a fountain, spurted out blood, and before it hit the ground, the whole person exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and there were no bones left. A coolness rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, making them cold all over. Do you think it's enough? The 2 daggers in Yingju's hands turned a flower, and her flexible fingers were like dancing butterflies, elegant and despairing of death. If you think it's enough, then I will open it. Killed. As soon as the words fell, the 9th level Immortal Ascension boundary powerhouses of the Xiongnan family shouted angrily, be careful. At the same time, Chi took a step forward, sacrificed his most proud secret treasure, displayed his best means, and the violent power spurted out. Yingju's figure shuttled through this power, like a lonely boat in the wind and waves, fluctuating but never sinking. All the 8th floor of Zhenwu go up. Kong Zan no longer dared to underestimate Yingju. His strength reached the 9th level of Zhenwu, and Yingju, who performed the tyrant blood-mad technique, was already able to compete with the strong above Zhenwu. The few people who stood in front of him were indeed not enough to restrain him. Immediately order reinforcements. After brushing, 4 or 5 figures appeared one after another in the crowd. These people were all warriors on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and they were also the number of people these 7 forces could make up. The addition of these people finally stopped Yingju's freehand brushwork for a moment, but he still couldn't stop his strange pace. He is like an invincible sharp blade, where the two daggers are drawn, people are panicked. Yingju, who is proficient in stealth assassination, actually occupies a completely dominant position in such a situation of more than a dozen. The erratic figure is looming, making everyone carry a big stone in their hearts, and dare not be any slack. It's still not enough. There was a look of despair in Kong Zan's eyes. He had just finished saying this, and the only 7th layer Immortal Ascension boundary powerhouse left in the sky screamed and fell down. Elder, someone exclaimed. This person is one of the 7 powers, and the power he is in is not too strong. The loss of a 7th level immortal traveler is a big blow to the entire power. Looking around, when the 7th layer Immortal Ascension boundary expert fell, his 2 arms suddenly separated from his body, and the broken arm was flat, spurting bright red blood. Master again, Kong Zan continued to order with a pale face. Several Immortal Ascension boundary 7th layer powerhouses in the crowd looked at each other and rushed up helplessly. With the participation of these few people, Yingju's movements can be really restrained, so that he can no longer play as freely as before. With his own strength, he had contained 2 of the 9th level Immortal Ascension boundary, 6 of the 8th level Immortal Ascension boundary, and 5 of the 7th level Immortal Ascension boundary. The strength of the Yang family blood servant was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Yingju himself was quite surprised. When he was not promoted, he imagined many times how much his strength would increase after he was promoted. He has also positioned himself accurately. After being promoted, he might be able to contain some masters with the blood-tying madness, but it is absolutely impossible to have as many as it is now. Such a figure and a master level have greatly exceeded Yingju's original positioning of himself. He didn't understand why, he only knew that he had done it. Although it was a bit difficult to deal with, he would not have to worry about his life in a short period of time. Is it the credit of the Zan Dan produced in the Dan room again? Yingju didn't know. What he can do now is to maximize his strength and reduce the burden for Yongkai to the greatest extent. Looking at Yingju, who seemed to be struggling a little in the sky, Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo couldn't help letting out a light breath. Such a situation was something they could never have imagined before, and they secretly rejoiced that the second young master had taken precautions and allowed them to bring so many people out. If it was according to the proposal of the 2 of them at the time, they would probably not be able to deal with just one Yingju, let alone capture Yongkai. The second son is indeed far-sighted. At this moment, Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo couldn't help but feel a little admiration for Yang Zhao. It's our turn. Kong Zan took a deep breath and turned his attention to Yongkai, who had been standing still. Yingju has been restrained, and the rest just needs to catch Yongkai. Although most of the powerhouses were sent out, Kong Zan still had full confidence in capturing Yongkai. After all, next to him and Chu Zeruo, there were also 2 masters of the 5th floor who were from the 8 great families, and there were also many people from other forces. With such a lineup, Kong Zan couldn't believe that he couldn't win against Yongkai. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 510 Fighting Side by Side. It's our turn. Yongkai retracted his gaze at the sky and said gently to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded slightly, stroked the hair around her ear, and pursed her lips and smiled. This seems to be the 3rd time we have fought side by side. 3 times. Yongkai was stunned. Have you forgotten? Su Yan turned her head and glanced at him. The first time was in Inheritance Cave, and you saved my life. The second time was under the trapped dragon stream, behind your palace. This is the 3rd time. Quote. It's the first time. Of course, forget it. Su Yan smiled happily and said softly, you helped me the first 2 times, this time. I'll help you. Yongkai tilted his head and looked at her. He smiled, nodded and said, okay. Seeing the 2 of them whispering with a calm expression on their faces, as if they were flirting, Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo's noses were crooked. They feel that they are being completely despised. With a gloomy expression, he waved his hand, and the 4 Immortal Ascension boundary 5th layer powerhouses from the Kong family and Chu family walked up to meet Yongkai and Su Yan. Their movements were not in a hurry, and their expressions were indifferent. Obviously, they had full confidence in capturing Yongkai. The distance of hundreds of feet was quickly shortened. The smile on Yongkai's face gradually subsided, and he looked solemnly at the 4 masters who came. These 4 people are different from the ordinary 5 levels of Immortal Ascension realm. I should be able to handle 1.5. Su Yan frowned and felt a lot of pressure from the 4 of them. I'm about the same. Yang Kai nodded lightly. With his own strength, he can only achieve this level, but if all the means are used, it might be impossible. The four of them came to the 10 feet in front of Yang Kai, stopped their steps, but politely greeted with fists. Ninth young master, offended. Life and death is conceded. Yang Kai grinned. The arrogant words made the faces of the four sank, and one of them said coldly, Ninth young master, even if he makes a move. Before the words were finished, Yang Kai and Su Yan moved leisurely at the same time. A scorching hot, an icy cold, two completely different energies burst out at the same time. There was no prior communication, no language connection, and spiritual fetters, so that both of them could understand each other's thoughts and ideas. The fiery red and hot true essence rushed towards them, like a raging flame, covering the place where the four of them were. When they sensed the power contained in this pure and surging true essence, the expressions of the four of them could not help but change slightly. It was not because the latter wanted to be able to tie Lu Qingyao on that day. He has this strength and capital. After the raging flames, a row of sharp ice edges lined up like sharp swords, making a harsh whistling sound, and shot towards the four of them fiercely. Thousands of ice ridges, densely packed, like locusts crossing the border, are invincible, with a bone-chilling chill, almost filling the space, leaving the four with no way out. In each ice edge, there is an extremely cold air, and the impact is extremely amazing. Those ice ridges were condensed from the icy energy in her body, and the impact of the energy formed would not be underestimated even by experts from the 8 great families. As soon as Su Yan made a move, she looked extraordinary. On the contrary, Yang Kai's scorching true chi seemed a little insignificant in comparison. Among the four, 2 of them did not move, but the other 2 snorted at the same time, and the colorful rays of light shot out from the inside of the 2 bodies, forming a thin film-like defense in front of them. When True Essence and Bing Leng attacked, they blocked them all. Not only that, the 2 of them also stretched out their hands and released a burst of energy, smashing the overwhelming ice ridges into pieces. Yang Kai and Su Yan's first joint attack was nothing. Just when the 4 immortal ascension boundaries relaxed their vigilance, some unexpected and mysterious changes suddenly occurred between the blocked scorching real energy and the ice-cold energy. The attack that had just been blocked for a moment or was about to be annihilated, suddenly surged like a tide, and pressed towards this side with intensified pressure. It was more aggressive and deterrent than before. The expressions of the 4 people changed greatly, and the 2 immortal wandering realms who did not do anything also hurriedly used their means. Boom boom boom. It seemed to be a wave-like impact. It was stronger than once, and the colorful defense film in front of the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters was shattered, and the energy of cold and heat enveloped the 4 of them, allowing the 4 to thoroughly experience what is meant by the torment of the 2 layers of ice and fire. Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo looked lost for a while. The scene in front of them made them immediately realize how big the gap between themselves and Yang Kai was, and they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Facing Lu Qingyao, they still had the idea of catching up, hoping to catch up with Lu Qingyao one day. But in the face of Yang Kai, this idea can't come up, and he can only look up to him. The feeling of being useless and inferior made Kong Zan angry, and shouted angrily, if you don't show mercy, 9th young master won't die so easily. The 4 masters who were resisting the impact of cold and heat energy looked cold, and they no longer held their hands. They gathered their strength frantically. In the anger, they tore a crack in the package of the ice and fire, and they all rushed out. Martial arts, secret treasures, all greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai just sacrificed his bone shield and swallowed a few attacks. Before he had time to fight back, the 2 masters of the Kong family were entangled in close quarters. At such a close distance, the energy swallowed in the bone shield cannot counterattack at all. Accompanied by 2 roars, the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal were punched out and bit the 2 men fiercely. After a little time to breathe, Yang Kai quickly opened the distance between the 2 of them, and glanced at Su Yan while he was busy, and found that she was being entangled by the 2 masters of the Chu family, and she was stretched. There was a burst of anger in his heart. The yin-yang harmony technique he and Su Yan practiced would allow the 2 of them to unleash their strength when fighting side by side. He separated from Su Yan and tried to defeat them one by one. If I really want to fight like this, I have a bone shield on my side as a defense, and there will be no problem. No matter how powerful their methods are, they can't hurt themselves in the slightest, but Su Yan's side is probably in jeopardy. Deliberately rushing to help and meeting with Su Yan, the 2 of the Kong family went to entangle Yang Kai and never left. It should be fine. Seeing that the situation was good, Kong Zan was relieved and nodded lightly. Chu Zeruo also secretly wiped a cold sweat, and smiled bitterly, I didn't expect ninth young master's methods to be so amazing. He's amazing, I can understand, but who is that woman? Why is she so amazing? Kong Zan stared at Su Yan with a puzzled look on his face. That woman is definitely the most important one to Yang Kai. Nan Sheng laughed, his face a little bit about to move. Since it is to retaliate against Yang Kai, it is natural to give him the most profound lessons and the most painful memories. It would be interesting if this woman was accidentally killed by the two masters of the Chu family. Nan Sheng secretly looked forward to it in his heart. Although he knew that this was unlikely to happen, he couldn't help but think so. He was even thinking about whether he wanted to intervene and create some unexpected situations. But seeing the woman's tyrannical strength, Nan Sheng was still a little discouraged. His strength is not high, and it is useless to go up. Nan Gongzi, we are only capturing Yang Kai this time. Kong Zan saw his thoughts and warned. Hey, I know, Nan Sheng nodded. As the few people spoke, the four immortal ascension boundaries suppressed Yang Kai and Su Yan more and more. The masters from the superpower are different, even if they are only two immortal ascension boundary fifth layers, Yang Kai is tied, and the two of them always have one of them sticking to him, making him unable to help Su Yan at all. The law releases the energy swallowed in the bone shield to counterattack, and can only passively defend. Seeing that the situation on Su Yan's side became less and less optimistic, Yang Kai's expression gradually became gloomy. The bone shield that had been used as a defense in his hand disappeared, replaced by an antique mirror. This mirror exudes a biting chill, and there are even some snow-white scenery looming on the mirror. A dangerous aura emanated from the mirror. Noticing that it was wrong, the two masters of the Kong family changed their expression slightly and hurriedly rushed towards Yang Kai, trying to interfere with his movements. But still too late. A layer of ripple-like ripples suddenly appeared in the mirror, and as the ripples spread, an icy chill instantly enveloped the world. Wow, an incomparably huge, snow-filled sky, like an upside-down bowl, suddenly appeared on this earth, enveloping the four immortal ascension boundaries of Yang Kai, Su Yan and Kong Jiacho family who were fighting fiercely. Zan-level secret treasure, Kong Zan exclaimed. Looking around, he couldn't see anything except the white snow that caught his eye. In the barrier that is upside down on the ground, there is only the wind and snow in the sky. Just a glance at it makes one can't help but feel a chill, let alone being in it. Several strange peaks are looming in the enchantment, covered with silver and white color. Why is such a mysterious treasure? Kong Zan's face was ashen, although he knew that Yang Kai had another mysterious treasure in addition to the bone shield, and he had been prepared for it, but he could not think of it. Kinds of. If such a secret treasure is sacrificed, it is equivalent to isolating the two sides of the war in the enchantment, and it is impossible to come out regardless of the outcome. As the master of the secret treasure, Yang Kai undoubtedly has an absolute advantage in fighting inside. The attributes of this secret treasure seem to be the same as the exercises that the woman cultivated. In an instant, Kong Zan realized that the situation was not good. He also has a deep understanding of the power of Zan-level secret treasures. As the son of the 8 great families of the central capital, he naturally has Zan-level secret treasures on his body. Hurry up and break the defense of this secret treasure. Kong Zan ordered instantly, and Chu Zeruo and Chu Zeruo led a group of people to gallop forward quickly. In the silver-white world, Yang Kai and Su Yan finally gathered together again. Looking at the snow-white scenery around and the towering iceberg, Su Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath, her full breast swayed a seductive arc, and an excited look appeared on her face. In this place, she seems to be in heaven, and her true essence is running, which is many times faster than usual. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 511 Domination. As soon as this mysterious level secret treasure in the shape of a mirror was brought out, Su Yan's whole aura changed drastically. She was clearly standing beside Yang Kai, but in the eyes of the 4 masters of the Kong Jiacho family, her whole person appeared and disappeared, and seemed to be everywhere. And as one, indivisible. The 4 of them suddenly changed color, and they really didn't understand why. The mysterious treasure was clearly brought out by Yang Kai. How could this woman, He Nang, have such a resonance with the treasure? This phenomenon was also discovered by Yang Kai and Su Yan. They looked at each other and saw each other's excitement. Before using the mirror artifact, Yang Kai did not expect such an effect. But now, he understands. He and Su Yan both practiced the Huan Gong, and their bodies and minds were tied together. To a certain extent, Su Yan could use the secret treasures he refined. Correspondingly, the secret treasures that Su Yan refined, the same can also be used. It's like the two share each other's secret treasures. In particular, this ice-cold type armored artifact is very consistent with Su Yan's true essence attribute, and it can be said that it was tailor-made for her. She can 100% use the function of this artifact, which Yongkai can't do. After all, the true essence in Yongkai's body is completely opposite to the attribute of the artifact. At the beginning, he captured this artifact by the Po Jing Lake only because Yongkai thought that it might be of a higher grade, but his unintentional act made it into the current situation. It's a secret treasure of the enchantment prohibition category. A master of the Kong family looked around, his face became solemn, and the other people nodded. They are all people who know the goods, and naturally they can see the tyranny of this secret treasure at a glance. Place. The periphery is covered by a layer of enchantment and prohibition, creating a suitable area for battle in this large area. Without breaking the enchantment prohibition, it is impossible to break through the blockade of this secret treasure. But it is definitely not that easy to break that layer of enchantment, especially under the eyes of Yongkai and Su Yan. How dare the four of them act rashly? The icy cold wind howled, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, and the sky was constantly falling with goose feather-like snow. The real essence seems to be frozen. The four of them ran the exercises frantically, but they still couldn't resist the erosion of the cold. In less than a moment, their hair, beard and clothes were all covered with frost. How do you feel? Yongkai ignored the four experts and instead asked Su Yan. The strength has increased a lot, I feel like I seem to be omnipotent. Su Yan gently drew in her breath, and the cold air entered her nose, but it made her feel extremely comfortable. Su Yan is not someone who likes to talk big. Since she said that, it means that she is really omnipotent within the restriction of this enchantment. Yongkai laughed. Okay, then this secret treasure will be used by you. Su Yan nodded slightly, and didn't mean to refuse, accepting what her man gave was only natural. The voices of the two men's conversations entered the ears of the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, which immediately made them look unhappy. Although mysterious treasures are great, they are not mediocre, so how could they be willing to be so despised by two juniors? I'll give it a try. Su Yan said softly, her hands lightly raised, and she waved to the four of them casually. The already cold wind suddenly became even more icy and whistling. The expressions of the four of them changed. Although they still stood firmly on the spot, in the whistling cold wind, their hair and beards were visible to the naked eye. The speed formed a long and thin ice edge. The crazily running True Yuan couldn't resist the blowing of the cold wind at all, and the bodies of the four of them showed signs of trembling slightly. Su Yan moved, her brows were slightly wrinkled, she seemed to be familiar with the power of the secret treasure, and along with her movements, she was slowly connected to this frozen world with her frozen essence. There was a crackling sound on the ground, and in the snow that was several feet deep, dense icicles suddenly shot out, and the strong wind brought up thousands of layers of snow waves, like a snow mountain collapsing, shrouding the four of them. There is no way to go to the sky, no way to enter the earth, and the four strong men who came from the superpower all feel extremely difficult. The real essence is restrained by the ice cold, and even their reaction is not as good as the peak period. Blocked this attack, and before he had time to catch his breath, Su Yan's next attack had already arrived. A few silver-clad icebergs around, flashed a light as bright as day, and it seemed that in that distant position, someone threw a series of fierce attacks and attacked the four. Yongkai stood beside Su Yan, motionless, his mood fluctuated. He did not expect that, with the help of such a mysterious treasure, Su Yan could exert his strength to such an extent that with only his own strength, he would let the four Shenyu fifth layers from the 8 great families in the middle of the world cope with endless complaints and could only defend themselves, with no chance of counterattack. This secret treasure has created the most ideal fighting environment for Su Yan. In this world, she is the master. He should be the owner of the secret treasure, but instead he became a spectator. The power of the secret treasure is terrifying, but Su Yan's strength is undisputed. Combining the strong and strong, the scene in front of me was completed. It was only a matter of time before the four were defeated. Seeing Su Yan's performance, Yang was happy. Outside the forbidden world of the enchantment, Kong Zan and Chu Zeruo had already rushed over with their men and horses, and no one dared to approach the 30-foot radius. The chill inside was so strong that even if they were 30 feet away, they had to run their exercises to resist the erosion of the cold air. Break it! Kong Zan shouted angrily, taking the lead to show his power, taking out the mysterious treasure that would never be used at all, pouring real energy into it, and attacking the semicircle barrier in front of him. On the barrier, layers of ripples quickly appeared, and the wind and snow drifting in the sky suddenly stagnated in a blink of an eye. After the blow, Kong Zan was also slightly out of breath. His strength was not too high, and the burden of using the mysterious treasure was not small. Fortunately, Chu Zeruo also had the same level of secret treasure, and the other warriors were frantically unleashing their attacks. After one round, the barrier of the enchantment seemed to be weakening, which made Kong Zan see hope, and said excitedly, "Don't stop, quickly open it." The longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Most of the experts have already been drawn out to contain Yingju. If the 4 immortal ascension boundaries from the 8 great families are once again damaged in the barrier, Kong Zan really thinks about it. I don't know what means I should use to capture Yongkai. Now he is more anxious than anyone else. Everyone is unceremoniously swaying their true essence, just want to open the semicircle barrier in front of them as quickly as possible. A few shouts suddenly came from not far away. Kong Zan was slightly startled, turned his head to glance at his busy schedule, his face suddenly became very pale, and shouted angrily, "Shangchu, Nansheng, what are you doing?" Over there, Shangchu and Nansheng actually led the Shangnan family to sneak up to the place where everyone in the High Heaven Pavilion was. Since the beginning of the battle, these people have been standing here, watching the changes, just like Yongkai and Kong Zan agreed, they did not intend to intervene in the battle. But when everyone was attacking the forbidden barrier, Nansheng and Shangchu turned their attention to them. After a sudden outburst, Kong Zan discovered it. Nansheng, who was confronting the Haishao Pavilion crowd, showed impatience on his face. He ignored Kong Zan's questioning, with a dignified expression, and said to the Haishao Pavilion crowd, "Being obedient, you'll be captured, or else you will look good, and I'll play with you in time." Several uncles looked ugly, and stood in front of the young disciples. Although they were angry, they couldn't get angry, and said solemnly, Just now, my junior nephew Yang has reached an agreement with your leader, why do you still go back on your word?" Nansheng sneered. "What agreement? I don't know, who made an agreement with Yongkai, who are you looking for? I really think your High Heaven Pavilion is a tiger's butt that can't be touched. I'm going to take a look today, how can Yongkai take me?" "Your Excellency, don't deceive people too much." "Too deceiving." Nansheng laughed loudly, "Tell Yongkai this and see if he knows what deceiving is too much." After that, he said coldly, "Encircle, who dares to resist, kill me." "Doesn't Yongkai care about you? I want to see how much he cares." Quote. The members of the Nan family and Shang family rushed forward and surrounded the people in the High Heaven Pavilion, all of them looked bad. Everyone in High Heaven Pavilion was furious, and the younger generation of disciples were even more angry. Seeing that the situation was about to evolve into a rivalry between the two sides, Kong Zan rushed over there in a hurry, grabbed Nansheng by the collar, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Nansheng didn't care, smiled softly, stretched out his hand to break Kong Zan's hand, and said lightly, "Young Master Kong, do you think the 4 masters of your Kong family and Chu family can catch Yongkai? Is it?" Kong Zan frowned and looked unhappy. He snorted coldly, "If you can't catch it, what does it have to do with what you're doing now?" "Naturally, it's related." Nansheng's expression was happy, but he didn't show the slightest nervousness. "If those 4 people can't catch Yongkai, this operation can basically be declared a failure. We have dispatched so many troops, but we can't match the other 3 people. Spread the word ahehe, young Master Kong, what are the consequences? Don't I need to say more?" What do you mean?" Kong Zan gradually calmed down. When he first saw that Nansheng, Shangchu and the others were trying to harm everyone in High Heaven Pavilion, he thought that these 2 guys were going to kill them to vent their personal anger. Naturally, he was very angry. First, Nansheng and Shangchu didn't take their orders seriously. Second, he didn't want to offend Yongkai too hard. But now that no one was killed or injured, you can listen to him explain. Moreover, the current situation is really not optimistic. If Yongkai really wants to escape, there is no way to explain it to Yang Zhao. Her status is not as good as that of Yi Xinru. If you do this, I am afraid that her status will be even lower in the future. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 512 You don't have the guts. It doesn't make any sense. Facing Kong Zan's question, Nansheng smiled coldly, I just want to say that as long as we have chips in our hands, even if the 4 seniors fail, we can still take the lead. Will Yongkai take the lead because of them? I don't know about surrender, it's probably not possible, but we can retreat completely. Mr. Kong has also seen the power of his mysterious treasure. If he is determined to keep us here, who can stop us? Kong Zan's expression changed, and after savoring Nansheng's words, he couldn't help but feel that what he said had some truth. It can be seen that Yang Kai really cares about this group of people from the High Heaven Pavilion, otherwise he would not discuss it with him. With his temperament, if anyone dares to block the way, I am afraid that they will call him long ago. Use these people as bargaining chips to force Yang Kai to submit. No matter how bad it is, you can retreat calmly. Young Master Kong is still worried about your verbal agreement with Yang Kai, right? Nansheng saw his hesitation and sneered. Kong Zan's face was ugly, but he did not deny it. Although the agreement just now was only verbal, but for the young master of the central capital, he still cares about his promise. Since he has agreed with Yang Kai, if the person who does not move from the High Heaven Pavilion goes back on his word, I am afraid it will be inappropriate. You don't care about the details, Mr. Kong, don't you just want to watch Yang Kai use that secret treasure to keep all of us here? Nansheng struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade. Shang Chu also said, Young Master Kong, please think again. Maybe you think we are doing this to avenge our personal revenge. I don't deny that I hate Yang Kai to the extreme, but Big Brother Nan and I are also planning for everyone. Taking a deep breath, Kong Zan's hesitation turned firm, nodded and said, just do it. He was really afraid of Yang Kai, and didn't expect anything from the four immortal ascension boundaries. Nansheng and Shang Chu were overjoyed when they heard the words, and their expressions were uplifted. Since participating in the battle for the succession to the present, they have finally seized an opportunity to take revenge against Yang Kai, and naturally feel happy. Don't be too harsh, just catch two people. Kong Zan frowned and ordered. Okay, Nansheng nodded and grinned, his eyes swept across the people in High Heaven Pavilion, and he pointed at a disciple of the previous generation of High Heaven Pavilion, and someone rushed in and caught him out. The uncle didn't resist, and even stopped the younger generation of disciples from making a move, and slowly shook his head at everyone. Right now, the enemy is strong and I am weak. If we really want to fight, it is not surprising that these people are completely wiped out here. Seeing that the people in High Heaven Pavilion didn't resist, Nansheng and Shang Chu couldn't help showing a hint of disappointment, and spit out contemptuously, you bastard. Kong Zan frowned, he didn't like the people who stimulated the High Heaven Pavilion like them, but he didn't say much. Nansheng's eyes continued to wander in the crowd, looking for a suitable target, and suddenly noticed a ruthless gaze looking at him. He couldn't help sneering, pointed at the man and said, catch him too. As soon as the words fell, a strong Nan family captured the younger generation of High Heaven Pavilion disciples. This person looks young, even a little younger than Yang Kai, and his strength is not too high. He only has the 5th floor of the True Yuan realm, and his aptitude is obviously good. It was because of this that Nansheng chose him. One old and one young, 2 High Heaven Pavilion disciples were captured in front of Nansheng. The older generation of disciples looked peaceful, neither humble nor arrogant, but the younger disciple sneered and stared at Nansheng stubbornly and proudly. Nice eyes. Nansheng nodded, suddenly slapped his hand and slapped him out. With a snap, there was a 5 fingerprint on the young disciple's face, one of his teeth was knocked out, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his head was beaten. Turning his head, he still stared at Nansheng with those vicious eyes, without saying a word. The blue veins on Nansheng's forehead throbbed. He never expected this person to be so hard-hearted, annoyed in his heart, and slapped out again, sneering, I don't know what it is. The 2 slaps fell, and the young disciple's cheeks were swollen and bloody, but the expression of those eyes still did not change in the slightest, not even showing timidity. Kong Zan couldn't help but move slightly, as if he was surprised by the performance of this disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. What's your name? Kong Zan asked. The young disciple glanced at him lightly, and said proudly, Su Mu. Su Mu. Kong Zan took a deep breath, murmured, nodded and said, Lingxiao Pavilion, it's really extraordinary. An ordinary young disciple has such a backbone, what about the others? These people, I am afraid that even if they are killed, they will not surrender and beg for mercy. I don't know why, but Kong Zan is quite sure of this. Su Mu sneered. You can only play hard in front of me, wait for my brother Yang to come out later, you can show him. Kong Zan's face darkened, as Su Mu said, he really didn't dare to be ruthless in front of Yang Kai. Nansheng became even more embarrassed, and kicked Su Mu's knee fiercely. Su Mu didn't resist and fell to the ground. The next moment, Nansheng's stormy slap came down. Before Kong Zan could even stop it, Su Mu was slapped a dozen times. The crackling sound was so harsh. Everyone in the high heaven pavilion didn't move, only the sound of breathing gradually became heavier, and everyone's eyes were red, like beasts that eat people, staring at Nan Sheng. The silent and calm atmosphere, like the eve of a storm, made Kong Zan shudder, and hurriedly shouted angrily, "Enough!" Nan Sheng then stopped, took a breath, stretched out his hand and squeezed Su Mu's mouth, pulled out the sharp sword of the person beside him, placed it on Su Mu's neck, and said coldly, "Do you think I dare not kill you? You don't have the guts." Su Mu sneered and sneered with blood on his mouth, as if he thought he had lived long enough. Nan Sheng's expression changed suddenly. Chi-Chi was very exciting. He hesitated and struggled, the sharp sword in his hand slowly increased its strength, and pulled out a red bloodline on Su Mu's neck, but he never had the courage to cut it directly. Killing Su Mu is easy. But immediately after Yang Kai's revenge, Nan Sheng had to consider whether he could afford it. On the contrary, it was Su Mu, with a determined expression, without the slightest fear. He identified Nan Sheng and his fear of Yang Kai. "Let him go." Kong Zan took a deep breath and shook his head slowly. Nan Sheng looked ruthless, but he was actually just a pustule who knew how to pinch soft persimmons. Nan Sheng's fists were clenched tightly, his teeth rattled, and he deliberately killed the person who provoked him without knowing his life or death, but he couldn't do anything. Kong Zan's words immediately made him feel a little bit intimidated, and letting him go was like admitting that he didn't have the guts. As the son of a first-class family, how could Nan Sheng afford this man? With a ruthless expression, the sharp sword in his hand drew an arc. With a puff, blood splashed out. Su Mu's right chest was pierced by a sharp sword. Nan Sheng's face was grim, and he threw Su Mu to the ground. Everyone in the high heaven pavilion was shocked and rushed forward to help him up. "Do you really think I dare not touch you?" Nan Sheng spat, his face twitching. "You bastard!" Kong Zan was also stunned, shouted angrily, rolled up and kicked Nan Sheng's body, kicking him to a stagger. Nan Sheng hit Su Mu just now, but he didn't stop it. After all, it was a traumatic injury. No matter how bleak the fight was, it wouldn't hurt his muscles and bones. If the sword is stabbed, it might be fatal. But it can also be seen that Nan Sheng hesitated when he started. He chose Su Mu's right chest. If the left chest was where his heart was, Su Mu would probably die immediately. The shouting and scolding came from the mouths of everyone in the high heaven pavilion, and there were many more, frantically attacking the warriors of the Shangnan family. "He's not allowed to resist." Kong Zan roared at the warriors of the Nan family, hurried forward, took out a jade bottle from his arms, poured out an elixir with trembling hands, and stuffed it directly into it. Su Mu's mouth was full of blood. During this period, Kong Zan was also attacked a few times by the people from Lingxiao Pavilion, but fortunately he was wearing a protective armor that was not weak, so he was not injured. Aware of his intentions, the crowd gathered around Su Mu no longer embarrassed him, and several uncles hurriedly helped Su Mu get rid of the medicinal effects. "Wow!" A crisp sound suddenly came from not far away. Kong Zan turned his head to look, and was surprised to find that the forbidden enchantment created by the mysterious mid-grade secret treasure turned into a little light and disappeared along with the sound. The wind and snow all over the sky disappeared. In the center of the enchantment, Yang Kai and the previous woman were wrapped in a cold wind and appeared in everyone's field of vision. Near them, there are 4 ice sculpture-like things, posing in all kinds of strange shapes, standing there quietly. Those are the 4 masters belonging to the Chu family of the Kong family. Through the stiff expressions on the faces of the 4 ice sculptures, it seemed that they were in disbelief before they were frozen. Kong Zan couldn't help his scalp go numb, and the soles of his feet felt cramps. Although he vaguely felt that the 4 immortal ascension boundaries couldn't hold Yang Kai, he never thought that this would end up being the case. The warriors gathered around the enchantment all stepped back when they saw the figures of Yang Kai and Su Yan, with a look of horror on their faces. Among them, there are not many masters anymore. Even if there are immortal ascension boundaries, they are only 4 or 5 layers. The powerhouses from the 8 great families were all frozen into ice sculptures. How could they dare to have the idea of a confrontation? Chu Zeruo's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and a sense of horror arose in his heart. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "I won't die, but if they want to come out of it, it will take at least half a day." Chu Zeruo nodded unconsciously, then forced a smile. "Thank you, Zhu Gongzi, for being merciful." Yang Kai nodded slightly and said no more. After all, those 4 people belong to the 8 great families of the central capital. I taught them a lesson. They can be injured, or even seriously injured. Sometimes, it is necessary to be merciful. It is because of this that Yang Kai let Su Yan save their lives. I believe that even if they break the ice sculpture and escape, they will have to take care of them for a month or two. Chapter 513 Who Did It? Looking around, Yang Kai immediately noticed the commotion in the High Heaven Pavilion. Although he didn't know what was going on, he also realized that something was wrong and his face sank. Senior brother Yang, senior sister Su. Li Yuntian shouted in a heart-wrenching voice, Young Master Su, young Master Su, he was stabbed. Su Yan's beauty suddenly turned pale, and the white figure turned into a stream of light, rushing into the crowd, followed by Yang Kai. Looking around, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and his face was ashen. In the crowd, Su Emu's face was pale, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a sharp sword inserted into his right chest, which came out through his body, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, his chi and blood was empty, and he was panting, like a blacksmith's shop. The battered bellows inside were clogged with the hardships of twitching. An uncle from High Heaven Pavilion was behind him, putting his hand on his back and pouring in his true essence. Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. She and Su Mu are sisters and brothers. Seeing her brother have such a miserable experience, how can she not feel distressed? Yang Kai pushed aside the crowd, stepped forward quickly, put his hand on Su Emu's wrist to investigate for a while, then pinched Su Emu's mouth, and flicked some myriad medicine spirit milk into it. At the entrance of the spiritual milk, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled out the long sword inserted in Su Emu's right chest, bringing with him a rush of blood. He shot out a few bursts of true essence to seal the flow of blood at Su Emu's wound, comforting Su Yan, it's all right. Su Yan nodded lightly. With the myriad medicine spiritual milk, Su Mu will not have to worry about his life, and may even be a blessing in disguise, and his strength will be improved. Buddha, if it wasn't for him and Su Yan coming out in time, and half an hour later, it would be hard to say what would happen to Su Mu. Even if you don't die, you may end up sick and disabled for life. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai's expression was calm. He turned around and looked at Kong Zan, who was standing aside. Kong Zan suddenly felt that his lips were a little dry, and Yang Kai's silence made him at a loss, and suddenly realized that this time was probably not good. Who did it? Yang Kai stared at Kong Zan and asked softly. Kong Zan swallowed his saliva and said hesitantly, Ninth young master, this is just an accident. Who did it? Quote. Kong Zan frowned. Although he was well aware of Yang Kai's tyranny, he was the person in charge of this operation, and he was also the son of the central capital, so naturally he wouldn't be too timid, and said solemnly, Ninth son, this is to seize the air. It is normal for 1 or 2 people to be killed or injured in a battle. You and I are in an adversarial relationship, not to mention that this friend has no life worries now. Even if he really died, it would be fine. Are there still a few people who died under Ninth young master's hands? Quote. It's really a lot. Yang Kai nodded. I killed a lot of people. If the relatives and friends of those people want to take revenge, they can just come and find me. Now that someone hurts me, I want to take revenge, so I want to know who did it. Kong Zan was at a loss for words. Yes, if you have grievances for revenge, if you have revenge for revenge, you can kill and injure others, but do you still want to prevent others from revenge? What's more, the two had agreed before that the people from High Heaven Pavilion would not interfere in this battle. Under this premise, someone in Lingxiao Pavilion was severely injured and Kong Zan really couldn't account for the word. But Kong Zan couldn't do it if he betrayed the people on his side, which would make him seem too spineless, and it would also appear that he was afraid of Yang Kai. It's that man. Li Yuntian suddenly stood up in indignation, pointed his finger to the side and said, the 2 groups of people who came over there just now are the one who wanted to kill young Master Su. Quote. Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai turned his attention to Nansheng not far away. Kong Zan frowned. He suddenly realized that Nansheng and Shangchu had already anointed the soles of their feet and returned to their own camp. I stayed here to wipe their butts, but they slipped away silently, and Kong Zan was instantly annoyed. I see. Yang Kai nodded slightly, squinted at Kong Zan, and said, Young Master Kong, I said, not letting the people of High Heaven Pavilion participate in the battle is for your own good. They're damaged. I'm really going to kill. It looks like you don't believe it. Quote. Kong Zan was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were full of horror. He found that Yang Kai's aura suddenly became violent and bloody, and a strong murderous aura rose into the sky. Subconsciously, Kong Zan hurried back. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, raised his hand, and the sharp sword drawn from Su Emu's right chest, wrapped in a cold light, shot towards Kong Zan. Kong Zan's complexion changed greatly. He didn't expect Yang Kai to kill when he said that he would kill him. He hurriedly used his martial skills to resist. However, this long sword contained a devastating force, which was not something that a martial artist of his level could block. Puff aa. Kong Zan snorted. His right chest was pierced by a long sword, just like what Su Mu had just experienced. Under that enormous force, he stepped back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his pace. With trembling eyes, Kong Zan looked towards Yang Kai in disbelief. Everyone was silent, and their faces were inexplicable. From the beginning of the battle for the succession to the present, finally a young master from the 8 great families of the central capital was injured, and he was seriously injured. Young masters and young ladies from the 8 great families participated in the battle for the succession. Generally, it is impossible for them to be injured, let alone worry about their lives. No one dares to kill them. At most, they will defeat them and let them retreat. But now, this precedent that has lasted for countless years has been broken. Kong Zan glanced down at the long sword on his chest in a daze, and the tingling sensation gradually spread, and until now he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai's courage was so big, it was so lawless. Ninth young master, Kong Zan murmured, his mouth was full of blood, and his breathing became quite difficult. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly, if you are not a member of the 8 great families, you will die today. Kong Zan's face twitched, and a chill spread in his heart. He didn't dare to fight bravely, he quickly sat on the ground cross-legged, took out a pill and took it. The wind howled, Yang Kai stepped forward, like a mountain that was poured into blood, and everyone felt the breath of death coming towards them. This group of people in Yang Zhao's mansion, apart from Kong Zan recovering his injuries, 4 from the 8 great families' Immortal Ascension boundary 5th floor were frozen into ice sculptures, and more than a dozen masters were restrained by Yingju. Gather in one place. Led by Chu Zeruo, they all looked towards this side in horror. What should I do? What should I do? Chu Zeruo's face turned pale, and he kept asking the people around him. This time, Kong Zanjisu should have been responsible for this dispatch, but now that he can't protect himself, the burden naturally falls on Chu Zeruo. In the face of such a strong Yang Kai, who even dared to be seriously injured by Kong Zan, Chu Zeruo didn't have the courage to fight, he was afraid that he would suffer the same as Kong Zan. He has no idea, how can anyone else have an idea? Nanshang, tell me what to do now about what you did. Chu Zeruo turned his head and roared at Nanshang. Nanshang's previous arrogance and domineering no longer existed. Hearing that, he was slightly absent-minded. He pursed his dry lips and said nothing. A trace of contempt and ruthlessness flashed in Shang Chu's eyes, and he said, Young Master Chu, no matter how powerful Yang Kai is, he is only one person, so what is he afraid of? Besides, young Master Kong also said that this is a battle for the heir apparent. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 people are killed or injured, let alone that person is not dead yet. Yang Kai is clearly making a fuss. Now is a good opportunity to let Yang Kai out. Young Master Chu has to take it well, I am willing to listen to the order. Quote. Fart. Chu Zeruo roared, Yang Kai and young Master Kong have something to say first, you have to provoke the people of High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, Yang Kai was merciful to our people just now, but it's you. I'll take care of your ancestors. 18th generation. Shang Chu was scolded and his face darkened, and he was immediately disappointed with Chu Zeruo's cowardly performance. As he spoke, Yang Kai had already walked 20 feet in front of the crowd. He was alone, facing the 7 powers, he was not afraid. Although the top masters of these powers had been restrained, there were still some people, especially the Immortal Ascension boundary. Some. Chu Zeruo, Yang cheerfully shouted, you are Chu Yimeng's younger brother, I don't want to embarrass you, get out of the way. Chu Zeruo's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, just as he was about to open his mouth to agree, he suddenly reacted, and quickly shook his head. 9th young master, this request is difficult for Chu to obey. Yang Kai nodded, you still have a little backbone. Without further ado, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in his hand, and a gloomy bone shield appeared. It's that mysterious treasure. Chu Zeruo and the others' expressions changed slightly. This bone shield was used by Yang Kai when he attacked Yang Kang's mansion last time, and he used it just now. Everyone naturally knows that its defense is strong and that it can devour energy attacks. With this bone shield in hand, Yang Kai's defense can almost be said to be impregnable. But at this moment, Yang Kai took it out, but it made everyone confused, secretly guessing, Yang Kai is trying to defend. Before the thought was over, a dangerous aura suddenly swayed between the heavens and the earth. On the bone shield, some black electric lights flashed, and in the center of the bone shield, in the open beast mouth, the energy was violent. So what? One after another, the electric dragons that looked like human legs suddenly shot out from the mouths of the bone shields. The place where the forces converged rushed over. How is that possible? Chu Zeruo exclaimed. There are many types of secret treasures, defensive, offensive, and auxiliary. The bone shield in Yang Kai's hand is clearly for defense, but how can it become an offensive secret treasure now? Moreover, this electric dragon seems to have heard of it somewhere. This is the power of Yang Kang's mysterious treasure. Shang Chu screamed, suddenly realizing that the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand could not only swallow up attacks, but also counterattack the swallowed attacks. These electric dragons are clearly the abilities of the mysterious treasures that Yang Kang and Yang Kai displayed when they were dueling with Yang Kai more than 2 months ago. At that time, these electric dragons were swallowed by Yang Kai with a bone shield, and after more than 2 months, they were released by Yang Kai here. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 514 Will I Let You Go? Who can resist the power of a mysterious treasure? Unless it is a defensive secret treasure that is also a mysterious level, just like the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand. When the 7 or 8 electric dragons that came out of the animal mouth in the center of the bone shield swayed and rushed over, everyone was dumbfounded, their faces instantly filled with horror and fear, and the call of death rang in their ears. No one can take it lightly. If there are still masters here, they can still rely on the sky-reaching means of those masters to block the attack of the electric dragon, but their masters are pinned down, frozen, and the rest are powerless to resist. A crowd of people turned on their backs, and everyone was in a panic, flying in all directions, trying to escape from the place and avoid the attack of those electric dragons. Shang Chu's mind was still clear, and he shouted for everyone to resist, but this chaotic scene really made him feel powerless. Even Chu Zeruo ran away. Why would the others stay in place and wait to die? Boom boom boom, clack clack. Those Tao electric dragons are like indestructible swords, wrapped in unmatched strength, raging and smashing in the crowd. Whenever they are touched by the electric dragon, they all twitch their hands and feet, fall to the ground, and what's more, directly got scorched by electricity. The only remaining masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary, the sons who were protecting their own family, avoided the attack of the electric dragon one after another, and were in a state of embarrassment like a bereaved dog. The screams came one after another, and before the power of the mysterious treasure, human life was as cheap as a mustard. Kong Zan, who was healing his wounds, slowly opened his eyes, looking at the miserable scene over there. His heart froze. Only then did I realize that what Yang Kai said before was true. He didn't let the people of High Heaven Pavilion participate in the battle, he really thought about himself and others. Nansheng just injured a young disciple of his High Heaven Pavilion, and he provoked such a massacre. If the people of High Heaven Pavilion really suffered heavy casualties due to the melee, then, would he still have his life to return to the war city? Kong Zan didn't dare to think about it anymore. He closed his eyes in dismay and ignored the situation over there. Everyone in the High Heaven Pavilion suddenly became excited, their faces flushed red and their fists clenched. The humiliation and forbearance suffered just now, at this moment, seems to have all come back. With his own strength, Yang Kai actually made the warriors of the 7 factions jump, so that those people could only avoid them, and they couldn't take the time to attack. One after another purple dim light suddenly burst in midair, creating a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye, as if a pebble had been dropped on the calm lake, wrapping around the warriors who were embarrassed to hide from the electric dragon's attack. Past. And within that layer of ripples, there are madly destructive and brutal attacks of divine consciousness. Divine soul skill. Yang Kai is almost unrestrained, and unscrupulously displays his divine soul ability. Where the power of divine consciousness spread, most of the warriors suddenly looked sluggish, and their faces were full of pain, as if some evil had invaded their minds, and they stood there dumbfounded. Then came the electric dragon to electrocute them into coke. Only the experts in the divine movement boundary were able to withstand the attack of this divine soul skill a little, but they also looked painful. The scorching smell that makes people nauseous filled the whole world. After a while, the electric dragon gradually disappeared in the air, and the power of the mysterious treasure finally fully exerted Yang Kai's divine soul ability and no longer released it. The 7 forces originally had a total of nearly 300 people, but at this moment, there were only less than 200 left. The corpses were all over the place, all unsightly as black as charcoal, and wisps of blue smoke emerged from those corpses, curling straight up like tiny cooking smoke. Chu Zeruo didn't know when she fell on the ground, her eyes were lost, and the 2 rows of teeth collided violently, making a clicking sound. To escape from death, his mood is very complicated. Compared to the others, he can be said to be unscathed. He participated in the battle for succession without fear, and did not think that he would encounter any danger to his life, but today, he did not dare to think so. He didn't know if it was Yongkai's scruples about Chu Yimeng being merciful to him, or if he was really lucky and didn't encounter the attack of the electric dragon, but this massacre by Yongkai really scared him. In the depths of his heart, a huge shadow came over, and it seemed to be grinning at him all the time, wanting to take his life. Young Master Chu, let's go. I don't know which force he was from, a celestial being from the Immortal Ascension realm. Seeing Chu Zeruo lost his mind, he rushed to his side to pick him up, and flew towards Zancheng without looking back. Facing the man who even dared to inflict heavy damage on Kong Zan, he could no longer raise any fighting spirit, and now he just wanted to run as far as possible. Most people thought so, and they got up and fled, no longer caring about anything else. What are you running for? Shang Chu roared, his secret treasure can no longer be used, and he used such an attack. Now is the time when his energy is declining. We should take him down in one go. Chu Gongzi, Chu Gongzi, Chu Gongzi. What about people? No one paid any attention to his shouting, not to mention that Shang Chu was not qualified to issue orders. Even if he did, these people would not want to stay in this purgatory-like place. While shouting, Shang Chu suddenly felt a sharp gaze looking at him. Looking at it, it happened to meet Yang Kaizen's cold eyes. With a sudden heartbeat, Shang Chu couldn't help but take a few steps back. Brother Shang, let's go, nothing can be done. Nansheng rushed up and grabbed him. Shang Chu gritted his teeth and glanced at Yang Kai viciously and resentfully before stomping his feet. Go. Bunch of cowards. With such a group of people, how can such a big thing be achieved? Shang Chu was extremely depressed, imagining that if he had not offended Yang Kai that day at the foot of Taifeng Mountain, or that Yang Kai had accepted his favor and followed him today, would he be able to accomplish something? However, there was no turning back in the world, and Shang Chu only hated why he had been so blind in the day that he had offended such a person. The 7 powers, escaped, died, and in a blink of an eye, there was not one left. Do you think I will let you go? Yang Kai's voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. It was not loud, but it was very clear, making everyone feel like falling into an ice cellar. Nansheng and Shang Chu glanced back while fleeing, and when they saw that Yang Kai was still standing quietly and did not catch up, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he was frightening himself and others. The speed is getting faster and faster. I just want to hurry back to the Yangzhou mansion in the War City and hide, wait until Yang Kai's anger subsides, or let Yangzhou come forward to adjust the matter. Yang Kai was full of qi and blood, showing his inner restlessness. He turned to look at Su Mu, who was still in a coma, and Su Yan, who was still in a coma, and said, "You guys will wait for half a day before setting out, then Su Mu will be gone. It should be fine." Su Yan was startled, and Huo Di looked up and asked, "How about you?" "Those who dare to move the sect must pay the price." After saying these words, his body was like a long rainbow, and he left like lightning, wrapped in a terrifying murderous intent. 7 factions, the surviving warriors were struggling to escape, and they gradually relaxed until they were hundreds of miles away. Looking back, they didn't see any chasing soldiers, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Recalling what happened just now, everyone shuddered, giving birth to a kind of happiness for the rest of their lives. Turning around and looking around, there were only more than 20 people gathered together, and there were many more people who had long since escaped. "Should it be all right?" someone asked in horror, while the others were silent, gasping for breath. "The 9th son, he doesn't take human life seriously." This sentence immediately attracted everyone's approval. And Nansheng and Bai Chu, if it wasn't for the 2 stupid pigs, how could we be so embarrassed? "What did you say?" Someone suddenly stood up angrily. "My young master Nan is also considering the overall situation." "Who are you? How dare you scold Nan Xiao?" "Am I wrong? Considering the overall situation, it's so ridiculous." Nansheng and Shang Chu are looking for those people for the sake of venting their personal anger. "I really thought we didn't know that your Nan family and Shang family were once in 9th young master. He has suffered a loss, and this time he participated in the battle for succession just to get revenge on him." "Fuck your mother's fart, I'm just telling the truth. What kind of things are the 2 of you Shangmen, you dare to challenge the son of the Yang family? Don't polish your dog's eyes to see clearly, even if the 2nd son really won the battle for succession, so what can Shang Chu and Nansheng do to Yang Kai? At most, it can only be out of breath." Quote, "Are you from the Nan family?" When the 2 were arguing, a deep voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The warrior who defended Nansheng raised his neck and said proudly, "So what?" Before he could finish speaking, a blood-red H-lobe suddenly penetrated his head. The man's eyes widened, his face turned white, and at the moment of confusion, a figure that terrified him appeared in his eyes. Ninth young master. After seeing the face of the person who killed the Nanjia martial artist, everyone suddenly changed color, stood up quickly, and looked at Yang Kai in horror. They didn't expect that Yang Kai really caught up. Among these 20 people, there is only one Immortal Ascension boundary, and he is only a third-layer Immortal Ascension boundary martial artist, and he does not know which faction he is from. Suddenly seeing Yang Kai appear here, more than 20 people involuntarily moved towards the Immortal Ascension boundary, seeming to be able to find a little sense of security. On the contrary, it was the third-layer Immortal Ascension boundary warrior who couldn't help but swallow a saliva. It's true that he is in the Immortal Ascension boundary, but his combat power is not strong. Yang Kai can tie Lu Qingyao, isn't it easy to take care of him? He pays himself and he is definitely not Lu Qingyao's opponent. But what reassured him a little was that after killing the Nan family's martial artist, Yang Kai did not kill him again, but stared at them and asked, "Who else is the Nan family's Shangjia?" More than 20 people looked at each other in dismay, and suddenly realized what Yang Kai wanted to do. The injustice has the head, the debt has the owner, the ninth young master is going to drive out all the men and horses of the Shangnan family. No one dared to answer, and no one could tell what Yang Kai was thinking. Chapter 515. In the face of Yang Kai's question, no one dared to answer, only the violent heartbeat came from everyone's chest. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai lost his patience and said coldly, "If you don't say it, all of you will die. If you say it, you can save your life. He's from Shangjia." Immediately, someone couldn't bear the enormous pressure and reached out to a person beside him. The man couldn't help but cursed angrily and ran away. A blood-red petal flew out from the corpse of the man who had just died, and entered the back of the escaped man's head like lightning, penetrating his entire head. As soon as he hit the ground, the man fell down and rolled on the ground several times before gradually losing his movement. "Is there any more?" Yang Kai asked again. Everyone kept shaking their heads, indicating that there were no more Bainan families here. Yang Kai took the lead slightly, no longer asked, and disappeared from everyone's eyes the next moment. Seeing that he kept his promise and really let him and others go, the remaining warriors gasped and slumped to the ground weakly. "Don't let me see you again in Battle City." From afar, Yang Kai's voice came. Everyone was shocked again, and nodded quickly, "Understand, understand." After this time, they didn't dare to go back to War City again. No one would have the guts to continue to face this murderous young Master Yang after what happened just now. He can do that alone, not to mention that there are many powerful helpers in his house. Originally, this group of people was quite optimistic about Yang Zhao, thinking that he could rely on the number of people and the many forces gathered to win the final victory of the inheritance war. By the way, they can also follow Yang Zhao to drink soup and eat meat. But now, no one dares to think so. A moment later, 50 miles away, Yang Kai once again killed 3 warriors from the southern 2 families, leaving behind a group of men and horses who had lost their lives after the calamity, and walked away. He is not a person who will slaughter all living beings without asking indiscriminately. Just as he didn't let Su Yan kill the 4 immortals from the Chu family and the Kong family, he was also concerned about the intricate relationship between the 8 families. But this time, he was really offended by Shang Chu and Nan Shang. These 2 people have been enemies with themselves since the beginning of the battle for the heirloom. When they fought with them before, Yang Kai didn't care either. Oppositional relationship. They kill their own people, and they kill their own people, just right. But this time is different. Those people are the last foundation and hope of revival of the High Heaven Pavilion. In addition, the agreement between himself and Iching Zan came first, and Nan Sheng and Shang Chu still attacked them. Of course, Yang Kai did not intend to bypass the Shangnan family. He wanted to let the world know that the High Heaven Pavilion is indeed a tiger's butt that can't be touched. All the way to chase and kill all the way, all the people from the South family, all were killed, and they were merciless, and the road was bloody. One night later, Yang Kai ran for 2,000 miles and finally saw Shang Chu and Nan Sheng from a distance. The 2 of them were running hard with a group of men and horses, and they never stopped to rest this day and night. They thought they would return to War City without incident. The reason why they ran so fast was to prevent accidents. Who knew that Yang Kai would really catch up with his life? When they felt the murderous intent behind them and the bloody aura reaching the sky, a group of people looked back in horror, and their faces were full of horror. 9th young master is chasing after him. What? Nansheng and Shangchu suddenly changed color, turned their heads to look back in their busy schedules, and they saw Yang Kai's figure, like a meteor, getting closer and closer to them. He's crazy. Nansheng looked stunned, just for a high heaven pavilion disciple. Quote. Shangchu's gloomy face showed deep powerlessness and fear, and nodded lightly, we are afraid that we really touched his reverse whale. Brother Shang, what should I do now? Nansheng sweated, hurry up and come up with an idea. Returning to Zanchang, there is no other way. As long as we can return to the second young master's mansion, we can be safe and sound. Shangchu gritted his teeth, and the speed was 1 point faster. Nansheng scolded secretly, thinking that he didn't say anything. The most important thing now is how to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. This group of people is almost running out of fuel in the day and night running. It is still unknown whether they can run and win against him. Judging from Yang Kai's speed, I am afraid there is not much hope. Closing parenthesis. Where did this bastard get so much splurge? After chasing him for so long, he is still full of murderous aura, full of fighting spirit, and looks like he will never give up. Before he could complain, Nansheng hurriedly stuffed a few pills to replenish his true essence into his mouth, and also increased the speed. You can't escape. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind, everyone heard it, and their hearts suddenly burst, none of the Shangnan family can survive. Ninth young master, we are not the Shang family, nor the Nan family. There was a young leader of a faction who couldn't bear the pressure of Yang Kai's pursuit behind him, and shouted quickly. Then kill the Shangnan family around you, and I can let you go. Shangchu and Nansheng's expressions changed, and they looked at the people around them with great vigilance, for fear that these people would turn against each other. There are only about 70 people from the Shangnan family. They were slaughtered by Yang Kai, and then scattered a lot during their escape. Now, there are only less than 20 people gathered around them. The people of other forces are 2 or 3 times their number. If these people really listened to Yang Kai's bewitchment and attacked them, Shangchu and Nansheng felt that they would be tragic. Fortunately, when those people heard Yang Kai's words, they were only slightly hesitant. They were from the same camp as the Shangnan family. When Yang Kai suddenly said these words, they couldn't do anything. Seeing their indecision, Shangchu hurriedly said loudly, everyone, my Shangnan family is also a respectable family, if you really attack us here, what the consequences will be, think clearly for yourself. Those who were hesitant immediately came to their senses. If they were hostile to each other, no matter how they killed or fought, no one would say anything. But now everyone belongs to Yang Zhao's sect. If they go out, their family will not be able to gain a foothold in the future. Compared with his own life, the honor of the family is naturally more important. What's more, whether Yang Kai can catch up is a matter of fact. Even if he catches up, he will first rush to the people of the Nan family, and they also have a chance to escape. Nan Xiao, rest assured Shang Xiao, we will never attack you. Someone said immediately. That's the best. Shang Chu nodded slightly and felt relieved. In the back, Yang Kai seemed to see their communication and changes in expressions, and he couldn't help but snorted, since you don't want to tear your face with the Shangnan family, then I won't force you. As long as you can stop Shangnan for me. Chu and Nansheng, I will not trouble you again, otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. The atmosphere that had just been harmonious and relaxed, was once again led by this translation. Compared with the previous condition, Yang Kai's condition is indeed attractive and feasible. If they just block Nansheng and Shangchu a little and don't kill them, they can accept it. Nansheng and Shangchu noticed something was wrong, and quickly led their own people away from those warriors. Nansheng was even more angry and roared, Yang Kai, do you really think you are so amazing? If you weren't concerned about your identity, how could this young master be chased and run away by you? Yang Kai sneered, I have learned this from Taifang Mountain. You will only bully the weak when you go to the south. Don't you like to divide people into 3, 6, 9, and 9? Being arrogant and domineering at the foot of Taifang Mountain will kill people. What is it, in the face of my son from a super aristocratic family, only the courage to run away? The cold sarcasm made Nansheng speechless. At the foot of Taifang Mountain, he was indeed too arrogant and domineering, bullying Yang Kai and the Fengyulo bloody battle gang, and even forcing the Hu family sisters. His face was extremely ugly. Fortunately, Tu Feng and Tang Yushan came to look for it and revealed Yang Kai's true identity, which made him and Shang Chu's arrogance immediately stunned. Otherwise, after that battle, the people of the Blood War Gang and Fengyulo would definitely suffer heavy casualties, even if Yang Kai could escape, also has to pay a small price. It's time to settle the old and new grudges, and Yang Kai doesn't have the patience to continue to entangle with these two people who are not in his eyes. No, ninth young master is catching up. Someone exclaimed. Many warriors turned their heads to look, and their expressions also changed greatly. They found that when Yang Kai and Nansheng were talking, he actually closed a lot of distance silently. Shangchu and Nansheng also panicked. There is a surging energy behind it. It seems that Yang Kai is brewing some killer move. This discovery made everyone more at a loss. The shocking blow unleashed by the bone shield was still fresh in everyone's memory until now. Naturally, they were afraid that he would make such a devastating attack again. To brush, the wind whistled behind him, and the sword chi was awe-inspiring. Thousands of sword chi composed of true essence, lined up in rows, like arrows in the sky, fiercely attacked here. The overwhelming indiscriminate attack immediately blocked the pace of everyone's escape. These warriors had to turn around and use their martial skills and secret treasures to resist the incoming sword energy. After some blocking, a few less powerful warriors rushed to the ground. Shangchu's expression was extremely gloomy, and he realized that if he escaped like this, he would not be able to escape Yang Kai's pursuit, and his speed was much faster than himself and others. Elders, I'm afraid you'll have to trouble you to stop him for a while. With a suddenly determined look, Shangchu turned his head and said to the several immortals around him. These people are the only remaining masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary from the two Shangnan families. The tallest one is on the 4th floor of Immortal Ascension boundary, but there are quite a few. The two together have a total of 7. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 516 It's Just You. With these 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Hall Queens, no matter how powerful Yang Kai is, it is impossible to chase after him. Moreover, the War City is already in sight, and it can be reached in 100 miles. Although Shangchu is helpless, he can only come up with such an idea to delay Yang Kai's pace. When the 7 people heard Shangchu say this, their expressions were all astringent, but they quickly regained their determination and nodded. Young master, don't worry, even if the old man and the others are desperate, they will stop him. Shangchu nodded heavily. Okay, everyone, be careful, don't be careless. Clear. Having said that, the 7 Immortal Ascension boundaries of the Shangnan family suddenly stopped, turned around in unison, stopped in place, and looked back. Shangchu and Nansheng led the remaining group of people without looking back and continued to flee. Seeing the 7 people stop, Yang Kai's expression turned cold, his consciousness swept around in front of him, and he immediately understood their shocking cultivation base and strength, and a trace of impatience appeared on his face. Ninth young master, if you want to chase our young master, let's pass the old man and the others first. One of them shouted loudly. The 7 of them ran their true chi at the same time, and the brilliance of the martial arts secret treasure bloomed, fiercely attacking Yang Kai. They didn't plan to say anything to Yang Kai. The matter developed to this point, only the subordinates saw the true chapter. It's just you. Yang Kai laughed wildly, and the bone shield of the low-grade Zon level appeared in his hand, blocking him in front of him, and rushed up to face the storm-like attack. Boom boom boom. There was a loud noise, and the energy of Kwangmu was reckless. Every time he collided, Yang Kai's pace was slightly stopped, but the beast mouth opened in the center of the bone shield swallowed up the energy one after another. Devoured, the area of the bone shield is also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a round of attacks, Yang Kai was unscathed, but his speed was delayed. Disperse. How dare everyone who knew the mystery of the bone shield gather in place, and dispersed in all directions with an angry shout. A ray of light burst out from the mouth of the bone shield, and it was inserted obliquely at the edge of the bone shield, and the sharp and unmatched bone spurs also made a loud noise. With a bang, all the energy that had just been swallowed was returned. Shish. The bone spurs on the edge of the bone shield were also released as much as possible, and they carried out a bright light, and attacked the 7 people. The 7 people were already prepared, and they sacrificed defensive secret treasures, guarding the whole body and dodging in a hurry. After a confrontation, the 7 people avoided the attack of the bone shield, and the bone spurs were blocked by their own means. Although they were in a state of embarrassment, they were not injured. The bone shield is indeed powerful. A warrior who is less than the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary can't break its defense at all. But if you specifically target the characteristics of the bone shield, it will be difficult for it to play its own role. Secret treasure, after all, is dead, and people are alive. Moreover, these 7 people did not intend to fight Yang Kai desperately. They were just fighting with the idea of delaying Yang Kai. They only need to delay his efforts for a cup of tea, and they can safely return to the battle city at the speed of Nansheng and Shangchu. Return to Yang Zhao's mansion. Seeing that the plan was successful, the expressions of the 7 people became excited, and suddenly felt that Yang Kai was not as terrifying as he imagined. Perhaps he is indeed invincible among warriors of the same level, and he can even fight against the masters of the Immortal Ascension realm, but he can only slaughter more than 100 people at one time by relying on external forces. Once there is no external force provided to him, even if he is powerful, there is a limit to his own strength. Perhaps, this time, not only will he be able to delay him, but he can even be caught while there are no masters around him to guard him. All the 7 of them became excited about this thought all their lives, and their expressions of lack of confidence were replaced by high fighting spirit in an instant. Can't help but say that all the divine soul skills attacked Yang Kai, and the power of divine consciousness intertwined in all directions was like a spider web, wrapping Yang Kai round and round. Standing in the center of the gathering of the divine consciousness stars, Yang Kai slowly shook his head with a look of disdain. Since refining the origin of the evil spirit in the fierce evil cave, what he feared the most was the attack of the divine consciousness. The divine consciousness power of the other 7 people was like the contrast between the vast ocean and the stream in front of him, could not shake his spirit at all. On the contrary, it was Yang Kai's sudden burst of spiritual power, which made these people's sea of consciousness cool, and they almost felt like they were frozen. Immediately terrified, I don't know what kind of soul secret treasure Yang Kai has on his body, and he can actually achieve this level. Leaving you all to Shangchu, it's just a dead ghost, why do you work so hard? Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to entangle with them anymore, even if he can escape back to Zanchang, I want to take his life, you can only will die worthless. The faces of the 7 sank, and one said, Young Master Zhu, don't stir up trouble, I am a member of the Shangnan family in life, and a ghost of the Shangnan family in death. It is our duty to protect the safety of the sun, Zhu Gongzi. Since you are so confident, why don't you let me see your heaven-penetrating means? Then I will fulfill you all. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression suddenly calmed down, the bone shield on his hand disappeared, and his right hand was slowly raised. With the raising of his hand, the 7 people suddenly had a not-so-wonderful feeling. It seemed that even everything in the world suddenly stopped. Horrified and terrified, he stared at Yang Kai and attacked with intent, but found that he couldn't move his hands or feet no matter what. In this world, the only one who can move is Yang Kai. The middle finger of the right hand was placed on the forehead, and a dreamy murmur sounded suddenly. Enchanted. The sky shuddered, the earth hummed, and an illusion of the earth breaking apart arose in everyone's heart. A mass of darkness that could devour some light and hope suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body, the black energy was as dense as thick ink, bloodthirsty, brutal, and evil aura filled the heaven and earth, making the 7 people involuntarily give birth to a trace in their hearts, panic. With the growth of Yang Kai's breath, each of them felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The power shown by Yang Kai completely shocked them. The evil energy in the proud golden body has not been used for a long time, and Yang Kai is also concerned about the incompatible relationship between the 8 great families and the Kenyan evil land, so he has never shown his evil side. But now, in order to kill Shangchu and Nansheng, he has done everything without hesitation. The pitch-black evil energy only appeared for a moment, and then it was suddenly swallowed up by Yang Kai's body. Looking around, Yang Kai is still the same Yang Kai, but the feeling to the 7 people is different from just now. A moment ago, the 7 of them had imagined that they would join forces to capture Yang Kai and make a contribution to Nansheng and Shangchu, but now, no one dared to think so. I don't know why, facing Yang Kai at this moment, the 7 people couldn't help but feel a sense of doom and gloom. The eyes of the 7 people were also obscured by dark clouds, swallowed by darkness, unable to see a trace of light, and could not find their direction. Looking at the cold and cruel eyes, the 7 people couldn't help but take a few steps back in astonishment. Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, and a few small and pitch-black energies, like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, made a screeching sound and attacked one person. The man's complexion changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged, but just after he made this action, his body suddenly shook, and his exposed skin was instantly covered with black gas, and he fell to the ground on his back. With one blow, a Immortal Ascension Boundary Level 3 was killed, and there was no way to fight back. The remaining 6 people were all pale and silent. They didn't even see how this person was recruited, and they didn't expect Yang Kai to be so powerful at this moment. At the foot of Taifeng Mountain that day, Yang Kai was able to kill 2 Immortal Ascension boundaries with his level of the 5th floor of the True Essence boundary. Now he is only one step away from the immortal ascension boundary, and the strength he can exert is naturally stronger than that of the day. These characters on the third and fourth floors of the immortal ascension boundary were indeed not in his eyes. The roadblocker. Die. Yang Kai's low voice came, the sky suddenly became dark, a black handprint like a rolling black cloud, patted the 6 people on the head, like a big hand covering the sky, getting bigger and bigger, so that they gave birth to an unavoidable idea. The 6 of them screamed in surprise, running their true essence frantically, trying to escape from the place, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't avoid the slap of Mahamudra. With a bang, the ground trembled. Covered with black handprints, a dent was slapped on the ground, and there was a sound of broken bones, as dense as copying beans. The 6 people were either leaning up or crawling, and all fell into the huge handprint dent. Although no one died, the evil energy eroded their minds and bodies, making their consciousness instantly blurred. There are countless broken bones all over his body. I am afraid that he will never recover in this life. I said that you are dead ghosts, but you are still obsessed. Yang Kai shook his head. Nansheng and Shangchu knew that they could greatly improve their strength, but they didn't seem to tell anyone. If the 7 people who stayed behind to block Yang Kai knew this information, how could they have no hope of capturing Yang Kai, and they would not be beaten so desolately by him? Ignoring the life and death of the 6 people, Yang Kai glanced at the battle city 100 miles away, snorted coldly, and chased out. Even if Shangchu and Nansheng really hid in Yang Zhao's mansion, they would surely die today. Battle City. Nansheng and Shangchu were in a panic, and they rushed in with a group of warriors. At first glance, the pedestrians looked at them in such a state of embarrassment, and they couldn't help but be very surprised. The group of people waited, all of them were sweating their backs, and their real essence was exhausted. The news quickly spread to Yang Wei's house and Yang Kai's house. Yang Wei frowned, and he didn't know exactly what happened, but he realized that there might be a big change in the future, and immediately left the mansion quietly with the blood servant who followed him, and walked in the direction of Yang Zhao's mansion. In Yang Kai's mansion, when Chu Yimeng heard the news, she couldn't help but turn pale, and hurriedly issued orders to the major forces in the mansion to head out of the war city, ready to welcome Yang Kai's return. She wasn't sure what happened to Nansheng and Shangchu, but she vaguely felt that it had something to do with Yang Kai. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at E+or- A Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 517 failed. Under the leadership of Chu Yimeng, the warriors of Yang Kaifu were about to set off, but Old Demon suddenly appeared beside Chu Yimeng, frowning and said, "You don't need to go out, the young master seems to be back." "You're back." Chu Yimeng breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai ran out with Yingju these days. She had been worried, for fear that something would happen to Yang Kai, and now hearing Old Demon say this, she couldn't help but feel relieved and anxious. He asked anxiously, "Where is the other person now?" The Earth Demon looked gloomy and secretly probed. After a long while, he said solemnly, "He came back, but he didn't seem to mean to go back to the mansion. He ran to the southeast." "Southeast?" Chu Yimeng murmured. Her expression changed. "That's the location of Yang Zhao's mansion." "Who provokes the young master? He is very angry now." Old Demon took a deep breath. "The old man is going to escort him." The voice fell, and the person had turned into a bloody light and disappeared. Chu Yimeng's face suddenly turned pale, and she did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly rushed out with the master of the mansion occupation. At the same time, Meng Wuya, who was meditating in the room, also slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed, his eyes turned to where Yang Kai was, and he said to himself, "What did this bastard do, such a strong evil spirit?" As he spoke, he quickly stood up, opened the door, and stared at the horizon. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and there was no sunlight at all. It seemed that the entire war city had fallen into darkness. Like cotton wool that was splashed with ink, it weighed heavily on everyone's heart. With a slight sigh, Meng Wuya stepped out a few steps, and the person was already a few hundred meters away. The 8 immortals sitting on the high platform also retreated from the small world where the spiritual consciousness blended, looked at each other, and the seemingly turbid old eyes showed a little surprise. Chu Daorin pondered and said, "Brother Yang, that kid in your family seems to have signs of going crazy." Yang Liting looked indifferent and closed his eyes. The fat old man smiled and said, "You don't care. Let him go on like this, it's really possible to go crazy." Yang Liting opened his eyes and said lightly, "Go on your own way, the old man has no time to worry about his life or death." What if he really changed his temperament and turned into a demon disciple? The top of the Kong family frowned and asked, A young man with such a strong suffocation will sooner or later affect his temperament. Entering the way of the demons, he has become a murderous thing that his 6 relatives do not recognize. When the time comes, the old man will take action to clean up the door, Brother Kong won't bother. Yang Liting responded coldly. The other 7 people stopped persuading him after hearing what he said, and could not help but slowly shook their heads, secretly feeling that although the Yang family was strong, this prestige might not last long. Their affection is too weak, and if it is the young disciples of their family in such a situation, how can they sit still? I went out of the mountain long ago to catch him back and train him to suppress the demon factor in his body. What's more, that kid is very likely to be a new star of the Yang family in the future, and Yang Liting is willing to leave him alone. The 7 were really incomprehensible. However, this is someone else's housework after all, and they have all lived a long time with indifference. Naturally, they don't care about things that Yang Liting doesn't care about, and they are even a little happy to see this scene. The Yang family has occupied the first place in the central capital for a long time. If it continues to develop according to the current model, within 100 years, it will definitely give way to the other 7 families. It's ridiculous. 7 things that everyone can see, but the Yang family is obsessed by the authorities. Yang Zhao's house. Nan Sheng and Shang Chu fled back like bereaved dogs, and the hastily calling voice alarmed Yang Zhao on the bed. He got up quickly and looked out. What's wrong with the second son? Yi Xinru twisted her waist like a water snake, her snow-white body was exposed to the air, her 2 slender legs were wrapped around Yang Zhao's waist, her eyes were blurred, and her face was full of blush. Surge. Something's wrong, I seem to hear Shang Chu and Nan Sheng's voice. Yang Zhao frowned. Have they come back? Yi Xinru's grinning smile added a seductive charm to her face, that must be good news for the second son. Yang Zhao chuckled lightly, stretched out his hand and squeezed Yi Xinru's plump and straight chest, a layer of flesh swayed on the chest, and the elasticity was amazing. This rude action made Yi Xinru let out a coquettish cry and stared at him angrily. It's better. Yang Zhao also secretly looked forward to it. This action can be said to be unknowing. He also expressed great confidence in Kong Zan, Chu Zeruo and others. He has been waiting for news for the past few days. I had no intention of practicing, so I made peace with Yi Xinru, alleviating the anxiety and waiting in my heart. Otherwise, with his temperament, it would be impossible for him to be so promiscuous in the daytime. Beauty is alluring, but he values his own strength and the power he can master more. As long as he can defeat Yang Kai in the inheritance war, his elder brother Yang Wei will not be afraid, and he will easily win the final victory in the inheritance war. Since it's good news, it's not too late to listen to it after a moment. Yi Xinru said delicately, and stretched out her jade arm to hook Yang Zhao's neck, pulling him down, trying to keep him for a while. Don't make trouble, if it's really good news, I'll pamper you tonight. Yang Zhao's eyes shone brightly, not the slightest obscene light, but just endless anticipation. Although Yi Xinru felt a little pity and disappointment, she didn't bother anymore. In dealing with people like Yang Zhao, her body was only a small measure, and it was not the decisive factor. The slave family will serve you in dress. Yi Xinru sat up meekly, and found the clothes that were piled up in a mess from the bed, and put them on for Yang Zhao. Just after wearing one, Yang Zhao's expression changed suddenly, and Yi Xinru's movements also stopped at the same time. Because both of them heard Shang Chu and Nan Sheng's voices of despair and panic. Immediately realized that something was not right. If these two really brought back the good news that Yang Zhao was looking forward to, it would be impossible for them to behave like this. Second young master, second young master. Footsteps Lu He Shang Chu Nansheng shouted from outside the door. Yang Zhao's expression sank, and he walked out quickly, opened the door, and glanced at Shang Chu and Nan Sheng, his face turned ashen. These two people are actually more embarrassed than the other, they have many scars on their bodies, their faces are pale, and the true essence flowing in their bodies is almost invisible, just like bereaved dogs that have been chased back by people. Yi Xinru exclaimed, and hurriedly jumped to the bed, covering up her snow-white body with the quilt, so as not to leak the spring light. She listened carefully. What's the matter? Yang Zhao took a deep breath, tried to calm down the ups and downs of his mind, and asked in a deep voice. Seeing the appearance and expressions of these two people, Yang Zhao also understood something, but he couldn't believe his guess anyway. Correct. Second young master Nan Sheng pursed his pale, colorless and dry lips, and after shouting, he couldn't say anything. Yang Zhao immediately turned his eyes to Chu, who looked ashamed and resentful. Failed, Yang Zhao asked in a cold voice, a blade-like cold glow on the corner of his mouth. Nan Sheng was silent, his face flushed. Shang Chu had to bite the bullet and say, "Second young master is disappointed." Yang Zhao couldn't help stumbling slightly and stared at the two of them incredulously. Although he had some guesses in his heart, when this guess was confirmed, Yang Zhao still couldn't believe it. He dispatched so many people, with a perfect lineup and impeccable strength, why did he still fail? The reason, Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold and severe, and he drank in a low voice. Yingju has reached the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Shang Chu gritted his teeth and replied, which was something no one had thought of. A Yingju on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary would give Yang Zhao a great headache, and he would not hesitate to summon 2 Immortal Ascension boundaries. Dianfeng went to deal with him, who knew that he could be promoted to the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. At the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, I am afraid that only the Blood Servant or Immortal Ascension of the same strength can deal with it. Hearing this explanation, Yang Zhao couldn't help but startled, and his face softened a little. This wrong information obviously accounted for most of the reasons for the failure of the operation. What else? Even if Yingju is on the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, then you won't fail. The people I gave you are enough to restrain the promoted Yingju. Yang Zhao asked in a cold voice when he regained his senses. Yingju was really restrained and only had a bitter face to chew. Recalling what happened before, he couldn't help but tremble, but Yang Kai has 2 mysterious treasures. 6. The present will briefly recount the previous experience. The more Yang Zhao listened, the colder his heart became. Only then did he realize how terrifying his 9th brother was. What about Kong Zhan and Chu Zeruo? Why are you the only 2 back? Yang Zhao suddenly regained his senses and asked. Mr. Kong, he was severely injured by Yang Kai's sword piercing through his right chest, and he should still be healing. What? Yang Zhao's eyes widened. Yi Xinru, who was lying on the bed, also screamed, and reached out to cover her mouth, her eyes glowing with a strange light. Kong Zhan was pierced through the right chest by Yang Kai's sword. This news is simply too exciting. From ancient times to the present, no one of the 8 great families has ever suffered such a serious injury when participating in the battle for the succession. According to the records of the classics, those young masters and young ladies have at most suffered some skin injuries, and they will be fine if they are raised for a few days, kind of. But this time, the future successor of the Kong family was actually stabbed. This news made Yang Zhao and Yi Xinru suddenly dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yang Kai to be so bold. What about Chu Zeruo? Not sure, we separated on the way back, don't know where he is now. Okay. Yang Zhao suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was thunderous, rolling in. Shang Chu and Nan Sheng couldn't help but feel their skins were hot, and they wanted to find a hole to burrow into. You guys are amazing. To be beaten like this by my 9th brother, you are all sons from a first-class family. You are very talented. You usually show off your strength and pride yourself on it, but now you are like a lost dog. With so many people, I can't even take down one of my 9th brothers, what's the use of asking you guys? Shang Chu and Nan Sheng were drenched in blood, with angry expressions on their faces. Although they felt aggrieved in their hearts, they did not dare to refute them. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at E+or-A Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 518. While Yang Zhao was reprimanding Shang Chu and Nan Sheng, an angry shout suddenly came over. Shang Chu, Nan Sheng, your time of death is here. The sound is not large, but it reaches everyone's ears clearly and clearly. Just as they were completely ashamed, Shang Chu and Nan Sheng, who were angry, could not help but change their expressions when they heard these words, and they became extremely panicked. Yang Zhao's face suddenly became weird. He squinted at Shang Chu and Nan Sheng, and sneered, "What do you mean? How did Lao Ju come here?" Nan Sheng kept his mouth shut and dared not speak. Shang Chu bit the bullet and said, "Yang Kai seems to be chasing and killing all the way." Nonsense. Yang Zhao gritted his teeth and roared, "Of course I knew he was chasing him, why did he do this? Did you hide anything from me?" When talking about the battle with Yang Kai just now, Shang Chu didn't say anything about High Heaven Pavilion and the others, just because he was afraid that Yang Zhao would think too much. But now, Yang Kai has been killed outside the mansion, and Shang Chu suddenly understands that things can't be hidden. Tell me, how did you provoke him and make him so angry? Yang Zhao took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. It's someone from High Heaven Pavilion. Big brother Nan injured a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. Ling Xiaosh, a sect from the old ninth. Yang Zhao frowned and continued to ask, It's not just that simple, right? Second young master, calm down. Shangchu Meiyu was entangled, helplessly telling the whole story. After listening, Yang Zhao nodded lightly. You are opposed to each other, you can do everything you can, and what you do is not wrong. Shangchu was overjoyed when he heard the words, and thought that Yang Zhao didn't want to hold them accountable, but the smile had just bloomed, and Yang Zhao's face turned cold again, looking at him coldly and said, if you are able to bear the revenge of the old nine, I will only applaud for doing this. But do you have the ability? Without this ability to do such stupid things, I just want to say, you two stupid pigs are swept away by hatred. Shangchu was instantly silent. Nansheng raised his head and said, I don't care if we're right or wrong, now Yang Kai is so clamoring outside the mansion, if second young master ignores you, I'm afraid the world will look down on you. Using aggressive tactics against me. Yang Zhao laughed. Nansheng, you look down on me Yang Zhao too much, no wonder you and Shangchu suffered such a big loss under my ninth brother. Nansheng couldn't help being frightened, and said in a trembling voice, Nan has no intention of doing so, second young master, please forgive me. Glancing at him coldly, Yang Zhao said, but you're right. Old Jew dared to provoke trouble outside my mansion in broad daylight. I really can't ignore it. Shangchu and Nansheng couldn't help being overjoyed when they heard the words, and hurriedly said, thank you, second young master. No need. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head and said with a flat expression, I will protect you this time, because you are still my allies. After today, you should go back to your own clan. Zhancheng does not need you, the Yang family will fight for the succession. I don't need you either. With a cold snort, he turned around to pick up his clothes and walked out. Behind, Nansheng and Shangchu were bloodless and lost. They didn't expect that because of this incident, Yang Zhao actually wanted to drive them away. The two forces in the south are good. In this battle for the succession, they attached to the big tree Yang Zhao early. For such a long time, they went through wind and rain, experienced big and small hardships, and fought side by side with Yang Zhao. In order to fight for the succession, he also paid a lot of manpower, material resources, financial resources and so on. But this is about to come to the end of the battle for succession, and he is going to be out, and he is driven out by the main family. If this is spread out, the two great families will definitely become the laughing stock. After paying so much, they will not get any benefit at all. The key is that the honor of the family will be damaged. Offending Yang Kai and not getting the protection and favor of Yang Zhao, it would be a bit unrealistic to think about connecting with the Yang family in the future. Other forces in the world may also alienate their two southern families for this reason. At that time, the development of the family will definitely be difficult. It is also very likely that for this reason, the positions of the family heirs of the two will also be deposed. Thinking of this, Shangchu and Nansheng couldn't help breaking into cold sweats and trembling all over. Immediately, his eyes were full of hatred and resentment, and he couldn't help gnashing his teeth and clenching his fists. If it weren't for Yang Kai. If it wasn't for Yang Kai, how could he be so desolate? Two young masters. Zhao Didi's voice suddenly came from the side, and she looked up at Chu and Nansheng in a daze, just when she saw Yi Xinru smiling beautifully, reaching out and holding the quilt against her chest, two pieces of incense. The shoulders were exposed, shimmering with an alluring china-like sheen. In normal times, Shangchu and Nansheng would definitely see this beautiful scene in their eyes, but now, they are not in the mood at all. Yi Xinru giggled, ignoring the exposure of her skin at all. She stretched out her hand to remove the quilt, the light of spring on her chest was looming, and said softly, you guys are standing here, it's not easy to dress, you two can avoid it for a while, besides, the second son has already left, don't you chase after him. Shangchu and Nansheng just woke up like a dream and ran out. Although Yang Zhao said he would save them this time, who knows if what he said is true. After the two left, Yi Xinru pouted and said dissatisfiedly, I don't help people to close the door, really. As he spoke, his expression became excited, his cheeks flushed, and he muttered, this Yang Kai is interesting, even Kong Zhan dares to stab, he is so courageous. Although she has been in contact with Yang Kai several times, she has never spoken to the youngest Yang family son, and she doesn't know what kind of temper he is, but today, she has learned a lot, and she can't help but feel interested. Secretly paying attention, thinking in his heart that he and the second son Yang Zhao, who can win the battle for the succession. Outside Yang Zhao's mansion, Yang Kai was alone, suffocating, standing there quietly, the huge consciousness wrapped the entire Yang Zhao mansion and penetrated into every corner. People kept rushing towards Yang Zhao's mansion, gathering slowly. These people were all attracted by Yang Kai's voice, and they all didn't know what happened. In the battle city, there was a sudden upheaval. A few hundred feet away, in a tea house, by the window, Yang Wei, who had concealed his appearance, squinted and looked at Yang Kai from a distance of several hundred feet. It seems calm, but in fact, there is a murderous intent firmly locked in a certain position in Yang Zhao's mansion, and the expression on his face is also very determined. What does Lao Ju want to do? Yang Wei was stunned. The war city was rarely calm for more than 2 months. Everyone was working hard to develop and strengthen themselves in order to achieve the effect of suppressing the enemy. When Lao Ju suddenly sang such a song, Yang Wei was quite touched. Don't get your head around. But vaguely, Yang Wei felt that he had missed something good. There should be some conflict between the 9th and the 2nd child that he doesn't know about, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fight like this in broad daylight. There was a bloody light coming from afar, carrying an unparalleled vicious and evil spirit. Yang Wei's breath stagnated, and he stared at the bloody light. After a while, the blood light fell on Yang Kai's side. It was the evil demon master who suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's house more than 2 months ago. Young master. As soon as old demon appeared, he leaned against Yang Kai not far away, vigilant against movements in the 4 directions. Yang Kai nodded lightly, knowing that he would come. Naturally he didn't express much. What is the origin of this person? Yang Wei thought hard, but he really didn't know the origin of old demon. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, and he calmly sat down on the chair opposite him. Turning his head, he was surprised to find that it was Lu Qingyao of the Lu family. Yang Wei nodded slightly, raised his hand and poured a cup of tea for him. Everyone doesn't know the origin of that person. Lu Qingyao suddenly said, this person seems to have appeared out of nowhere, only know that he was active in the Kenyan evil land for a period of time more than half a year ago, and killed a lot of people. Oh, Yang Wei raised his brows, so, he is from the evil land. It doesn't look like that. Kenyan evil land, under the command of the 6 evil kings, there is no such person. Lu Qingyao shook his head. The earth demon showed a shocking means 2 months ago, and Lu Qingyao was naturally more concerned about him. Used the power of the Lu family to inquire for a long time, but still had no clue. But it seems that he is very respectful to Lao Ju. Why is such a strong person so docile in front of Lao Ju? Yang Wei took a breath and was puzzled. Those are masters who are only 1 step away from the immortal ascension. Even the 8 great families of the central capital are not many. Even if the status of these people is not as good as those of the immortal ascension, they are not far behind. Attention. Let's not talk about him. The old 9th of your family is not a thing in the pool. Lu Qingyao looked solemn and looked into the distance, his eyes fixed on Yang Kai. Yang Wei glanced at him and suddenly smiled. I didn't expect young Master Lu to be able to praise people like this. If the 9th brother knew, he would definitely be proud of it. Lu Qingyao shook his head. I'm not qualified to evaluate him, his future achievements are higher than mine. He's taller than you now. Yang Wei smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai's current chi and blood and its prosperous prestige, although only the realm of the 9th layer of the real Yuan, but even after such a long distance, Yang Wei can still feel a huge pressure coming from Yang Kai. He estimated that if he went down to fight against Yang Kai now, he would be defeated within 10 breaths. Even if Lu Qingyao is stronger than himself, he is definitely not the opponent of Lao Ju. Yang Wei can see this, and Lu Qingyao can also see it naturally. He can't help but look complicated. He doesn't refute, and nods. It's just that if this continues, he will become a demon one day. No matter how good it is, it won't help. The true essence in his body is filled with too much evil and suffocating, and this is not something he can suppress. Hearing this, Yang Wei couldn't help but look slightly bitter. Knowing that Lu Qingyao was not alarmist, he was also full of doubts in his heart. He didn't know how Yang Kai did this. Could it be that in the past 2 months, what kind of evil art has Lao Ju been practicing? Yang Wei secretly guessed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 519 Can you kill it? Chapter 519 Can you kill it? People kept rushing out of Yang Zhao's mansion and confronting Yang Kai from afar. Their expressions were not good, but when they saw old demon guarding Yang Kai's side, they were horrified and didn't dare to act rashly. The deterrent brought by old demon's bloody and cruel means that night was too great. Not long after the old demon rushed over, Chu Yimeng also showed up beside Yang Kai with a group of people from the house. When she saw Yang Kai's state at the moment, Miss Chu couldn't help but startled and rushed over to ask, how did you do it, Yang Kai? Huo Xingchen's eyes trembled as well. feeling the evil spirit emanating from Yang Kai's body, a chill in his heart. The crowd of onlookers are also pointing at Yang Kai, whispering, discussing whether the youngest son of the Yang family is really on the verge of going crazy, and will soon lose his mind and be driven by evil. If that's the case, it's a big joke. The 8 great families of the central capital and the evil land of Kenyan have always been incompatible with each other. The warriors of the 8 great families also take the eradication of demons as their mission. The rising star of the Yang family, who is expected to win the future succession of the patriarch, is about to turn into a demon. If it spreads out, it will only become a worldly person. After dinner talk. Tang Yushan, sisters of the Hu family, Dong Qinghan, the 4 girls from Wanhua Palace, Luo Xiaoman, pairs of concerned eyes looked towards this side, full of worry. Are you still awake? Chu Yimeng asked in a trembling voice. A pair of beautiful eyes stared directly at Yang Kai's eyes, trying to find a trace of people, but unfortunately she was disappointed. Although Yang Kai's eyes were clear at the moment, they were only full of manslaughter, seems to have been affected by hatred and murderous intent, annihilating this Exonoding. She couldn't help but tremble, and she felt a little at a loss. Although Chu Yimeng performed well in the inheritance war, she has always acted as Yang Kai's deputy to direct the actions of many warriors in the mansion, but she still regards Yang Kai as the backbone. Action and command revolve around him. If anything happens to Yang Kai, then all her efforts will become worthless. Yang Kai turned to look at her and shook his head. It's okay. Chu Yimeng was stunned, as if she couldn't believe that in such a state, Yang Kai could actually suppress the evil spirits in his body and keep his mind awake. If you change to any martial artist, I'm afraid you can't do it, right? Old Demon curled his lips aside and said with a sly smile, Young master, your current aura is very appetizing to this old slave, ha 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 ha, our master and servant are indeed very faithful. Chu Yimeng couldn't help but glared at him, and then asked anxiously, since you are back, why are you here instead of going to the mansion? Kill, who are you going to kill? Shang Chu and Nan Shang. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Shang Chu and Nan Shang, although their status is not as good as the young masters and young ladies of the 8 great families in the central capital, they are still the future successors of the first-class families. Such people are not meant to be killed. A hateful person like Lu Song, Yang Kai has no plans to take his life, why would he want to kill Shang Chu and Nan Shang at this time? Chu Yimeng, who had just settled down, couldn't help thinking that Yang Kai was a little crazy. Yang Kai, let's go back first, okay. Chu Yimeng stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, pleading softly, let's go back to discuss first, and see if there is a suitable method. I will kill Nansheng and Shang Chu with all my strength, and let me breathe out for you. Yang Kai turned his head and gave her a strange look. I'll tell you the truth, you can't kill people if you're stuck here. There are many warriors in Yang Zhao's mansion. Even if we all rush in, we may not be able to kill them. Chu Yimeng continued, let's go back first, shall we? Huo Xingchen's eyes couldn't help but widen. He has never seen Chu Yimeng have such a gentle side. Miss Chu has always been wise, giving people a sense of being smart and capable, making everyone ignore her female side. Once such a woman becomes gentle, it is a fatal temptation for any man, and it is irresistible. Huo Xingchen felt that if she was treated so tenderly by Chu Yimeng, even her bones would fall off. Then she would say what she said. Yeah, Yang Kai, go back first, we'll discuss with you, it doesn't matter how many days or nights it takes to discuss. Luo Xiaoman didn't know where the courage came from, but he actually dared to talk to Yang Kai. The 4 girls with different temperaments in Wanhua Palace also nodded in agreement and persuaded Yang Kai one by one. Although the rhetoric was different, without exception, everyone was so gentle, and their faces were full of motherly brilliance. The rest of the people looked at each other and couldn't help but feel weird. Yang Kai frowned, swept the crowd, his eyes fell on Chu Yimeng's face, and he said, do you think of me as a child? But having said that, Yang Kai was still warm in his heart. In any case, these people were concerned about their own state. All the girls blushed, and only then did they realize that his sanity was indeed very clear, and there was no sign of confusion. Yang Kai chuckled, a trace of gratitude and tenderness appeared on his face, and said lightly, I'm really fine, you don't have to worry. Chu Yimeng took a deep breath, her face turned straight, and she pondered for a while before saying, okay, I believe you are really fine, but you said you were going to kill Shang Chu and Nan Sheng, how do you want to kill them? This is Yang Zhao. There are nearly 1,000 warriors in the mansion, 4 or 5 times our number. Even if you can kill them, most of the people here will have to be buried with you, do you have the heart to do this? You think too highly of them. Yang Kai calmed down and shook his head slowly. The number does not mean everything. The second brother is a cautious person. He is not completely sure. It is absolutely impossible to start a war with me. He wants to worry about big brother. He wants to win the inheritance war. Hee, I don't care. Yang Kai sneered. Chu Yimeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Yang Kai was not only fine at the moment, but his thinking was so clear, and he was suddenly surprised. One can let go of his hands and feet and work hard, and the other can look ahead and think carefully, and the development of things will probably be just as Yang Kai said at the moment. Chu Yimeng was absent-minded. Yang Zhao had already strode out of the mansion. His face was calm, and he came outside the mansion, under the protection of many warriors, coldly shouted, "Old Jew, what do you mean?" Yang Zhao was also furious. The defeat of Shangchu Nansheng and others made him extremely disappointed. Although he was secretly surprised by the strength of Yang Kai, but being blocked outside the mansion by him, Yang Zhao also felt that his face was damaged. It was still broad day, although the dark clouds gathered in the sky, and there was not a trace of sunlight, but Lao Ju did this, and he did not take himself too seriously. Second brother. Yang Kai nodded at him lightly. Second brother is a good way. This time the old nine almost fell. Yang Zhao sneered and snorted coldly. Don't ridicule second brother, I underestimated your strength. If I go out in person this time, you can't stand here and talk to me now. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Second brother, I'm afraid it won't work. Yang Zhaoshan's expression suddenly cooled down, and he said in a low voice, Old Ninth, the second brother just found out now that you are the most arrogant person in the Yang family. After a pause, he slowly shook his head and said, Old Jew, is it worth it just for a high heaven pavilion disciple? I have also heard about the incident. Indeed, since you have an appointment with Kongzan first, the Shangnan family will still be there. It's their fault to move them. It's not a pity for them to die, but you have killed a lot of people, so the anger should be gone. Isn't it inappropriate for you to lead people to block the door of the second brother? Or, you think the second brother is very bullying? At the end, Yang Zhao had already questioned sharply. Following his questioning, all the warriors around him were secretly gathering their strength, and the scene suddenly became tense. Yang Kai calmly said, Second brother, I don't want to reason with you this time, I just want to kill those two people, I will leave immediately. Can you kill me with me? Then there's nothing to say. Yang Kai looked disappointed, shook his head slowly, his eyes crossed Yang Zhao, and turned to a place behind him, where Shangchu and Nansheng sneaked out at some point, is hiding in the crowd and looking out. When they noticed Yang Kai's gaze, both of them couldn't help but turn pale. No matter who protects you today, you will all die. Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient look, and he shouted coldly, his eyes showing a very cold chill. Clack clack, there was a sudden icy movement from the earth, and an unparalleled coldness suddenly came. With Yang Kai as the center, in the fan-shaped area in front of him, the ground instantly became a piece of frozen soil. Feeling the danger and murderous intent contained in the cold, the faces of the warriors gathered in Yang Zhao's mansion changed drastically, and they all rushed into the sky to avoid the erosion of the cold. Different from the true Yang Yuan Qi cultivated in the true Yang art, the energy in the arrogant golden body is both evil and cold, and the true Yang Yuan Qi is two extreme existences. As soon as Yang Kai used this evil power, the temperature around him dropped suddenly. The earth demon laughed and stretched out a bloody light. The ground that had just turned into permafrost was suddenly covered by a blood-red light. In the red light that was as thick as blood, a figure appeared strangely. That is the blood demon puppet refined by the earth demon. As long as there is that sea of AA blood, he is immortal. The Gorfiend stood quietly above the sea of AA blood, without the slightest movement, only the monstrous evil spirit emanated from him. Tang Yushan also snorted at the same time, and the huge power of divine consciousness spread out. The warriors around Yang Kai no longer hesitated and sacrificed their secret treasures. Roar! A roar came, and behind Yang Kai, a huge triangular head suddenly appeared, which was a head made of pure black energy. The triangular head swayed, and the two slender eyes the size of copper bells exuded a terrifying cold light. Stared at by those eyes, no one dared to act rashly. Gradually, it finally revealed its hideous appearance, and exclamations rang out. It was actually a jet-black dragon. The body that was more than 10 feet long hovered above Yang Kai's head, as vivid as a living thing. When Shangchu and Nansheng saw this long-lost jet-black dragon, their calves softened and they almost fell to the ground. At the foot of Taifeng Mountain, Yang Kai used this black dragon condensed with his true essence to bite off the body of a two-layer immortal ascension boundary warrior without any effort. To be continued. Chapter 520 You Can't Stop It. Two changes today. The black flood dragon that was more than 10 feet long moved slowly, causing many warriors to be terrified, and their attitude towards Yang Kai was also changing quietly. These warriors in Yang Zhao's mansion thought that they would be able to defeat Yang Kai and the others who came to invade this time by virtue of their numerical advantage, but after seeing the means shown by Yang Kai, they all suddenly restrained their minds. This kind of strength and background is not something that ordinary people can take down. In today's battle, even if they can defeat the warriors of Yang Kaifu, they may not be able to capture Yang Kai. What reassured them a little was that neither Old Demon nor Tang Yushan did much after showing their strength. It seemed that they were just trying to intimidate and didn't plan to actually start massacres. Yang Zhao's expression changed, and he shouted, "Old Jew, do you really plan to fight with the second brother here?" As Yang Kai said before, Yang Zhao has more concerns than him. Although he has an absolute advantage in numbers, in terms of the level and number of masters, he is not as good as Yang Kaifu's heritage. At that time, the fisherman will benefit from the boss Yang Wei. He didn't want to be taken advantage of by others. He doesn't plan to go head-to-head with anyone until he has an absolute advantage. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's tyranny this time made him realize that the process of the inheritance war would not develop as he expected. "Second brother," I said, "I only need to kill those two people, you hand them over, I will retreat immediately." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Impossible." Yang Zhao also shook his head. If he really handed over Shangchu and Nansheng, what would he be? However, he also heard from Yang Kai's words that Yang Kai also did not want to fight here. No one is willing to bear the outcome of a lose-lose situation. Yang Zhao was afraid of being benefited by Yang Wei fishermen, while Yang Kai didn't want his friends to face danger. The two had different starting points, but the issues they considered were the same. After pondering for a while, Yang Zhao suddenly chuckled and said, "Old Jew, since you and your second brother have a lot of concerns, I have a suggestion, do you want to listen to it?" Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what conspiracy and tricks Yang Zhao wanted to play, but he nodded lightly and said, "Speak." This time, the incident is regarded as a fight among the insiders of my Yang family. Since it is a fight among the insiders, it can only be participated by the Yang family. You want to kill, I want to protect, each with his own means, how about it? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose, and he smiled playfully. Internal battle. Good, only the Yang family can participate. Light. Including blood servants, right? Naturally, although the masters of the blood servant hall are not surnamed Yang, they are also my Yang family. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly, looked up Huodi, his eyes shone brightly, just follow the second brother's wishes. This time, it's a fight between my Yang family's insiders. A word is settled. Yang Zhao couldn't help laughing loudly, as if some conspiracy had succeeded. Yang Kai was also laughing, with a very wicked smile. Chu Yimeng frowned, faintly realizing that something was wrong, but she couldn't think of what was wrong. In the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao both looked puzzled. Some didn't understand what Yang Zhao wanted to do, but they were so proud, and they didn't even want to understand what Yang Kai wanted to do. These two brothers, one believes that he can save Nansheng and Shangchu, and the other believes that he can kill them, and no one knows who will get his wish in the end. In a battle that only the Yang family can participate in, Tang Yushan and the blood servant beside Yang Zhao will definitely face each other. Then Yang Zhao's opponent is Yang Kai. The current Yang Kai, although the aura is ferocious and cruel, has some signs of going crazy, but that oppressive momentum and tyrannical strength are obvious to all. Yang Zhao has the confidence to stop him. Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao were not optimistic. No matter how good Yang Zhao was, he would definitely not be the opponent of Yang Kai at this moment. Yushan, Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Tang Yushan nodded lightly, and her delicate body flew into the air with a flick. The blood servant beside Yang Zhao smiled slightly, without any hesitation, rushed into the air to face Tang Maiangxian. The two blood servants didn't even say hello, and immediately started fighting. But no one paid attention to them. Even though they were the strongest among the Immortal Ascension boundaries, the focus today was still on the two young masters of the Yang family. Old Ninth, Yang Zhao shouted in a deep voice, contrary to everyone's expectations, facing the current Yang Kai, he did not defend and counterattack, and his big feet stomped on the ground. Several strange straight lines suddenly appeared on the ground. It seemed that there were huge earthworms rising and falling rapidly, and a trace of terrifying energy passed from below, rushing towards Yang Kai. Earth Fiend Dragon Technique. On the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Zhao used this martial skill to deal with Huo Xingchen. Each of the dragons of the earth is condensed with the spirits of the fifth order monsters. They are held in the body by Yang Zhao, and can be used flexibly when facing the enemy. At that time, he was able to use 7 Earth Demon Dragons, but now with the growth of his strength, he can use 10 of them, and the power that each one can exert is different from that of the day. Facing Yang Zhao's ultimate move, Yang Kai's expression did not change in the slightest. His mind was moved, and the black flood dragon hovering above his head suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and the dark energy shot out leisurely. Shish! Every ray of energy hit the Earth Demon Dragon underground, and while the dust was flying, Yang Zhao's Earth Demon Dragon technique was scattered without an inch of work. Yang Zhao didn't take it seriously. Instead, the corner of his mouth raised a strange arc. He stood there, looking at Yang Kai with pride and pity, and said softly, "Old Jew, you are finished." Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao, who were in the tea house a few hundred meters away, changed color at the same time, looked at each other, and suddenly understood what the hell Yang Zhao was up to. Chu Yimeng was also pale, because in the dust, she suddenly discovered that a figure had bullied Yang Kai's back at an unbelievable speed. This person appeared so strangely and silently that it was too late when Chu Yimeng realized that she wanted to remind her. "Second brother, do you really think that the old nine doesn't know what you're calculating?" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The black flood dragon above his head rushed towards the back like an arrow from the string, and the figure that appeared strangely behind was not close to his own. At that time, he bit down on him. The man's expression was stunned. He didn't expect his whereabouts to be fully understood by Yang Kai. He noticed the strangeness and intractability of the black flood dragon. Yang Kai snorted coldly, his body did not move, and he stared at Yang Zhao, whose face was ashen. It turns out that another blood servant in the second man's house has already unlocked the Dianfeng curse. Yang Wei suddenly realized. During the treasure hunt by Pojing Lake, there was a blood servant beside every son who was imprisoned by the primordial sealing curse. That was the hands and feet of the Yang family's supreme elder Emperor Jojo, and it would take at least 2 months for the blood servants to rely on their own strength to relieve them. The blood servant in Yang Wei's mansion has been in retreat, attacking the ban of the Fengyuan spell. It has been more than 2 months in this flash, and he should be about to leave the retreat. But he didn't think that the blood servant in Yang Zhao's mansion who was imprisoned with his true essence had already become Ding Qi. No wonder Yang Zhao would make such a suggestion, it turned out to be the reason. Yingzhu is not here. Yang Kai now means to use his own strength to face Yang Zhao and a blood servant who is on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. To outsiders, there is no chance of success. You already knew. Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly. He thought he had succeeded in his plan, and planned to take this opportunity to let Yang Kai out of the game, but he didn't want the other party to have already expected that he had hidden a blood servant. Of course I know. Yang Kai pouted, with a look of disdain. Under the penetration of his powerful divine sense, any movement in Yang Zhao's mansion, anyone's breath could not be concealed from him. You know, how dare you agree? Yang Zhao looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. What about the promise? Yang Kai looked proud and slowly shook his head. You can't stop it. This statement is arrogant. Everyone was stunned, each with a strange expression, secretly thinking that the Yang family's ninth was really crazy, and could no longer measure him at this moment with the way of thinking of a normal person. Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao in the tea house were equally dumbfounded. In the face of a blood servant on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, how dare he let out such wild words? He was too ignorant of his own blood servants. Everyone couldn't help but feel a weird mood. The blood servant beside Yang Zhao looked even more bitter, smacking his lips. Little young master, although everyone in our blood servant hall admires you very much, I am still very unhappy to be looked down upon by you so much. In order to prove my strength, I won't let go. Then try and see if you can stop me. Yang Kai laughed, waving his hands. The overwhelming black aura like locusts crossing the border covered the front. The black flood dragon above his head also heard a high-pitched dragon roar. Yang Kai is not going to waste any more time. As soon as he makes a move, he will do his best. Faced with such a violent attack, Yang Zhao suddenly suffocated, and could not help but feel an irresistible feeling, but the blood servant beside him suddenly burst into endless energy fluctuations from his body, and a pure white light separated him and Yang. The two of them were encased at the same time, and the guards were inside. Clang clang clang. The black breath hit the pure white light, and in the blink of an eye, the pure white color was suddenly polluted like water that had been splashed with ink. The blood servant's expression changed, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai's means to be so cunning. He didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly pulled Yang Zhao to avoid it. But those black breaths are like long eyes, and they follow them like shadows, chasing after them. The high-pitched dragon roar came again, and the black Zhao dragon, which was more than 10 feet long, rushed to the top of the blood servant in Yang Zhao's head, opening its bloody mouth. A frenzy of violent and ferocious power, centered on the black flood dragon, suddenly boiled and spread in all directions. Those black auras, as if ignited, all exploded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.